Baba Booey. Oh shit, your audio isn't coming through. This whole time you've been talking, your audio has not been coming through. One sec. Why? Wait, why is Discord over here? It shouldn't be. Add. Wavelength. Yes, I definitely want my output for Discord to output through my turntable that has no speaker. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Windows. There we go. I can hear you now.
Yay. I exist.
Looks like we forgot to say that you guys were participating in the jam.
Oh. Was that not a not a
Pomo says like, oh man, we have a Steven. I was not expecting Steven.
Oh, well, you're getting the whole package
well,
this time.
Joke's on you, Pomo, because I'm actually doing the jam alone, and the Ruds are going to just be here to heckle me the whole weekend.
Yeah. Can you imagine? We're just commenting on everything you do.
They have nothing better to do this weekend than to sit on stream for 72 hours and heckle me.
Yeah, we were too busy to actually participate, but not busy enough to stick around and do nothing.
It is absolutely worse. It's like, we have the time to help him, we just won't.
Yeah.
We're
making a conscious decision not to.
Oh, we'll participate, but in a way that Jared won't appreciate.
I won't be doing my job unless I am an active hindrance.
Oh my god.
I want to hold this process back. Steven, did you work today?
I did.
Oh, me too. I didn't want to, but I
took the last 2 hours off.
I left like half an hour early.
I dipped out as soon as I could, but like it was basically working up until this.
I took the last 2 hours off, and then obviously Monday off as well.
I
never risk it anymore.
Dude, no. it's so much. It feels so much harder being in a lead position, taking time off.
I feel that.
Man, you guys. I hope you guys are good. Luckily, I have our director can handle taking a look at back on it and stuff. But there's just we're working on a game with a tight timeline.
Yeah.
And I need to make sure that they're doing their shit. We got like 8 weeks to do a game.
Ooh.
So
nice tight deadline.
Yeah.
Tight. I got that shit when it was tight.
Oh, also, I went out to lunch today to a bar that just happened to have some slot machines in there.
Oh.
And I won $150.
Damn, how much you put into it? Did you make like 150 profit or?
I put 20 in.
Oh, sick.
And then
that's
I
nasty.
think I like went down to like $16. It was like a couple. I was doing it. It was $1 per spin, and then I won $150. So I was up to like 164, and then I played down to 150.
Shit. Boy.
Okay. Well, you walked at a good spot then.
Yeah. But that was
minutes,
it was one of those things
here,
where I didn't realize because I'm so used to having like a big like thing happen before you win money and stuff, and not have it be just like, oh, just match these 3 symbols and win $150. Usually there's a whole feature thing that haappened, the whole song and dance. But it was just like, oh, I got the 3 dragons from this game. I guess I won. I started freaking out. It was awesome.
Not much else to do, I guess.
The guy that I was with hadn't pointed out to me because I was just like chatting with him while I was playing. He's like, "You just won $150." I was like, "Wait, what?
Shit!
Ah!
Hang on. Yay!
Yes.
My tablet works.
Does my tablet work?
Oh my god! And the undo works too. Holy shit!
Oh, is this good? This isn't your first time with the tablet.
No, but I don't use it very frequently for like this kind of just like stuff. So I don't.
Right.
My I have like the whole radio wheel and stuff like that, but none of that works for like the whiteboard that I use on stream.
No.
It doesn't have an undo feature. It just has like an erase. So I'm not used to using a radio wheel.
Look at that fish. So no matter what the theme is, we're gonna make Monster Hunter.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, we draw what inspires us. So.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, I was saying while I was technically muted on stream, that I'm gonna assume that this jam's gonna go off without hits. There's gonna be no delays in the theme reveal or
absolutely
problems.
This jam is going to live or die based on what happens in the next 4 minutes.
Yep.
And and this is made by people who have been very vocal about their problems with Ludum Dare. So if you do anything similar, I'm going to lose all respect and faith in your ability to produce work.
Yes, sir. I was also saying that I had forgotten to download all my shit program wise on my new computer. Until
I posted all those reminders. Or it
was right before that. Okay, but I had to install that version of Unity and stuff because I forgot.
Yeah. Oh right, yeah.
All that stuff's just sitting on my old hard drive, so I could have just opened up my computer if I wanted to, but it doesn't have a graphics card. But we're good. Just a little bit of oh shit, I didn't actually prepare for this as much as I probably wish I could. But at the very least, I got my gummy bears and my
I got my gummy
Gatorade.
I got my gummy bears and my blue Gatorade.
I had a hang on one sec. That's fine. I had a moment with the checkout people who was bagging my stuff because there was also those gigantic family-sized boxes of cereal for a 3-day sale at $2.99 each. I was like, oh, well, I'll just get a couple of boxes of Cinnamon Toast Crunch and Honey Nut Cheerios, and the guy's bagging them up. He's like, so does your house go through a lot of cereal? I'm like, yes. My house.
My house.
My house and the people that I live with consumes a lot of cereal, yes.
Oh, shit, I just realized that's one thing I forgot to buy.
You forgot to buy something?
Cereal. I forgot to get. I needed something for breakfast. I stopped at the grocery store and I got stuff to eat, but I didn't get breakfast stuff. Shit.
Oh.
Now I got ye old bagels and I got some
I got hot dogs, I guess.
Always got hot dogs.
I was really just thinking about the gummy bears and the Gatorade.
Hey, you got your priorities straight.
That's what matters most.
Yeah. Hang on. If I want to sit here, then this camera has to move.
This is gonna be the first time I'm not calling files LD and stuff. Weird,
right?
I know.
It's D2.
D2 change.
Gross. Feels wrong and bad.
Yeah, I don't like it. Stupid name. Change it. Change it right now.
It's so generic.
It's folklore. I don't know if you know
what
folklore means.
I'm participating. Of course, I'm down to jam.
I guess that's the theme. Let's see. Boink. No,
is it?
Theme will be revealed at Jam Start. No. Are you have inside information? Are you cheating?
Wait.
We get a head start. We're already out to it. Wait.
But that means we have to turn in our project 30 seconds early.
Fuck. Go. No, I'm gonna wait because I don't trust you.
I don't either.
Well, I want to see how this all works officially.
I don't even think folklore was on the list. I at least voted on the last list of things.
I'll be honest, didn't vote.
I know you didn't. I would be surprised if you guys actually had an account on the Down to Jam website, dude.
I made an account.
Hey, okay.
Oh shit, I didn't. Do I need to do that?
We need to become friends or something, or however the fuck it works.
I need to invite a user, search user. I'm assuming you're Redgasm, Steven?
I should be, yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Hold on, making an account real quick.
Invites.
Collection. Oh, sorry.
It's not collection though.
What?
Look at the top there. I like trains.
Wait. Huh?
It's trains.
Can you just can I have point of feedback here? Don't just have a fucking video where it doesn't tell me in the first 2 seconds what.
Oh yeah, why am I waiting until the end of the video down to jam?
Don't have it start with all this other bullshit.
Trains, down, fix, display stress, corporations key, reflection, time to live, game industry. Ew, game industry. I'm glad that didn't warn.
The problem is the thumbnail tricked me.
It just says collections. Yeah.
Fuck you.
Those auto thumbnails.
Disappointing.
It's trains. It's trains.
It's
trains. All right, I'm all ready to go. I got my green tea poured into my Hikari no Forest Fukuoka 2024 mug.
Fuck yeah.
All good to go.
Okay, trains it is. You know,
Train.
I still tell myself that even though that train guy thing was supposedly a skit,
I still like to think that it was real.
I still like thinking of it as authentic.
So obviously we have Hogwarts.
Sure, obviously.
Well, a bit nice and big, Hogwarts. And then you have J.K. Rowling, and then you have
Rowling, then you got the trans rights.
then you got the whole, yeah. So we're quickly segueing.
We're taking the train all the way down.
Wait,
Oh
if you just take the I out of trains.
We're running a train.
Oh.
Next
yeah,
stuff.
Hang on.
Next stuff.
Running a train on J.K. Rowling?
Whoa!
Like a J.K. Rowling sex simulator? Oh shit! I keep hitting enter on the text, thinking that it.
Yo, she about to be J.K. Rowling.
Are you pushing her off the bed?
I don't know, man. Roll with it.
Technically, human centipede is a type of train.
This is true.
You think
you're not wrong.
Yes. Hang on. Okay.
Also, okay, we're not starting too big.
I did not even consider that. That's pretty, yeah.
We're good. Choo.
I think we usually get like massive by the end.
It'll get bigger because the first time I zoom out, I'm just gonna like go all the way. Thomas the Pain Engine.
Well, that was one of the things that you could kind of do with those little model train sets. You remember those ones like the little like nipple magnets on the ends of them?
Wait, what? Oh, the little wood.
Like those wooden ones. Yeah.
Yeah. So nipple magnets.
There we go.
Okay.
Make a train out of nipple magnets.
Yeah.
Nip mags for short.
Nip mags, model trains, scale models.
Do like a little train customizer.
We just make a train decorating sim.
You don't actually get
the inside of your train.
You don't do anything, but that train's gonna look hot.
You know what? LL train.
LL train.
Okay, so actually, it is important to know that the theme is not trains; it's train. So that could also be a verb.
Or like T-rain.
Or T-rain. That's true. That's stupid, but that's true.
You could have
Rocky montage, yeah.
Rocky montage.
Oh, I don't know why I was thinking that.
Daddy.
I was thinking that train, like training, was spelled Trane because I'm illiterate.
Well, let's put that down. Train. There.
Trey.
Nah, just so we're all
Megan Trainer.
I can't wait to see all the cabbages that you redeem with all the points you're going to accumulate, Rook.
Or that you lose on a ill-informed bet. Rain.
We got some Trayons.
What about my favorite dinosaur, the Tyrannosaurus Rex?
I want to see what happens if I Google that. That. Oh wait, there's a Tiarasaurus Rex.
Tiarasaurus. Yeah. What's the vagina look like?
Dude. Corkscrew.
Ew. You really got to work for it.
Everything comes out of one hole.
Oh, that cloaca.
Oh yeah.
That cloaca.
You know, dinosaurs come from birds, right? So
that's
my goodness, dinosaurs had cloacas. I mean, you ever see a picture of a Tyrannosaurus like dragging a dick?
No.
You ain't never seen no dick.
He's always prairie dogging an egg. That's all you ever see in those pictures. You can also have a train of thought. Okay. Just like an Inside Out.
Wow, my favorite. Thought Train Me Daddy.
Was it? I'm pretty sure it was Outfrost who would probably be cooming to this theme right now. Didn't he make like some sort of like
He made a
train station
game.
simulator?
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
I do remember that. Yeah. Running on
Nice.
Cherokee.
Oh, Cherokee. Is it
Cherokee
Joe?
Jack.
Cherokee Jack.
Jack? Jack.
It's Cherokee Jack. Oh yeah.
I think Roka's made a train game as well.
Has he? Yes, he had. It was one of those ones
Like a conductor thing.
Yeah, it was like a 2D like sort of diorama aesthetic.
Yes, that's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah. What was it? Train your brain.
Oh, Brain Age.
Brain Age.
That's what it was. I was like, that's a slogan for something. Brain Age, train your brain.
Whatever happened to educational games?
They're still kind of around, but not really. Oh yeah, I think we got a winner right there. It's like potty training, except like you know how when you're a toddler and when you're like 80 years old, you're basically like the same in terms of like motor skills.
Back to your originals.
Yeah.
Maybe it's like a hang on. Maybe it's more like a re-potty training.
Re-potty training. Like you can forget.
Right. Yeah. You forget in your old age, and you're basically going through all of the things that you did as a child. Yes.
Let's write down other things that are funny about old people. Dementia.
Yeah.
I don't know how you spell dementia, so I'm just going to assume that's
It's
right.
a T instead of an S.
That doesn't make sense. I'm going to use my original spelling.
All right. Well, it's already getting a hold of you.
Walking funny with poop in your...
That's old people.
Whoa.
That is old people. They like to waddle.
Not necessarily related, but just...
Eagle train.
Yes.
You know what? Some old people do struggle with incontinence, so...
That's true.
I need to find this, but someone a long time ago told me that they were Kegel training with metal balls that they ordered that they shoved into their vagina.
No.
And
why? They told you this at work?
No, but it was a person that I worked with.
Great.
So, guess on which worker?
Does she hate her kids?
No, it's not.
Oh, it's not that one? Oh.
No, it's not.
I just assume that every story's about her at this point.
Well, if it's something that like makes me go, oh, about women, it's probably about her.
That's fair.
If she's listening right now,
Women,
I'm sorry.
Right?
Yeah, she ain't listening.
Two big shiny balls.
But imagine just like that's what nipple magnets. Wait. This is probably gonna be gross.
So they're just what? They're just disconnected?
The balls that you put in your vagina?
Yeah.
They're just loose metal balls that you put in your vagina.
You just stuck them up, or like
no, it's your job. You're using your muscles to hold them in.
Oh, okay. But I guess I don't know how a vagina works. There's no like risk of them being like sucked up and stuck up there. Right?
Oh, there's plenty of risk of that.
I feel like there would be. I mean, that's the whole reason that butt plugs have flared bases.
I honestly don't know.
Butt probably has more like suction.
Maybe you're right. Yeah, that's why I'm just like I don't think I know how a vagina works.
But
I feel like you could definitely get them stuck up there if they go too deep, and then you're having to like root around for them.
I feel like you don't need balls to do Kegel exercises. Oh, don't worry, Pomo. We're already well into the training arc of our brainstorming, as you can see. Get your whole buff, walking funny with poop in your pants. This
is like you're connecting them together. Which one's the caboose?
God, imagine how much of a pain in the ass it would be if the poles didn't line up, and you had to like crisscross them.
One of them is like pushing up here,
just flopping around, and he's making slapping noises.
Just a little.
Why is just drawing these U's now so hilarious?
I feel like we could do something with like magnets of some sort.
Magnets. I mean, I do like the opposing and attracting forces. That's kind of fun.
Right.
Positive and negative, and then I was positive.
They're repelling each other.
It looks like one is about to like reprimand the other. Hey, stop that! This is what from what I'm told, this is what girls do at slumber parties. Ew.
They draw the faces on their boobs beforehand, or is this like a?
Well, that's usually like you show up with the faces already drawn.
Right. How do you know if you're the one who wants to have the angry face versus the oh god I'm scared face?
I think you do one.
That's just like something girls just know.
You do like a countdown, 3, 2, 1 reveal, and then that's kind of just what decides it. You know.
Should we start doing that with our dicks? I don't know.
Oh my goodness.
Do you want to?
Dick magnets.
Dick magnets. Tip to tip, baby.
And we can dress them up in coxplay.
Oh my goodness.
Anyway,
mine's a vampire.
You draw like 2 little triangles with a little red stream coming out of it.
My god.
You're drawing a dick pyre.
Oh no, it's a squid. It's
a squid. I see. Okay.
Yeah. Or they're 2 like microphones.
I see. No, these are like brain neurons trying to like connect with each other.
Oh, you're right. That is exactly what it looks like. This is a little lightning bolt that goes.
Exactly. Because if that thing on the right was a dick, you go to the hospital to get that checked out.
Right. If you're just dick lips?
Wait, if you're just all of your mass is collecting at the end, and it just sort of like
it just tapers. It just tapers off. What the fuck would an erection look like? Does the bulbous part just like grow like the Grinch's heart? That's it.
Like, call me the flail.
It kind of looks like a troll club when it's erect.
Yeah, like this part doesn't get hard. This part just gets heavier.
Nice.
Oh my goodness.
Lower down. So
it starts turning into like a teardrop.
Yeah. Just sort of, this part just enlarges.
It's just like a grocery bag full of soup.
And then
this is so ridiculous looking. This is so ridiculous looking that I'm not even concerned about it looking like a dick on Twitch because it clearly doesn't. This is just like a Santa knapsack.
Yeah. You can put a lot of things in there. Thanks, Santa.
Gonna be a white Christmas. Anyway, don't draw veins.
No, I'm just the head would actually it looked like a little nipple.
Okay.
Oh, he's uncircumcised.
This is all part of the foreskin.
Yeah.
So actually, the dick is just like straight up and down, but this is filled with fluid because
the outer skin is what's filled with the fluid.
Now the real question is, what the fuck does this have to do with magnets?
This is just really important.
Well, actually, you know what? This is outside of the fact that this thing is an inflated chode. Maybe there are things in here that you're trying to like bring up to the surface with magnets to sort of like sway this thing around. Assuming it's not a distended dick. If this was actually like a sack full of things or something.
Sacks can contain many things, including scrotum. Or
you got to keep up, Rook. We already went through it. It was Kegel training, get your whole buff, and then we drew the balls that one of Andrew's coworkers is using to do Kegel exercises, which obviously look like nipple magnets. So here we are.
Well, they're made of metal, so I mean,
there you go. Things move fast here at the Keyboard Cowboy.
like a friendship bracelet, like the 2 sides complete each other.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the turtle doves from Home Alone 2.
Of course.
Yeah.
Sure. Is this guy getting like pulled against his will towards?
Yes, this is non-consensual.
Okay, good. I'm just making sure.
I can tell that this one wants it. The one on the right, for sure.
Yeah, they're really exuding some like Pepe Le Pew energy.
He knows, or she, they, who.
It knows.
Are we really trying to figure out what gender this dick is?
There's no such thing as a gendered dick. It could be whatever it wants, Jared.
You know what? I'm sorry. That's my bad. That's
was really
so 2012 of me.
Dicks come in all shapes and sizes. And genders.
Dicks can have vaginas this time. Get over it. It's 2025. Are those like, is that like a kneecap?
No, this is like those like train connector things. It's just
a much more
disgusting, fleshy version of that.
Well, I'm weirdly okay, or like one of the ways to almost instantly get me on board with an idea is just to give these things faces, honestly. Because the idea of the faces sort of like changing as this stuff kind of 1, 2.
Yeah, maybe we're trying to connect all these things together.
Oh,
we're trying to make a train.
We're trying to make a train, and
we're not focusing on the trains. We're focusing on like those little like hook and loop things.
Oh my god. We literally start with just like a big overview train thing, and then it zooms in just to this, and then we have to like line them up and just.
Any that. I'll just use the first picture I find, just as a reference, so we don't forget what we're talking about here. Don't worry about the kid. The kid's not.
I'm a little worried.
The kid's not part of it. This is just.
Sure?
This is just the train set with the nipple magnets. I figured we could use that for. I don't know. Don't draw a dick on the kid.
Where would you put it, Jared, if we had to?
I don't want to play this game. Damn, she going in there.
What if all I do is just give him a little Hitler mustache? Is that
fine? You know what? That's fine. I think that's fine.
All right, cool.
What about like a little Lincoln hat?
Adolf Ham Lincoln.
These pictures next to each
My
other.
favorite Third Reich president.
Yeah, we take our jam seriously, Pomo.
Oh god, man, this one's 3 is getting really in there.
3's starting. It's starting to turn into vor.
That's secure, is what I would say. That ain't ever coming loose.
If you ever try and pull these things apart, you would just get a nice, healthy.
Ew. Ew. A nice tight fit.
God, it's so tight.
I would dare anyone to know what this is a drawing of, though, had they not seen the thought process.
I would just give you one guess.
Trains. You got it.
There you go.
How did you know?
Kegels.
How did you know? Kegels.
Nitmags.
You think someone could do enough Kegels where they could do, those like strongman competitions and stuff where they could like hold up a train?
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
Jesus Christ.
How good are your pelvic muscles?
Dude, they ain't never come.
Good pelvic bowl. Deep.
Nice. Deep. Okay. Well, I like the magnet thing though.
Yeah.
So something magnety. I think is kind of neat.
Yeah. The idea of them like either pulling together or pushing apart just it tickles my brain and for something.
It's a very mechanical sort of interpretation, which I like.
Mm-hmm.
And there's like really like very simplistic ways to think about it.
Yeah. We might not necessarily be able to like make some floppy titties because that'll require some soft bodies that we can't.
Oh, yeah.
Or even anything that's like that would look like it but wouldn't be. Not for like TOS purposes, just for technical reasons.
We're not, I think I was hoping we could 3D model these like floppy penises, but it's okay if we can't do that.
As long as they're rigged to deform in a specific way, sure, but I ain't dynamically adjusting no meshes.
So yeah, so when Steven both like rigs and programs a flesh sock that we can use.
Yes.
And then we'll be good to go.
Yeah. Well, if we just say like this is just down to jam, so it doesn't matter, then yeah, because it wouldn't get done.
It's just down to jam. It's okay.
It's just down to jam. Maybe that could be our motto for anytime something goes wrong.
It's just down to jam.
It's just down to jam. It's fine.
I hope that Adagon and Pomo, like people that are involved with this, like hear us. It's just down to jam. It's okay if it goes wrong.
Another interesting thing about magnets.
Can we go to the video to learn about magnets?
The video, as if I have one like prepared.
Yeah,
you know,
right?
The Insane Clown Posse video that explains how magnets work.
Right. How do they work? but when you can like arrange them like this, it starts just like spinning around in a circle without connecting to anything. Like if you arrange it right, you know.
Right.
Oh, there's something.
You're making, what is it, like that's like a kind of motor. What is that
kind of, yeah. Turbine? No.
One of those like coil driven motors.
Right, but that has to do with something like how tight the coil is, or how many bands.
Is this not the same? Like when you put like something that rotates inside like a magnetic core.
Yeah, it could be something like that. I might just not understand how magnets work.
Jared might be making up this whole rotating
is this magic
thing. This might be magic. I don't think this is
No. Hang on. I have a YouTube video right now.
Okay, prove it.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Let me see. Oh, here we go.
So go.
Hopefully this does what I think it's gonna do. I'll just share this. Yeah. Oh wait, no. I should share my center monitor so that chat can see it too.
Oh, are you on Discord?
All right, here we go.
Discord.
I don't know if you'll hear the audio, but that's not important.
Oh, it's a fidget spinner thing.
Well, you got the magnets, and then they'll spin each other. I think.
Oh,
this isn't as impressive as I thought it would be.
No, Jared, they're just lining up the fidgets.
Yeah, that's the fidget.
Why would I be impressed? Why would I be impressed by that?
I'm sorry.
Wait,
that's kind of more what I was thinking. Where like the magnets are constantly spinning against each other.
Oh, it's called free energy.
It's not though.
I think it is because you just like let it go. It goes forever. I'm pretty sure.
It's never gonna stop.
It eventually will break down.
No.
No, well that doesn't make sense.
Whoa!
You think something like that would break down? I don't.
Oh yeah, with this many moving parts, ain't no way.
From what I'm learning about magnets in these few seconds, I'm curious how we've struggled with energy for the past century.
Yeah, entropy, motherfucker.
Well, tell entropy to get working.
That's all it does.
It's always working.
Even when it's not.
That's deep.
What are you talking about? Number 3 here?
That's deep. That's deep.
Oh yeah.
Looks tight.
Tight and deep.
You ain't getting out of that.
This is a sticky situation.
Oh, now it's sticky too? Oh man, game over.
Well, I imagine once you go in there, like some stuff is gonna come out, so there's probably gonna be like a little bit of a dribble, you know?
Yeah.
How
it goes. Now, what color do we make this dribble?
I got you.
Don't you dare make it red. Damn it, you made it red.
It's not all red. Somehow that's worse.
This is the first time this has happened, I guess.
Oh, right,
yeah, there's usually some residual fluids. Oh, there's like a it's pooling in there.
How you guys feel about the theme? You know how I feel about one-word themes, Pomo. There's at least the minimum bar that I think a theme has to clear for me, and it's like the minimum bar is that I have to be able to interpret it with more than one interpretation. So fortunately, that clears the minimum bar.
Yeah, so that's good.
It doesn't immediately inspire a lot of mechanics that seem unique, but I think that's more of an us problem because we want to create something novel, and that's always just on its face a difficult thing to do. It's fine. I think it's a fine theme. At the very least, it doesn't seem that restrictive.
Bad theme for a bad jam is basically what I would.
I mean, it is just down to jam. So
it's just down. So it doesn't matter that much. You can kind of phone it in.
That's our catchphrase of the weekend, Pomo. It's just down to jam.
It's just down to jam. It's J, we'll just for short we'll say JD2J.
I have an idea, like a legitimate,
an actual
idea.
You're not clowning.
I'm not clowning. So we have a magnet.
I don't know if I'm ready to listen yet.
And you can move this thing around, up, down, left, right, and also clockwise and counterclockwise.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a bunch of other magnets in the world that you have to sort of collect and bring them to like some sort of exit or whatever. But every time you collect one, your train of magnets gets longer and harder to deal with. But you still have to navigate, like, I don't know, tight corridors and shit like that to try and find other magnets. So you're constantly like moving this thing and rotating it around, but you can't hit the edges. Otherwise, I don't know, something happens or some shit.
Lose a magnet.
Or yeah, maybe you'll lose a magnet or something. So like you're trying to navigate through this little maze while almost kind of like playing a game of Operation where you can't touch the edges or anything like that. So you can only like translate it up, down, left, right, or rotate it to try and squeak your way in to grab these little magnets and then take them all into the exit or something like that.
Yeah, I like the combining thing because like that really fits into the whole like train.
Yeah.
You know, like making a magnet train.
Right.
Coupling things.
I wonder, like, it probably won't be like physically accurate, but you could potentially make like a Tetris shape of trains as long as the poles line up, you know? So like
it wouldn't necessarily be like a linear thing.
I think in real physics it would only ever be like a linear thing, but you could. I'm being real careful here with how I'm adding these magnets so I don't make a swastika.
Yeah, wow, you're doing. Oh boy,
but it's just to demonstrate. Wait, if I go left or right, okay, no, that's the one I don't want to do. That's the one I don't want. I'm just like I couldn't remember. It's which one would be offensive if I added it to the left or the right. So there we go.
Yeah.
So you could make like you would slowly create like an abomination of a magnet thing, but you still have to like navigate these sort of corridors. So if you don't do it properly, you might fuck yourself over. It's be like, shit, I gotta shed some of these boys to get to the exit or something, right? Like the decisions that you make to try and connect to these magnets will affect where you can sort of go.
Are there any bad nits that you don't want to get?
Sure. There could be like bombs or some shit that'll just like blow up a chunk of your magnet section. I think we should include some bad nits just because of the name.
Yeah, dude.
Yo, you just grabbed a bad nit. That's bad.
Shit, that's bad. You don't want that.
Bad nits explode. Or if we really want to get like fuck you physics with it, we could have monopole magnets.
Not even real?
No, physically not. But
are you sure though?
But
like,
that could potentially fuck up your train. Oh, you could also have a magnet that connects like this, like in between two magnets.
Oh shit!
Now we made a guy running with a sword.
Ha! But maybe at the edge of the sword
there's a swastika.
He's
got this sort of like chainsaw looking.
Yeah, well, it's like one of those like 4-winged boomerangs.
Yeah.
It's like an Aussie weapon, I think.
I'm pretty sure the Australian.
I'm pretty sure it's pronounced Uzi.
Oh, you see, you learn something new every day.
I have Uzis.
Okay.
Let me add them titters.
I want them titters. So we're trying to get to.
We're trying to get to the titty. We're trying to get to
titty. Yeah. We're trying to magnetize to the titty.
To the nipple magnet.
To the nipple magnet.
Yeah.
But if we connect too many as we're going through, then the nipples sag and rip.
If you want to animate a saggy titty, go ahead, Steven.
Not really.
I figured. And again, I must emphasize, not because we think it would be inappropriate, but because we think it would be a lot of work. Yes.
The only lines we won't cross have nothing to do with morality.
We just don't have time.
Do we got time to do it? Do I want to do it?
You could also, I don't know what you're going for here, Andrew, but it's making me think like these things are coming at you and you want to avoid them. By either like pushing them away. Yeah, you gotta like rotate around. But the more damage you take, the bigger your thing gets, which makes it harder to dodge shit.
That's kind of cool. It makes it harder to get rid of them.
Right.
Well, this was making me think like almost of like a radial Tetris magnet thing.
Oh.
Where like you want to connect, but you like technically you can connect any of these depending on like how you just in the center pivoting and rotating.
Yeah.
But like depending on how you line up your positives and negatives, you know, like how you like where it lands, you can either fill stuff or like grow it out further. And then there's obviously like a limit where like you would break it and it's like kind of game over or something.
Yeah.
Or, like, or like certain combinations or whatever. Like if you can actually make something like this or whatever whatever a Tetris is or whatever. To like break it and go to the next level or something like that. But it's seeming like there's some cool things we can do with the plus and minus and moving around to like both. Track stuff, make things, avoid stuff. Sometimes we want to get bigger. Sometimes we want to get smaller.
Yeah. Sometimes you want just like a big beefy boy. Other times you want a long skinny train.
Long skinny train.
Like what
that's why I'm into the magnet thing though. It seems like there's a lot of ways we can do it.
Yeah. Another thing that we could do maybe is like we could periodically have like one sort of thing like this. You're just like, all right, you just need to slot a magnet into this spot.
In there.
Slot a magnet into this spot, and the moment it like detects it, or maybe you hit like, I don't know, enter or something, it'll just be like, boom, level clear, and then it'll like, I don't know, it doesn't necessarily have to be connected, but now this is somewhere else. So now you need to make like this L shape and get it in there. So you can either like make it nice and clean and just like perfectly make that shape, or it's some sort of abomination that just happens to have this L shape at the tip of it that you can like slot it into.
There.
Yeah. Although that would get tricky if like, because this is just assuming that all of them happen on like the edge of the danger zone. What if you had one that was like, right here? And maybe that would just be too easy to get or impossible to get, and then you couldn't progress or whatever. But I like the idea. I like the idea of like this radial thing of them coming out, and I'm also just imagining just a nice clean like almost Nintendo Switch-esque sound for when they like snap together. Like little.
I think no matter what, like if we do a magnet thing, I think we can make a very satisfying clicky magnet.
Absolutely. Oh, I'm just imagining like a simple little VFX. Maybe like they radiate from the connection point to the end of the magnet or something like that.
Yeah.
It will vibrate kind of a thing.
Oh yeah.
I got a lot of fun effects and shit on it. Screen shakes. I like screen shakes.
Oh, dude, it's insane how much like it changes the game when you add screen shake.
Oh,
so much. I mean, imagine playing Knitworth without screen shake.
Damn, why even play it at that point?
Yeah. I mean, you are in Granny's brain.
That's true. Granny's got titties.
An old coworker of mine from Zynga is at GDC right now, and she was going through a bunch of like those alt control games, and apparently, I'm not sure if it was an alt control game, but there's a game that you can play at GDC that she said was a rhythm knitting game, and she's like, you should sue them. I was like, holy shit, you remembered Knitworth.
Wow, no way.
Damn. You know what? I think those bastards who made that rhythm knitting game also remembered Knitworth.
Right?
Yeah, I bet
we were their inspiration. Where's our royalties? Yeah, so I'm kind of really jiving with this, just any sort of like magnet connection train idea thing. But
let's start listing down some mechanical magnet things that we can do.
Between like this initial pitch and what you got going on over here, I think I like yours more, just because it seems like it's more arcadey and replayable, whereas like we would have to design some levels for it.
I'm always nervous about the level thing.
I feel like at some point we do need to reach a point where we might be more comfortable with that, to the point where we like don't avoid it. But
I know.
I don't think this idea is promising enough for us to put the effort into that. If we had some sort of mechanic that was super duper interesting, but also required like some level based stuff, then I say we go for it. Kind of like how we did with Aloft.
True.
Yeah,
well, I don't think this. Speaking of which, there's a new game that I see streamers playing.
Puzzle territory almost.
Yeah.
Don't say it's Aloft.
Its name is Aloft.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Hold on. What is this game? I need to see. What are these freaks?
I'll post it. I'll post it in Discord, and I'll show it up on stream. I don't know. It's like a co-op sandbox survival game set in the world of floating islands.
Wait a minute.
This is these people are Ludum Dare memers. They've heard of our game. They just don't want us to publish ours. This looks so similar to our game too.
I'm gonna ask Nintendo how they sued Pal World and try to do the same thing.
Money.
Man, this looks so similar to that. What was it called? It was like a puzzle platformer thing on an island. You're like a boy running around on like floating.
Owlboy?
No,
because Owlboy was it. Just got here. What the fuck are those things? Oh, so Roka says you just got here. What the fuck are those things eating each other in the top left?
Oh, that's a great question.
That's the coupling.
You know how trains like have connectors. Each end of a train has sort of like a little feature to like buckle onto the other.
You haven't even seen Roka where we all came from here.
Yeah.
I love how we're just
journey.
We're just drifting down diagonally.
Oh, okay. Leaving them.
We're making a train.
Oh, the train. This is our train.
Wait, hang on. I think I just remembered here. Anyone with link, no access, they can be a viewer. There we go. I will just paste the board on the.
For anyone
to view.
I wanted them to edit.
Well, they can't.
You know what? Get in here and help.
Help us.
Help me.
Help me. Okay. So the things that seem promising to me right now are just like the basic connection mechanic, as well as like the sort of death border here. Like there's a clear end state, and like the tension around like managing that sounds like it could be interesting. Is there, so we got like we know we can make a nice, juicy, satisfying, like click together sort of
I think these
effect.
have faces on them. I'm just going to say it right now.
Oh my god, absolutely. And they should look at each other when they're about to connect.
Yes, and basically their mouths just go.
What if they're?
Oh, do you want them to like be kissing, just like?
Yeah.
As long as they still look functionally like magnets.
Help me, God! Don't let the positives kiss the negatives.
Oh,
that's all they want to do.
But they're not allowed. Not in God's game.
If you really want to get problematic with it, you obviously don't want the same poles connecting with each other.
That's the thing. Like positives and positives don't belong together.
So here's my question though. Like I'm sure we can make just a fucking crunchy connection mechanic.
Yes.
What should happen when the same poles try to repel each other?
Oh, I mean,
especially in the context of like this, where the magnets are floating in on their own. I'm assuming not like in any sort of like physicsy way. They're kind of just like translating.
I think they would be on tracks, as it were.
So you would just kind of like push them away.
It would, yeah. I think it would probably be the choice is between either they like completely repel, like they just go away, and it's like that's what you wanted to do, or they like have the same impact like you were showing with those fidget spinners, where if you're spinning around, like they might also have like a force applied to them like that, you know?
Yeah.
Like two like positives would like spin that. You would spin that other magnet, which may be something you want to do. I don't know.
So like if say this one were negative and this one were positive, and we turn it towards this magnet that's coming up, would it be something like this magnet gets pushed away in this direction, and then the positive just like clicks onto it, or what should happen, especially if we come at it from the side like this?
Yeah, I think it would probably need to be, like if we have like a radial force around it, like there should be like an attraction force as well. And I think the natural thing that would happen is it would spin and the positive would connect onto this thing.
I think this game, or whatever sort of magnet mechanic that we have, I think it'll just be inherently more interesting if there's some sort of actual like physics simulation component to it. Even if it's just like each side is like radiating some sort of like impulse or pulling force.
Right.
Just the interaction between those things and the slight unpredictability of it will give it a lot of spice, and that's not hard to do.
Okay. I want to make sure that it's not like creating like a difficult thing.
No. Like it's not that intense of like a physics simulation. But at the same time, we're gonna have to design a game that can support something like that, right?
Yes.
So it's because Tetris itself is a very discrete game. There's no sort of continuous nature to it. It's just like the block's here, and then it's here, and then it slots in right here. There's no like in between sort of thing. I'm just be like, oh, but if the block's like halfway between this and this, then this. No, that's not a thing.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
So
it's very mathematical and clear.
So we can't necessarily like. Tetris seems like a good like starting point in terms of just like figuring out what the shape of this is going to look like, but we'll probably need to think of some other sort of goal or
what are you doing with this thing?
That better supports like that better supports the fact that like these magnets can be in literally any orientation, 360 degrees, right?
Yeah, it's fair. It's too chaotic maybe for like a puzzle type thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it just needs to be more action.
But that chaos can absolutely be a positive if we just lean into it somehow, or if we think of some sort of goal or mechanic to support that. Because I do think that magnets are inherently like pretty chaotic. Like you can kind of predict what they're gonna do, but they'll still sometimes surprise you. And I think the interesting thing about magnets is that like even if they behave in a way that you didn't expect, once they finish like their little behavior thing, you're just like, shit, right, yeah, that makes sense. So I don't think anybody who would come at this magnet from the side trying to push away this negative thing, they'll be surprised when it spins around and the positive attaches to the other side, but then they'll just be like, fuck, that's right? Like it's not gonna like throw them for a loop or anything like that. And I think that's the cool thing about like just
if it acts like a magnet, then the justification is that's how magnets work, bitch.
And that's going to be, I think, a huge boon for us as well in terms of like the player sort of learning how the game works, because everyone kind of has like an inherent base level understanding of what a magnet is and what they do, sort of thing, right?
True. Okay.
Watch out, the board is catching fire. You goddamn right, bro. You're not. Oh no! They can react.
I was wondering where that shit was coming from.
I didn't see that until you pointed it out.
How do you even do that?
I'm not sure. Is it like a right click sort of? Oh wait, no. Here's reactions. Oh, why aren't you using the head explodey one? I guess it doesn't. I thought it was from a close up. It looked like a dude whose head was on fire.
It does look like a guy with a head. Hey. I like the idea of like really corporate people using emojis as they share a Miro board remotely.
Dude, there's a thing in Teams, and I've only ever seen it occasionally, but it can detect when you give a thumbs up on your camera, and then it'll show like a little thumbs up emoji on the screen.
Yeah, I don't like that.
I hate it.
Zoom does that too. People will accidentally like put their hands up or something, and it does like animations. Like,
who actually needs that?
Needs this?
Nobody wants that.
I can't think of a single job where in a work call I need it to like animate what I'm doing.
There's also a Teams premium feature where you can use AI to generate a new background for you, and not just like generate some like random spacescape or something. It'll literally like take a picture of your current background, like the meeting room that you're sitting in, and you're just like, I want a candelabra on this wall, and I want this chair to look different. I'm just like, wow.
But why?
And how many trees are we like chopping down just to get this chair to look like a beanbag?
Seriously. Really getting use out of AI the proper way.
It's all worth it though.
Yeah,
you're in a meeting and maybe you catch like your coworker off guard because of your background.
I'm still just so pissed that everyone's focusing on AI to do creative shit and not like the tedious stuff that nobody wants to do.
Thank you.
Thank you. The whole
come
reason
on.
why we would want AI, and they're not using it for it.
We're using it for the most petty shit.
It's so dumb. There was a podcast I listened to with these guys, did with their dad. They were on a video call with each other, and every now and then the dad would accidentally make his webcam show some balloons or something with a hand gesture. I wonder if it was like a celebration sort of thing where he's like has both of his hands up and he's waving them.
Yeah, if you put both your hands, because I think Zoom, like if you put both hands up, it does like fireworks or something.
Oh my god. Although, which is odd because I've seen some people in Zoom, especially when people are muted, they do that thing where they lift both their hands up and they shake them, which apparently means like thank you or something. It means something in sign language. Or no, that's like a silent applause. Yeah, that's what it was. It's like just a silent applause. I don't want fireworks to go along with that shit. I wasn't that excited about it.
Chill out, y'all. We don't need fireworks.
I don't need my meeting tool to have a personality.
No.
Well,
I'm not trying to have fun inside this meeting. I know it's
to augment the fact that you don't have a personality. That's what
well, I mean, that is true.
It's the fact that these people in meetings just need some layer of humanism because they don't have any.
Imagine finding that stuff interesting. How like lame is that?
Imagine how lame you must be.
But also think about it's not a simple thing to do to detect those gestures with a variety of like human bodies and types and colors and shit. Like so much work went into that.
And was it?
Oh no! If any, the reaction to those things will either be like mild surprise or just pure annoyance. You know, nobody's just gonna be like, "Yo, this is game changing, man. This is gonna make my remote office parties so much more fun." I don't think I ever talked about that. Of just like the tradition. No, you guys kind of knew of like the tradition of when someone left Zynga is they would go to Mars Bar and everyone would go there and just like have drinks with them, buy them drinks and stuff as like their last sort of day thing. There was one QA guy that got absolutely fucked up on like 4 or 5 Long Island iced teas back to back to back. But for me, I left in June of 2020. So we did it over Zoom.
Oh, that's sad.
It was.
Damn. I think they would have done it over Zoom regardless of it.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like, you know what, Jared? Just get out of here.
It's just Jared.
Another important thing for this game, I think, is that we should probably stick to 2D. I think 3D magnets is going to be.
Let's do
3D.
Way too
fly
different.
Around a 3D magnet plane and try to connect all these things together in Z space. Give it to me.
Is there anything interesting about the fact like, so we have this arena here, we have this danger zone that you're not supposed to cross or whatever?
Yes.
Would anything interesting happen if we could move that whole arena around?
Oh, like move the border around?
Right, like we can rotate it, but we can also like move it up, down, left, and right.
Oh, like, are you moving your like center magnet?
The whole thing, like the danger zone and the center magnet, like the whole thing. So like if you ever get too big, you'll die no matter where you are. But you can move this thing all over the place. I don't. Okay, that's just I'm just trying to like see what happens. Like propose the thing and see what happens. Like, is there anything interesting about that?
Yeah. I'm trying to think of.
That's what we're trying to do with the magnets. Are we trying to make the shapes?
Right, and that's what I'm kind of like. I'm hoping that like ideas like this might spawn something in our brains.
Yeah.
Right. It makes me think like when I think of moving this, it makes me think of like another way to avoid things. It makes me think we're avoiding stuff. So like
we're trying to not touch.
We're not trying to grow. Like we want to stay as small as possible. Like you would do it to move probably away from things.
That's kind of where we started, Roka. But we're not 100% sure if we would want to like. We could have maybe like some generic obstacles or maybe projectiles to avoid. But the initial thought was that you would make like a structure that you would have to navigate like a maze through, but then we would have to design those mazes individually, and there's not a lot of.
It could be what you just said. It's like random obstacles where it's just like things are just kind of. It's like a 2D like side scrolling thing.
Like it could be like, or it could be like a survival thing.
And then, I got a magnet on me. Oh god, now it's harder to move around these things.
Or it could be kind of like a survival thing where you just have like one arena and there's like obstacles or enemies that are trying to touch you, and you're trying to collect magnets to, like, the bigger your magnet, the better your score, and also the longer you survive, the better. So it's like a combination between like how long you survive and how big your structure is or something.
So you're moving and rotating around to try to like avoid these enemies or obstacles that are just traveling in a straight line, but you're sort of like
or shooting at you from a distance or something.
Shooting at you or something.
Right.
But it would have to be like slow enough that you can actually like
exactly.
With you could also have like an attack and defense.
Oh yeah, and there's also a stamina bar and mana. Roko, I went off on a Slime Night tangent yesterday, complaining about the stamina bar and shit.
Jared, you're allowed to forget about that game. It's okay.
No, he actually had a banger idea of like maybe I do a Slime Night stream and I just do like a developer's commentary of the entire dev process of the game, where it started and where it went wrong.
That would
be a pretty good idea.
How you start with a good idea and then allow bad game designers to ruin it.
Yeah.
Whoop.
What a shame.
And then
I will say though, just for the record,
all the alumni and be like, yo, check this out.
I will say just for the record though, the only thing that I objectively like about that game and have no complaints about are the art assets, particularly the character itself, like the player.
That was cool. Was great. I had some complaints about some
the color palette, pretty gross and gaudy. That character model, our artist fucking killed it.
The character,
the model, the rigging, the animation, good shit. Everything else, a bummer of a game it's in.
It's a shame. It's a shame.
I like
a good mechanic and a good character.
Yeah. I like what you did here, Andrew. I'm trying to mull it over right now.
I don't know what it means, but like, you know, if this side is the side is the gun side,
we're shooting guns out.
Oh, so like mash space, and it'll like shoot a projectile out of every like positive terminal, and it would have to be like a terminal end of it, you know?
Yeah, exactly. So the
theme for this game, the theme for this Jam Roca is train. So train of magnets is pretty good so far, I think. it's at least tangentially related.
We have to just follow the path. We'll see where it goes.
Down to jam.
It's just down to jam.
It's just down to jam. Roca, it's not that big a deal. It's just down to jam. I want a compilation of this at the end of the
jam. If we say that, I guarantee that's going to be something I say a lot. So.
Every time you and I talk about our assets, even if we're off Discord, it's going to be like, it's just down to jam.
It's just down to jam.
And then
I wouldn't kill yourself over this. It's just down to jam.
Maybe if you mash the same button, there's like some sort of aura that pops out of the negative. That's like a defensive thing or something.
Yeah, like that could affect things, you know.
Yeah. I think
just having like a different impact of side that's exposed is maybe an interesting idea.
Maybe. I also want to like. I think the main appeal of this game is just like trying to connect these magnets.
Grabbing of the magnets.
The grabbing of the magnets.
Using them.
Yeah. So like, I just want to make sure that we don't like overcomplicate it in a way that makes it hard to sort of pay attention or appreciate like the connectivity aspect of it. Another thing that we can think about is, hang on, and this could also just massively impact the feel of the game, which seems like common sense, but it's something that we never usually start with in terms of like design. What are the controls? Are we moving with
I think we need to
WASD, or are we moving with mouse? Like it follows your mouse.
Oh yeah, like wherever the cursor is the magnet.
Or no, the cursor is your center point, and you can like move it around the screen with your mouse, and then you can like rotate with like A and D or something, like left and right. Or we can have like WASD moves up, down, left, right, and then maybe like Q and E rotates clockwise, counterclockwise. Or we can have like the arrow keys. Like we could have it all on the keyboard, or we could make it a little more chaotic by like moving it around with the mouse, right? That might be too chaotic, But
because the mouse like that's gonna be fast.
It's gonna be a lot faster. So like I think what we decide in terms of like how we move this structure around is going to also impact like what kind of game that we make for it, right?
Well, it'd be fast to move.
Mouse movement with scroll to rotate. That's true.
The rotate would be slow. The moving would be, I think.
Roka has a neat idea of like mouse movement, but like scroll wheel to rotate. That could be relatively fast.
How do we so with the scroll wheel to rotate, how do we deal with people with like those like unlocked scroll wheels?
Oh, I got one of those, baby.
Yeah, I don't. So you have an advantage.
That is, you know what? That is true. That is well, but is it going to? That'll probably be a lot less accurate.
I guess like there would be like a ceiling on it.
I guess I could also just like cap it if we wanted to.
Yeah. I think it would kind of be funny to let them just go ham on it.
Just like make a fucking ceiling fan out of it.
But it's also a thing where it's like, even with the mouse movement, I wouldn't want it to be like exactly just like it's snapping exactly where your mouse is.
Sure.
I would want it to sort of like have a little bit of
like
you move the mouse and then it would like kind of track your mouse and like slowly like follow it.
Almost. What if
so there'd be like a little bit of a delay between it.
What if your mouse was just a giant metal ball?
A Kegel ball.
And the magnet and your structure will move towards that thing. Right? So you have like a loose
ball.
You die. I don't know.
That could be an interesting thing. You're trying to keep your magnets at a distant enough that you're not touching it, but also avoiding other obstacles in there.
That's starting to sound. I think having that separate. Yeah, I think having that separate entity would distract from again the magnet golem. Or whatever.
I still think if we do mouse move it needs to.
It should lag behind.
And I think that would feel bad. Is the thing though.
It's just if it's too fast, it just feels
there's something about like a game where like my character is my cursor that feels cheap and it's too throttled.
It's too like flash game feeling.
Yeah.
Almost.
In that case, then I feel it seems like we've made a decision at least that'll at least guide us towards like how fast we think this thing is going to move. What we could do with even with moving with WASD is we could still have like some like loose acceleration and deceleration to it, so it doesn't move like one to one. So it's still kind of like floating around a little bit.
I like that.
Yeah. So
fast.
Yeah. Oh, we could even have some like acceleration to like the rotation as well. So where like it kind of takes a little bit to spin up, and then it kind of goes out of control. And if you want to go it the other way, you gotta slow like hit the brakes and start. So it feels like just a magnet's floating in space or something. Okay.
What's happening in the game where just literally just spinning around constantly is still fun? Because I feel like that is something people are going to do a lot, where they're just like holding it down and just kind of running around, even though that's not the point of the game.
Yeah.
Well, that's okay. That's
still like something that you can like fuck around with and still have a good time.
That's where we start to like slowly amass just like more magnets on it. And as long I swear, as long as that connection feels nice and juicy, that's kind of where the enjoyment's gonna come from. If like. Yeah. Imagine you just like run into like 4 or 5 different magnets at once, and it's always like sort of thing as you're spinning around.
Yeah, that would be kind of cool.
Or even if we add like a little bit of like, if I can detect when there's consecutive connections over a short span of time, it could just be like, like it can. Oof, I'm telling you, man. If we
like tiered like sounds.
Yeah, if we just focus on making that like magnet connection part fun and add just some kind of goal to it, this shit's gonna pop.
Especially if there's faces on the magnets, and
absolutely, like, and they have like a tiny little like orgasm every time they connect.
I mean,
and then we each make like 10 orgasm sounds each at least.
Oh my goodness! Yeah, this is just like it's just a horny magnet game.
Yeah,
let's give them tits.
Perfect.
Wait, could these just be boobs? Like it's just like a pill-shaped boob, and it's got a nipple on either end.
Yeah.
We're straying too far from God's light here. Okay, so we'll be moving with WASD, and well, we don't necessarily have to move around. At the very least, I think the one thing that we know for sure is we'll be rotating.
I think the rotating.
Yeah, rotating for sure. Whether or not we move around is going to be fully depends on what the goal is.
Exactly, and that's the only thing that we haven't sort of determined yet.
The simple one that I can think of that's like focused on connections are what did he say?
When they snap together, they jiggle like a lot.
Oh yeah, they should super.
I mean, we could have. It won't be like based on the physics or anything, but I could definitely just put jiggle things on
little jiggly
on
bits
them.
Yeah, just a little.
Yeah, it would just be like this side jiggles or this side jiggles, but it wouldn't be like based on where the direction comes from or something.
Oh my god!
No.
I just thought about like
as cool as that would be.
putting faces on these things, so you'll have like the positive side.
And the negative
and then
side.
the negative
and
side.
the negative
and it's just like inside out. Oh,
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
And then they're all kissing each other.
I think I think that is non-negotiable that these magnets must have at least. Oh my god!
Oh, it's a battery.
It's a little nipple battery.
Yeah. Wait, hold on. Oh, the negative side wouldn't have a nipple, Andrew.
It would have a cloaca.
It would have a hole. So just draw like a little X-ray, like do like dotted line saying that this is where the hole is.
Okay, yeah.
It's on the inside of that.
Gotcha.
These are the electrons coming out of the positive end.
Like hole.
Yeah.
These are the electrons.
An innie nipple.
Oh my god, if we could have like electricity arcing from hole to hole.
Oh, as they're approaching, like a little spark.
Does he
even just a little spark at the certain proximity between two actors?
Does the indie nipple have any sort of like memories of what like the Audi nipple experiences?
Shut up! I just realized that I'm not gonna be able to watch that.
I know.
Me too.
We're gonna be held off from watching the finale.
We all just make a pact that we just watch it and just
invest. Yeah, just invest an hour into watching the finale of Severance. Of course, it's good, Roka. I meant to watch it yesterday, but then I got tired. I was like, I need to get some sleep before this jam.
Problem is,
we could just go ahead and watch it. I mean,
it is just down to jam.
It's just down to jam.
It's just down to jam. Listen, if we get done with brainstorming by 9,
you can watch it during your dinner break.
We'll watch it on stream.
Well, I already ate dinner, so I'm good.
Oh damn it!
Well, I had to, otherwise it'd be like.
Oh, that's true.
Right? Yeah.
I ate dinner like 4:30.
Yeah, it starts at an awkward time for us. Because 4 o'clock was when this shit started for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like basically just ate lunch. Okay.
Okay. So
what's the toy level fun of this thing?
Just the magnets clicking together and making weird shapes is definitely going to be the toy.
Okay.
I still think the
but also the repel has to be interesting.
Yeah, it has to be interesting as well.
Yeah.
Because I'm
thinking just spinning around. Because I think like this like little thing that we drew here was like, oh, if you're coming against this negative one, it'll just spin around and then click. I'm like, I don't want that to always happen.
Exactly. Yeah. Like,
I want there to be some like actual some actual like not consequence, but like interaction that's like planned, I guess. But.
Like we should be able to completely reject a magnet, right?
Maybe if you get too close, a negative to a negative, they just start screaming, and then one of them just starts like backing away. It's like,
and I'm just gonna watch some videos of magnets repelling, seeing.
Oh, I think that's good. Discord that shit up.
Yeah, let's all get like hard for magnets right now.
I'm playing with my magnet right now.
Which one?
Your penis.
A magnet.
Imagine
my penis.
Like a magnet, like what are those, like Prince Rupert's or whatever?
Oh, gross.
Let's see. Yeah, we got the. Great, cool, awesome.
What is this guy like a teacher? He only has 65 subscribers. Can we go to someone?
I know. I just want to get a sense of the physics.
Yeah, it always kind of just like it eventually.
When I put the
like they have to because like the magnetic field is like honestly kind of like a penis head. Like it's hard to just like do a straight on like repulsion. Like it would feel unnatural. What do we got here? The amazing discovery of magnets. Oh, this guy's always great.
I have quite a number of them in my collection.
I trust him.
Only very
Looks like an
occasionally,
engineer
in
at
fact,
my
only
work.
twice, I think, I've come across magnetic toys which show a completely new principle.
Can you guys hear this?
And this is
No.
the second one I've come across. Extraordinary. And it consists of just 4 neodymium discs, which are very strong magnets.
He sounds
And then curiously
great,
here we have a
I
ring.
love him actually.
He does sound great, so I'm gonna reshare and hopefully with audio.
Is he British?
Screens this Hide stream preview. Sound may not be available when sharing a screen on your device. Okay, then we'll change it to applications. This one. Also share audio application. Sure. I don't know where it's going to come from though.
Containing
find out.
Very small.
I'm assuming
no audio.
All right, that's fine.
No
now to
more
make the
audio.
effect, you simply have to join these pieces together.
Wait, hang on.
That's quite strong now.
He could be teaching me so much right
And
now.
this one here.
I know. There's so much I do
one.
about magnets that
To
he's
show how
like
strong they
opening
are,
my
we'll
eyes,
put it
but
together and see what
But
happens.
too bad. Can't hear
here we
it.
are.
Push it away
Womp
from
womp.
distance.
Look at that though.
Look at
It's
that.
fucking magic is what that
Anyway,
is.
We want it to be attracting, so I'm going to put it in that mode there when it's going to
Randollutions.com.
come towards
Oh.
it. Keep it away.
Can y'all hear that?
Now the
No.
All right, that's
ring
fine
here,
then.
we're going to
Whatever,
get this
fuck
into
you.
a repulsion.
It's okay.
mode
It's-
to try and
It's
get
a
it to push
visual
away.
experience.
Oh, it's attracting. So I'll turn
Unmute
it
your stream
over,
for a second to hear his voice.
and now it should repel. Yes, it's repelling.
Yes, it's repelling.
Now the clever part
he is
when we
British.
put these two
Haha.
pieces together as an assembly.
I knew it.
We've now got a single
He was
magnetic system.
You two were
One that's going to be attracted to this, and a little set of ring of 6 which are being repelled by this outside magnet. What's going to happen when I bring this towards it? It's being attracted.
It does
to
seem
the
like
middle
moving
one,
could be
and it's being
interesting
repelled
just from the
by
toy
little satellite
aspect.
one on the
Yeah.
outside. What could happen?
What could happen?
It's fine.
Oh.
It was attracted and it
What?
stopped.
How did that happen?
How did you do that?
He's got a
There's about
positive
an
magnet attracting it and a
8 or
bunch and a
4
ring of
inch
negative
air gap
magnets
there
around
now
it.
What?
It can't get any closer,
That-
but not
how-
further away either.
How?
Magnets.
Wouldn't the magnets be like
Absolutely
ripping
amazing.
that plastic piece apart
I'll
right
turn
now
this
because they're
one-
trying to repel that
I
inner
mean, it's
magnet?
not that strong of a magnet.
If I turn the
They're
big
so
one,
strong.
the ring,
All of them.
happens.
All of
Turns
them.
around with it, still maintaining that air gap of about 1/8 to 1/4 inch
1/4
way
inch.
around.
I want to see a video of those magnets that are so powerful
just
that
get
they can like
closer,
rip your
they're
hand
going
off
further
and
away
get
either.
between them, or
If
like
you
they
can't
like
equilibrium,
God.
it's
Oh my goodness.
blasted. Like they
Like an invisible
explode
arm
if
going
they
between
if
together.
they come in contact too fast.
It's called an inverter by the inventor. It's reminding him, I suppose, of the tractor beam in Star Trek. Invisible, but anyway, to me, it's magic. It's
Risky testing of a 350-pound force super magnet. How strong is
Oh
it?
shit!
I'm interested.
Okay.
Super
know why I
magnets
blocked this
have
one.
been fascinating me for quite a while.
Oh, I
but
had
now I'm
to
starting to have my doubts. Is
install-
that
like, install a
neodymium
new
magnets
one.
really a 300-pound force magnet? Is it even worth putting it in a box
really dumb.
and protecting it? It's time to test this thing or break it. Is it really a super magnet? Let's
He's-
find out. Here we go.
he's not saying
For this
anything,
test,
but
we're
he's
going
really
to use
emphatic,
this
like what he's
luggage
saying.
that
Yes,
I've
he's very
verified does about
YouTuber-ish.
60 pounds. I have no idea how much a manhole cover weighs. You'll see the paper plate.
Okay,
The whole
my
idea of that
shadow.
is to help it so I can slide it off. Super magnets are about being vertical. Any sideward force.
This is the
not
risky
verified for
test?
that number of pounds.
It's very
So let's
risky
give it a
because
shot,
that's a
see how it goes.
sewer
Super magnet
cap
against manhole
thing.
cover.
He could get sewered.
Okay,
Wow.
I'm reading
Don't commit
71
suicide.
pounds.
Oh, suicide.
71 pounds worth. Good to go. I've mounted the super magnet
It works.
onto a steel plate.
Wow, that's a
on the
magnet.
climbing wall.
That's what I assumed.
man.
Just like that.
Can it
Let's go over
alter
the test
weight?
rig.
Angle from it.
Climbing gear. This is so that folks have something to hold on to.
No way he's gonna
1,000-pound
he's
wedding.
dangling from us. No
Stand
way.
is just simple. Has a carabiner.
Oh, just
an eye hook,
a
Plastic
cool,
lid.
cool
That weighs
wow,
like-
it holds up a
Lid.
plastic
and an eye
lid.
bolt
That's
like that.
pretty strong.
Just made sure it was laying flat, not unscrewed.
Unbelievable.
So I got it close.
Wow,
Just
look at that.
Ready for test. I'm going to use this average scale to weigh the amount of weight
Wow,
to
0
put on the
pounds.
system. So this rig weighs 1.5 pounds. The first test subject weighs 86 pounds. So with the test rig,
He only weighs
86
86 pounds.
He's so light.
And the magnet is still
Oh, it's a
full.
kid.
This time
Oh.
we've added 2 pounds to the rig.
I thought that
That
was a
makes a little
grown.
more sense. I thought it was a grown-ass man. I was
I
very
thought a
confused.
grown man weighed 86 pounds. I couldn't believe that.
That's insane.
Now we've added 10 pounds.
The kid
to
wearing
subject.
moon boots?
122.
Yeah, what are those, like-
pounds and holding.
Moon
I
shoes.
sense we're
Braces.
entering dangerous territory, so I have our test subject.
Here's a
wearing
slightly
helmet,
larger
and
child.
we have a crash
Yeah,
bag.
well, it's
Thinking.
he has different versions of the same kid.
Oh!
Yes.
Doesn't
Did I get a
work.
350-pound force neodymium magnet? This one doesn't qualify based on the test we just ran. I was getting ready to wrap up the video, and quite frankly, I was very disappointed because the magnet was failing, and it was supposed to be a 350-pound magnet. So I went back and looked at the specs on how they tested it, and they tested it not with 1 sheet of steel, but the equivalent of half an inch of steel. So I went out and I drilled a whole bunch more of these plates.
Wow, you put
Truly,
more steel
it was a
onto
valid
it
test.
now.
And as soon as I put the magnet on it,
Oh, you
I
added
could
more
tell it was a
magnet
big difference.
juice.
I've redone the
that's
test
how
rig,
magnets
added
work.
another bucket top to it to make it a little more stable, put the wood inside, and a couple more carabiners for folks to hang on to. The test rig itself
This is a supremely uninteresting video given the title. Risky testing of a 350-pound force magnet. It's like, he's basically talking about, does it really hold 350 pounds? But he's just like standing on it. It's like, sure.
Yeah.
That's it. This doesn't seem very risky.
This is 260. hold it.
Wow, 260 pounds. Oop! Oh, you should have worn your helmet, you dumb bitch.
260 is where.
Amazing discovery. No, I want this one. Copper repels magnet, but how?
Why does this happen? Well, copper is not magnetic. However, the strong magnetic field
That's
from the magnet
impossible.
causes the electrons on the surface of the copper cylinder to
I know
rotate.
those.
The electrons
How do
begin
we
to rotate in a
display an
circular path,
electron
creating resistance to the
in
magnet.
some,
The stronger the
like,
magnet, the stronger the resistive field in the electrons. As a result, the resistance is so high that the magnet stops at a
Zip.
time.
How do we give it a fit?
Whoa. Wow, okay, that wasn't interesting either.
Wow, but how? I love that they're implying that it's like some deep magical mystery.
Amazing magnet. 9 amazing magnet gadgets.
Wow.
Okay. Oh, sand.
Oh,
Sand.
sand.
The slow fall ball. Oh, I've seen this.
Slow fall ball?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Stop it. Just
Oh.
That's,
Let's keep
that is
going.
kind of cool. It was just like,
It's like a reverse railgun.
Yeah.
that's funny. Oh!
Oh, dude.
Oh, now we got a
This
toy.
is like the next generation Fushigi.
Hover pen.
Wow. What is?
What? It works. Is
Magnet.
it magnetic ink?
Peen.
But
Whee!
so the magnet has nothing to do with its ability to write.
No.
This is cool though.
This is
Sanskrit.
actually kinda cool.
Sanskrit. That's a good name.
That's cool. That's cool.
That's neato.
I like this.
Hmm.
I like
It
this.
tickles me in the tism.
Yeah, my.
I had one of these and I fucking
Whoa.
loved it.
Oh, yeah.
These things were so cool.
Dick.
I didn't know this was a magnet thing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. How else would it work?
Well, I've never actually held one, so I actually don't know what it
Yeah.
is. I just assumed it was a thing on like a little ball on a stick or
Nah.
something.
Magnetic putty.
Oh, dude, like that ferrofluid stuff. is really
Yeah.
cool.
I'm gonna drink some ferrofluid one day and see what happens.
You'll die.
Yeah, you should. You should do that.
I don't know. My body's like not magnetic.
Give it some
so it's
eyeballs.
fine. That's what the coupling is like.
Oh. The Gaussian gun.
Okay.
Oh, this is neat.
Oh, we're making a gun. Oh,
Whoa!
holy shit!
Yeah.
Damn! That's sweet.
Because I'm pretty sure the it reverses the polarity of the last one there when you add that other
Really?
ball to it. Yeah, because that's another weird thing. When you connect magnets together, they become one magnet.
Right.
Whoa.
Which is why it'll technically be physically impossible to do something like this. But I think it would be cool if we could do that.
Listen, we're not here to be
Well, that's-
physically accurate.
No.
It's just down to jam.
The mag switch. I'm assuming that just reverses polarity.
Oh.
Zip.
Oh.
How
Let's see.
do?
Can I see it?
You know, show me how.
Oh no, it just turns the magnetic thing on and
Wait,
off.
magnets can be turned on and off?
They
Oh!
can. It's
explain.
insane because
Explain.
I'm pretty sure this is just a metal chunk, and then the switch is going to press a magnet up against it and make it become magnetized. Like when you connect magnets, shit gets weird. You know what else is so fucked up? If you cut a magnet in half, then it makes
right?
2 magnets with a positive and a negative side on each end.
That is nutso.
Magnets are fucking crazy.
That's just bonkers. It's stupid.
It's the closest that we have to magic. Aw, darn.
Shoot, time to turn my magnet on.
Ring.
Holy heck.
That's crazy. That's crazy. No way. 5 pounds? Seriously?
not happening.
It's so happening. Wow, that guy's so strong.
The electromagnet makes more sense to me than whatever the fuck that is.
Which is just
so
a much
slow.
simpler thing.
Right.
Whoa.
That's the problem. It's too simple.
Ooh. Oh, it's solar system time? That's sick! That's a clock!
What?
Oh, I want one of
Serious?
those. That's actually awesome. That's so cool.
That's a freaking clock.
I mean, granted, it really is probably just like 3 spinning magnet discs, but that's dope. I think that's pretty cool.
I love it.
That's awesome.
Wow.
And you got the mega levitator.
That's
Holy shit.
Whoa, you hold a brick?
big old brick.
See, that's where repulsion is just neat.
It is super neat.
I don't know how it's not like flying off into space though. That's crazy. Okay, so
how
do we make our repulsion mechanic that interesting?
Yeah.
Because I feel like where repulsion becomes interesting is when it starts to engage with the sort of like chaotic physics nature of the game. That's where like the chaotic physics sort of comes in, is with repulsion.
Right.
Because that's just gonna inherently introduce like an unpredictability to it. Hello, Cassie. Hi.
If
you have something to say?
Cassie in half, is there like a one side that's positive and negative as well?
Unfortunately, if you split a cat in two, you will still just have one cat.
Damn it! Damn it!
What are you chirping about?
At least try it though.
You know what? It is just out
Cassie down
for science.
It is just out of jam.
Let's see if Cassie can go beyond the death border.
Yeah, you kind of want to inspire the same curiosity that like a video like that does, of like, wow, like, without it feeling too like flashy educational game, like the same sort of impact of like curious movements. But so I do think that just rotating alone, I'm wondering, might not be enough. Unless the like repel and stuff is doing such interesting things, or we have different kinds of things going on. But as like a simple like the MVP type of thing happening, where it's you just turn this thing and a thing connects with it.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's there.
Does it make a difference if we make the magnets longer?
Oh, like
long, skinny magnets.
Yeah, because like then you might not have the sort of thing where like the negative just rotates a little bit and then positive immediately connects to it. If the positive end is a lot further, or not
farther
a lot
away.
further away, but it's just further away.
It's not close. It's not in that.
Yeah.
So
be attracted.
Right. So it kind of it just starts kind of like spinning.
It would, yeah. I think if it's longer, it would probably spin a little bit, but it would probably actually get pushed away.
Yeah, because that's another thing that we should probably consider as well. Is I'm imagining that these magnets are existing in a vacuum, like not on a table surface, not like in the air where there's like air resistance. So once it starts spinning, it'll start spinning forever, and once it gets like pushed away, it'll move at that same velocity away.
Unless acted on by an outside force.
Exactly.
That's physics.
Oh, how'd you figure that out?
So
my man Newton.
So even if we were to push a magnet away, it won't just like stop. It won't just like get pushed away a little bit and then kind of just like sit there.
No, it'll just like shoot, and then it's just gone. No friction in this game, baby.
Exactly.
I think it is better, if it just kind of goes away. Like I think we want to keep. Ideally, with something like this, I guess you want to keep the momentum up. So
yeah.
Well, here's the question. So there's a bunch of these magnets like floating around in the scene. You repel one, it just goes like flying off.
What if it hits another magnet?
Just hit another magnet, and then that creates just this mass.
I think that's kind of
cool.
I think that would be sweet to see.
And then it's just like figure out what the goal is. Are we trying to make a bunch of magnets? Are we trying to make small, like not a lot of magnets?
Could it be like
are we trying to repel magnets into a goal?
Could it be like a delivery thing where like you have to amass a huge chunk of magnets and bring them to like some sort of goal point, and then once you touch that, it like caches in all the magnets, and then you got to start over again, sort of thing. Or not start the level over, but now you just have the one magnet, and you try and you'll get more points based on how big your chunk is, while we still have like obstacles and things to avoid. So it's riskier as you put more and more magnets on, but as long as you can touch that goal, and maybe that goal will be in a different part of the arena every time you cash in.
Yeah.
But there could be something like that in terms of just like. Because another thing that'll be tricky is like what happens once they have like this big monstrous magnet thing. Because the bigger it is, like I think inherently the fewer options that you have with it, or the less control you have over it. So at a certain size, it might not be as interesting. Things will just kind of just start happening to it without the player being able to control it. But if they can decide when to like basically go back down to ground zero again, and then start building it up to like keep like cashing in points like a multiplier, that at least can have that has like that sort of tension and release like constantly throughout the game instead of like one continuous curve until it gets boring sort of thing, you know, like that up and down could be interesting.
Yeah, I don't think this should be like Sandwich, where the goal is to be as big as possible.
No, it should be more about like the aspect of Sandwich that didn't necessarily get as much attention, which is just like size control or whatever, or like structure control. It's not going to be like, despite the physics simulations that will be going on here, the thing is going to just be like manage the size and just like the fucking weird shapes of these magnets, and then cash them in when you think the time is right before things get too out of control. Because things can, like, once you get to a certain size, you might reach a point where like magnets will just start connecting to it randomly, and then you just lose control over it and you die. Like, I think that's fine, but as long as the player can sort of take steps to prevent that from happening, then now you have like a tension and release sort of thing where we might not even have to worry about having some sort of like death border or whatever, because you'll eventually reach a threshold where like it's untenable and you will just die. Like we could maybe have it to like the borders of the arena are still like, you touch this, you die. And then eventually you might get to a size where it's like, magnets are just starting to connect randomly and you can't control it. Boop, operation, you're dead. And then if you die, all of the magnets separate and scatter.
Table simulator, like when you turn the table over.
That would be good. So then I like that idea of just like magnets kind of randomly floating around in space for you to pick up, but if they touch each other, they'll still connect and do something. And it would be so cool too if like they connected and the momentum from that connection propels them in a different direction, or they start spinning or something.
Yeah,
that would be neat.
Yeah, then you have to like kind of like counter, like rotate it to like stop it from spinning around.
Yeah. And you could probably, and if they're spinning too fast, you'll have difficulties like making a proper connection because the two positive terminals aren't staying connected. Yeah, the two positive terminals aren't staying connected long enough to have that snap because it's already spinning over to the negative side, and then you just have like you have to make like immediate connection rather than just relying on like the attraction forces. I don't know if that makes sense, but like
force it.
If a magnet's spinning too fast, it might not be able to. It might have to make physical contact to really establish that connection. I just think that sounds neat. So yeah, that's the only thing that I can think of right now is like having that sort of build up and retract sort of thing. There's actually a game that it reminds me of. This will be a throwback. There was a rhythm game that had a similar sort of idea. Let me pull this up here. Boink, share your screen. And it's going to be unfortunate because it's a rhythm game. Well, I wonder if I just share my screen. It says sound may not be available during the screen. Well, we'll see. I'll share the screen this time instead of the application.
The app? Oh, okay.
Oh, wait. Can I do the application? Oh, fuck. I just closed this.
Usually one of them works and the other doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, so do the one that works.
All right. I'll do... I don't have any... No, capture devices. All right. We're just going to do the screen here. Boink. Bit Trip Void.
Bit Trip, bitch.
Can't hear it, but you know.
I can't hear it, dude. Can you hear it now?
The audio is
this game isn't known. Yeah, the game isn't known.
It's actually, the audio on this one isn't really as important, but so you control this little black hole and you collect the black dots while avoiding the white dots. And as you collect these, you get bigger. So you got to avoid these things. So these things, if you touch them, you won't die, but you'll go back to like mini size. Okay. So what kind of happens, and at any point, I think you can press like A or B or something, and you'll cash in all of the things. You'll go back to like a tiny mode, and you can start collecting. And you get the points, and you'll get more points based on how big you were when you did it. But also, as you get bigger, you move around slower. Obviously, you take up more screen space. It's easier to get killed by one of these things.
The whites.
So he shrinks right there, so he can squeeze between those white spots there.
That's cool.
Yeah, it is kind of cool. And if you could hear the music, like when you collect these things, it goes along to the beat, which is kind of insane.
Yeah.
And there are we don't have to do anything like this, but there are also moments where like the white dots are like taking up the four corners, and there's just like a river of black dots that are slowly pouring into the middle of the screen. So you have to like keep mashing A as you get big enough to make sure that you don't touch like the white borders and things. Edge. Oh my god, wait, this has repellent?
Repellent? This is just like our magnet game.
That's just like a bonus thing that you can pick up or something. Oh yeah.
Whoa.
They maybe use that. I don't even remember they had this. They maybe used that like twice in the whole game. It's not important at all. But yeah, so it's kind of like a bullet hell thing, but then like you're collecting these little black dots and shit. So
seems like you just kind of stay in one spot there.
Once you learn that, you're pretty good.
So maybe that's what I was sort of thinking about when I was thinking about just like you can like instead of just like hitting A to just immediately go tiny mode. If we had to navigate to like a goal zone,
choosing to disassemble your magnet,
right? By moving to a specific goal zone.
It's like Among Us, or Lethal Company. You got to go back to the ship.
Exactly. And we can have it either be like you have to have like the nucleus, like the middle part of your structure, enter that goal zone, or just like any magnet that's connected to you that touches it kind of just gets like vacuumed in. I don't know what would be better.
If that has to go in there, then it could be like, oh, this thing's too long and I can't reach the goal zone anymore.
Right. And would that be okay, or
right? Do we have a way to disconnect magnets if that does happen?
Yeah, you would. I feel like you would basically. Well, if it depends on how long it is. Like, is the my cat's sitting in front of my tablet. Hey, baby.
We're in half already. Damn it.
Hang on.
Are you just here?
All right, I did it.
So back to back.
So it turns out that you don't get 2 cats, you get 0.
I'm down a cat.
If the nucleus was like on the end of it, then you could just rotate this thing to get it onto. If say like the goal was like in the corner here, you could maybe like rotate this thing clockwise in order to get the nucleus to touch this thing. But you'll be kind of fucked if the nucleus is like dead center, right?
Yeah.
Then there's no way to get to that corner. Yeah, I don't know. Would that be a consideration that we would want to have? We could have it to like maybe there's just like no borders and it's just like kind of an open place. So like you could have if like hang on, let me change the thing here. If this is kind of like where the screen ends, like the nucleus can't go past this, but the magnets can. We could have it something like that if we want. I do kind of like the idea of the borders kind of just being like a you touch this, you die sort of thing, right? But then if we had some sort of like goal thing here, we could have it to where the goal is always in the center, but that might be boring.
Right.
And that's all just still asking the question of like, is that what we want like the objective to be? It wouldn't be like a one-off level thing, but it would be a constant sort of cashing in survival sort of thing.
Not gripped by this just yet.
That's fair. Yeah, that's fine.
I'm trying to feel out the like what makes like if the connecting of the magnets, and I think that's a good place to start. Like that's the fun part is the connecting the magnets. So like part 2 of that is like, okay, disconnecting magnets needs to be fun, right? So the connecting part, like maybe it's okay, like where we're at, but right now just moving to a spot doesn't seem like enough. Sure. Especially because if the fun of the disconnecting is similar to like the connecting, which is like it's a little bit chaotic, right? But like it's still based on your choice to do it. It just needed like a better reason, I think, to do it. Because here it's like you've already moved there, so like it's really just like more or less an animation that plays like like when you're just like done moving to the spot.
Sure.
Like if there's a way to have our disassembly or like the blowing up your magnets like do something a little bit more, like it's a more active part of the like it's a more active game mechanic. It's, especially if they're shooting
Maybe
all over
blowing
the
up
place.
the magnets is how you move. So you have to like connect some, and then you basically like disconnect one side, and it like launches you in one direction. So you can only rotate, and then decide where to disconnect them or something.
Well, yeah, and then if that were the case, is it like depending on where you have positives and minuses is what creates like a final vector force, like when you ejaculate?
Yeah. So when you ejaculate, like how much force happens, and then like how like when's the next time? Like is there a cooldown between
Is
being
there
able to
between ejaculations? So yeah, the part that I still
And if
think
we
is
were gonna like disconnect magnets, would it just be like a click thing, or would you have to like run it into something, or
well, depending like
how easy would it be?
Similar to that bit trip thing, it can be a one-click thing if like you're not trying to kill momentum. It's doing something in the moment. But I feel like if it's one click, but it's something that you can kind of methodically go over and do, it just feels too slow.
Yeah.
Like this is similar to like what we did before, like where the slower the game is, the more it feels like it's a puzzle. And then if the puzzle is too easy to solve, then the whole game feels boring. So like if we don't really have a puzzle to solve, then it needs to be fast. Otherwise, like you're going to be scrutinizing it as like a challenge, like a different kind of challenge.
If it's a one-click thing, then whatever happens during that click kind of has to be like a universal thing that happens, right? Because it's not going to have any directionality to it.
Yep. It would have to be, it would basically be like releasing all the magnets. So we just have to think of like why you would do that.
Right.
And some of this is dependent on like, are we like is the ultimate goal of the game to just gain magnets and then like deposit them? And then you don't really have a reason to repel them, right? That you actually want to attract them as much as possible.
Could it be something like, well, I don't know. Maybe. Instead of like navigating your nucleus to some goal point, if you had instead like, look out, cat. If you had instead like, here's a little metal ball, here's a little metal ball, connect them with magnets. I don't know, you figure it out. Like you have to make a structure that sort of connects these things.
Make like a circuit.
Like you make a structure that basically closes that circuit. And then I don't know what happens from there, but
right.
I mean, that would definitely be like more puzzle stuff.
It would definitely be just like kind of an action puzzle sort of thing, which is why I was a little hesitant to propose it, because it's like,
I don't think I'm good at puzzles games. I would have to rely on y'all.
Another thing that no, I don't want to turn on carrot browsing. What the fuck is that? Don't ask me again.
Carrot browsing?
Carrot browsing?
Press F7 to turn off. Oh, I accidentally must have just like the cord of my tablet must have hit F7 or something.
Heck is carrot browsing?
So let's see. Here's our little nucleus here. We got magnets everywhere on this thing, but we got more magnets on this side. So if you were to like, if we want to make detaching a mechanic or something that's fun, what we could do, like, let's see, these are all magnets too. I don't know. Or like this is the core, your core nucleus. So it always has like these are positive, these are negative, whatever. But these are magnets that you've collected. If you were to say click on this magnet, maybe it would do that thing that gun toy did, where it would kind of like fire it off.
Gaussian cannon.
Right, the Gaussian cannon thing, and it would like fire it off, and you have the weight of like 3 magnets behind this thing to fire it off. But if instead you tapped on like this magnet, then this whole thing would fire off, but it would only have the power of like your base magnet, so it would fire off kind of slowly.
I see.
So the more magnets it has behind that click, it would like shoot it off at a different velocity. This is just some random thought that was bouncing around in my head. I don't have any way to like connect it to a goal or what it's shooting at, what the difference in speed means. And also I feel like I don't want to like overcomplicate things as well, of just like, we're moving around with WASD. If you have to click a specific magnet, then that means you can't have both your hands on the keyboard. So we would have to put like Q and E as rotating if we want rotating stuff, and that could get complicated. Like, I'm not. Maybe we'll have to try and limit ourselves to like WASD and arrow keys, or just like keyboards, so that we don't have to worry about this kind of like sort of complexity. But I guess it's worth exploring. What if we incorporate the mouse in terms of like, does that result in sort of any interesting gameplay elements or whatever?
Yeah.
To turn my music back on.
All right. Proposal here. I think what could help come up with like, because we have like a thing we kind of want to do, we just aren't sure exactly what to do with it.
Yeah.
This is where I think maybe a little bit of the theme can help.
Okay.
But like, how does train impact what you want to do with this? Like, if you think purely from the theme of train, like with this idea of magnets and moving around and stuff, like what could we come up with?
One of the things that I was kind of thinking of is that like the structure that you make could potentially be like a path that a little mini character standing on top of those magnets can like navigate through.
Oh, like train tracks.
Yeah.
Little train tracks. We make a train tracks with magnets.
Not necessarily like train tracks as in like you're on rails, but more
train
so just like anywhere that these connections are being made, the character can like navigate to that specific square.
Well,
so
yeah, like when you look at this, it's like a path that you can follow.
Right. Things would get extremely tricky if we could rotate this thing, which is why I'm not too high on that idea currently. But it's something that we can explore. Just like, do we think it'd be a more interesting game if you could navigate around the structure that you're on? If so, then we probably have to lock down the rotation at the very least.
Right.
I think that is also kind of diverting away from just the idea of just like connecting a bunch of magnets together, you know?
Yeah, well, that it starts to get maybe a little too methodical.
Yeah.
With the magnets.
So.
But I do think there's something kind of interesting though about like train tracks. I don't know, like pathways of things. There's something kind of neat.
I mean, that's basically what the idea was for like those two nodes that you connect with an arbitrary like trail of magnets. And it doesn't necessarily have to be a trail. Like that could be like just a giant amalgamation that just happens to be able to overlap those 2 points at once. Or maybe it can be 3 points or 4 points, or maybe we keep adding points until the player dies.
Right.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like that brings back the issue of eventually when you get too big, the game plays itself. And we want to avoid
that's the thing. Like there's a limit to the screen space.
Yeah. Even if we zoom out, if once you get too big, like you're not going to have a lot of significant or any sort of significant control over the thing, and it'll stop being interesting. So I do think we have to have some way to cull the structure somehow in a way that engages with the game.
Some way to intentionally break things.
Yeah.
Because where I feel like we're at now is similar to what is it? Split decision.
Okay.
Where like we have like a basic kind of thing. We're a little bit not even as far as split decision, but what split decision I think was missing was just like good reasons and guidance from like why you're doing
there wasn't. You didn't have a lot of control over the stuff.
It was a little too mechanical. So it's like what this needs is a little bit more of an incentive for like your input, I think.
I think incentive is the key thing to sort of zone in on there. Like there should be some sort of incentive for the player to downsize or whatever. Right. And whether that be for like points or just to avoid danger and survive longer. We'll have to kind of figure that out, but there should be some sort of incentive to both get big and then also get small, like managing that size. I think we'll have that kind of like that push and pull that we're looking for.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because I want to, I don't know how to articulate it, but I want to have a curve that kind of goes like this in terms of tension rather than a curve that's kind of just like that, where it's constantly rising and then it kind of just like stays the same the whole time.
So the more that you're just doing the same thing over and over again, like it will mellow out.
These little peaks and valleys are basically like the backbone of an engaging game generally.
Right.
So we don't want a curve that looks like that, or we don't want a curve that kind of looks like these. These are both pretty, like, and we especially don't want just
Fish.
We especially
Linear,
don't want
baby.
something like that. Like there should be the peaks and valleys here are literally what you would, I guess, just call like the moment to moment gameplay. Like that's nobody really cares, or it's for a game this small, it's hard to care about like the whole journey from end to end. Players are going to remember these peaks and valleys, and then the end point here is kind of just going to be a coincidence. Oh, game ended. Oh, I had such a fun time on this little journey here. 60 minutes.
Well, this is like what I'm seeing is the difference. This is like, even though this has rises and falls, like, obviously, like anything going up is good, but if it takes it a long time to get to fun, also.
Well, I don't think just anything going up is good, because you have to have like that tension and release, like this.
Oh, this is
these little things, right? Yeah, okay. This is all tension. So you got to have like it's kind of like a horror game, right? Of like you have that rising tension, then jump scare, and then it goes back down. But if it's just like constant tension with no sort of payoff and no like relief or whatever, then it either kind of just feels stressful or samey, you know?
Okay.
So like
gotcha.
When I'm talking like tension and release, that's what I mean by like getting a big structure, it starts to feel more risky. And then, oh man, you just made it, like perfect payoff. Now you're back to square one or a smaller thing, and now you can like build that tension back up.
Right.
That's kind of what I mean when I say like the up and down nature of it.
Okay. Well, that's kind of why I like. Yeah, I agree with like we need a way to intentionally release. I think having control of that, you just need a reason to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why I did like the idea of having some sort of like border around, and it's not necessarily like a death border, but maybe like it's actually like a good thing that you're trying to hit. But like when you hit that, like now you want to release or something like that. But I really do think that what we're missing though is like a good story drive for why we're doing things. Like I think we need to somehow take these mechanics and then funnel them into something that can tell us like why we're doing things. Like if it's trains, like are you trying to like get the train to go somewhere? Are you trying to like get certain people on the train? Or if we go into any of our like weird
titty magnets
areas, if it's like boobs connecting, like why are you connecting
here's some more interesting drawings, Gorley.
Yeah, do you like that?
Unless you're already just looking at the board yourself. Is that a battery with a nipple?
What are you talking about?
Which one?
Which
one?
This thing down here.
Well, that's the positive
here.
end. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's shooting out electrons. So.
Have you ever seen a magnet before?
Yeah.
Did you go to middle school? That we learned that.
It's the positive terminal of the battery that always has a little nub on it. What do you?
Right. Yeah. I don't know
what's so weird about this thing.
I just don't understand.
Shut up.
Question. Right. No, I get it. Sorry.
Right.
Cool. We just won't talk about what this sack is doing here.
That's fine. No, that's average.
Okay. I'm just realizing it just says caboose underneath those nipple magnets.
Caboose.
Teach a man to caboose. He cabooses for a day.
Or if this was human centipede, you know.
Yeah. These are all mouth to ass.
Which ends are mouths, which ends are butts, you know, and where to poop go.
Or if these are trains, then like do the negatives in the back of the trains, or like the positive. Like how does that work?
Maybe you're excellent. Throwing everything on everything here. Not enough desk space.
Show clip, load clip.
Yeah, I accidentally put my tablet on my stream deck.
Because what we're missing now in this is incentive.
Sure. Yeah.
We just need to know what we need a goal. So, like, let's just like list off the goals, potential goals, like with that mechanic.
Sure. What we have so
like,
far is like
bigger.
We're trying to
shape.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like connect two things together.
2 points, yeah.
Collect a bunch of magnets to dump.
Yeah. Cashing in at a delivery or like delivering them or something.
Yeah, surviving.
Survive.
Repel. Yeah.
I wouldn't say, I don't know if repel is necessarily like a goal.
Oh, I guess that's survive.
Survive would be a tricky one just because like
survive is you're avoiding the bad nets.
Yeah. Well, okay. You're avoiding the bad nets,
well,
but that also means you're avoiding the magnets because you don't want to get big because that's just an inherent disadvantage, right? We would have to think of some other way to incentivize players to collect magnets.
Maybe on a button press you can reverse the polarity of your magnet, so if something's going close, it repels it instead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Get out of here.
That's mostly what I'm saying is like for survive at least we're gonna have to at least introduce one other system to make it more than just stay as small as you can so that like the timer goes up, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So let me see here. We got shape, connect points, collect, cash in, survive, destroy. Do we want to have it just like you have to like, that's another one we're gonna have to think of like an extra mechanic, but somehow taking on the offensive to do things. Yeah, it's gonna be some sort of magnet-esque game, Grizz.
We're thinking at least, but who knows? We could be here for 9 hours.
Yeah.
No, don't you dare say that. We're in pursuit of an idea right now.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's a brave toad butt you put out there, Brother Sham.
And no butts in chat.
Okay.
I guess technically chaos can be a goal.
Sure. That almost seems like it'll just be a byproduct of playing it.
Yeah.
Oh, nice, Grizz. That's awesome.
What made magnets fun in those videos? Like, just like cause and effect.
The old man made it fun.
God, if you could hear his voice, it would have changed things too.
God dang.
Well, did you guys ever play with like magnetics?
Yeah.
Like,
what made those fun? Like,
those you're like building a structure out of them.
Right.
That's like the little posts and
sticks, yeah. Mm-hmm. And then some of them would even have like it would be more than where's my pen? It would be more than posted balls. You could even have like squares that had like the magnets on the inlays of them. So they wouldn't be sticking out like this, but they would be like inlaid magnets. So you could build like houses and things.
Right.
That's another thing that we could do as well, is we could have like different sized or dimensioned magnets.
Like shapes of magnets.
Yeah. Oh, right, those little magnet beads too. Those are dope.
Little magnet beads that you can use for Kegel exercises.
Adorable. No, it's like a
vagina?
Like
vagina balls?
teeny little magnetic ball
yeah,
bearings.
Theoretically.
But you could put it in there,
and it wouldn't cause you any problems.
It would be. It's like the world's most tactile choking hazard.
What else can you do with magnets?
What can't you do?
Exactly.
Yeah, it's infinite.
Who wants to buy some magnets?
All right.
Ferrofluid.
I'm not simulating ferrofluid.
Fluids.
But it's just like a thing we could do, you know.
It's just
Yeah.
Fluid, you know, like we imply that there's fluid involved. Especially with the faces these things are gonna make.
My God, there's gonna be so much fluid.
Are they exchanging fluid while they're like one magnet? Like, how does that work?
Magnets can be jewelry. That is true.
They
can.
Yes. Good. Beads. Butt stuff.
Magnets can propel trains.
Train. There you go.
Wow.
Hey, we're going full circle. Let's go.
Now we've made it. It's Shinkansen.
We have to build a Shinkansen.
I like bullet train because it has the word bullet and train.
Yeah. But it doesn't say magnet in there anywhere. So I think it's confusing.
I think this is cool because this can inspire some like, what are we doing stuff.
Yeah.
You can also.
Are we trying to just like set up magnets in order to propel something forward?
In that case, then I'm pretty sure like just the way that the magnets work for like the bullet train and things like that is there's just like a current running through the tracks that I guess like selectively magnetizes the tracks and like pushes it forward. So it's not like a repeating link of like positive, negative terminals. It's like the tracks are becoming magnetized directly underneath the train. And then once the train leaves,
a tunnel up ahead that the train inserts itself to. I mean, goes into.
It's oh dear. Careful now. Careful.
Yeah.
All right. Crisis averted.
And then I put one here.
Whoa.
Like, I don't know, I drew the scale weird, but like there's a lot of like force direction, I guess, like happening here. Like, as this thing crosses over, like maybe it's in a tunnel, like maybe it's doing something to the pathway of a train.
All the time, Brother Sham. Hell yeah.
Yeah, love the Shinkansen.
Oh, we love the Shinkansen. Like pathway, propulsion, like sending the train like intentionally to certain places.
Yeah.
Speed. Maybe literal bullets. And it's like a train like main character.
Yeah. But we're firing him off.
His name is Shin.
Shin.
And he fights with bullets.
Is he from Shinkansen?
Shinkansen.
I'm just a normal guy from Shinkansen.
known for their cheddar bullets. So I'm just gonna write cheddar here.
Good. We're not gonna want to forget that.
I'm sure that'll come up again.
Yeah.
Some old bullet train from Shinkansen. Like if you think of just like things with a bullet train, like what are just bullet train things that you can think of? Like do you actually think of like bullets, or do you more properly think of more train stuff?
I mostly think of like train stuff.
Fast
train, floating. A bullet from Shinkansen sounds like a dope action anime. It kind of does.
Yeah. Long.
Skinny train.
long, long train.
For what it's worth, it was mostly kind of just like word association that led me to Bullet Train. I wouldn't say I'm necessarily like
you don't like
super excited or married to the idea of featuring it at all, but I figured I'd just write it down.
I don't know. I thought it like
that's fine. I mean, that's why I said it in case it fired off anyone else's synapses, but I had nothing outside of just like a train that's propelled by magnets. That was it. So
okay. I think stuff like this at least helps me to try and come up with an incentive structure for the gameplay.
Sure.
Like I do still think that they're like from the mechanical side, like really leaning into like what the positive and negative side do is fun. Like if our mechanic is literally just snapping these things together and that's what makes it feel good, like then I think that opens up some room for like, okay, then what are the positive and negative sides doing? So whether that's literal train stuff or even bullet stuff or whatever, I just want to get a little bit beyond this right now because it's just too close to
a swastika.
Exactly. Boy, do we learn our lesson that first time?
We were told about it.
So sorry, I don't think we let you finish your thought. What's your problem with the thing you just drew?
Right now this is Chicken Foot. So you remember Chicken Foot?
Oh, it is Chicken Foot. It's like domino games.
Like you connect like similar numbers.
Yeah.
So like you have like a set of dominoes like in your hand.
You're trying to get rid of them all, right? Like
and you want to connect them to like other people's. And it'll have like two sides of it. It'll have like a.
Some of them are blank, which are wild.
Wasn't there a dominoes game that involves like putting trains on them?
Oh, is there? I don't know.
Yeah. Dominoes trains game. Yeah, it was called Mexican Train Dominoes. Oh.
Ooh.
Sounds sensitive.
It does.
Let's hear more about it. I mean, it probably is a Mexican game, but it has certain connotations.
What connotations?
But the
good ones,
like burritos.
That's such a. Why did I?
Oh my goodness.
Why did I get the thumbnail? Jesus Christ! Get this thing out of here. Boom. Yeah, you put little train things on them for some reason. I don't know how to play this game. I just remember these little train pieces.
Like you move
what
down.
What do they do?
I don't know.
Hold on.
These diagonal moves seem illegal to me.
No, those are perfectly legal.
Perfectly fine.
But you can only do a diagonal once this one was the horizontal one's replaced or something.
I think that's why the game was called Chicken Foot, because you can make
like chicken feet.
You make chicken
branch
feet
off.
Like off of these like twofer boys, you could make a chicken foot. How does this game work? Maybe it's inspirational.
Is there anything that we can do? Hang on.
Guys, if you zoom out and look at the shape of this, we're starting to dome just like that penis.
Oh my god, you're right. It's filling with fluid right now as you speak.
And it's tapered at the beginning. At the base. Tapered at the base.
At the base.
A hexagon.
I don't know. Would it be different if we changed the shape of the magnet?
Different shaped magnets, different force. I feel like that's like with whatever we do, like it's like taking the basic mechanic and expanding it, right? Like if you add different shape with more points on it,
and they can have like different polarities and shit like that.
Oh, like it's a single shape, but some of them have more magnetic spots. Just need a goal. Just need to know what the heck we're doing.
I know. That's the biggest problem right now.
Yeah. Yeah, like this, you know, do you want to make more linear things like that photo of that Mexican game?
I think that'll be difficult.
That Mexican game.
You know,
I think that'll be difficult to intentionally pull off.
Right.
Like, it's probably going to be more of like a controlled chaos of just like the player will kind of like they'll be able to like generally go for like control like their extents of their magnet, but not necessarily like the exact shape of it. That seems like it would be difficult to do. Whereas like if you just wanted to have a magnet that was this long or whatever, the player would probably have a lot easier time of just like making something that will generally kind of get there eventually, rather than like I think it would be really hard to intentionally make something
like a specific thing.
Yeah. Like they'll be able to make like a relative structure to get to like certain dimension sizes, either vertically or horizontally, but doing exactly what they want will probably be difficult and will feel a lot more methodical and puzzle-like, you know?
What if you have like on the screen, there's like this train and it's like made up of magnetic pieces or something, or maybe it's even a little bit more random than this, or like more disorganized, it's got sides to it or something. But then like you're putting magnets onto this thing as it passes by.
There you go.
Like you're putting magnets onto the passing train.
It's like cargo or some shit.
Yeah, like it's just you're constantly like throwing onto, instead of like a single structure that stays on the screen, maybe it's a moving structure that you're putting onto. So it's not like something that fills the screen.
So it looks like you're putting like a bunch of disparate magnets onto it separately, rather than like giant chunks here and there. Is that kind of what you're picturing?
Well, the only thing I was picturing was like there's like kind of like two options. It's like either like we are the center thing and like building a mass, or there's like the mass is the thing that's moving, and we are like the pieces like going after the mass, so that it's not like a thing that like constantly grows and fills the screen. Like it can have constant momentum in it.
And those magnets would be coming from all different sort of directions.
Or maybe it's like kind of like chicken foot. Maybe you like are given, or Tetris, like you have a hand, or like you have like a little bank of these things that you're dragging from, you know. Like you need to like get rid of your bank of little boys and like throw them onto the train.
Yeah, at that point you're just like dragging things into the matching, like
you're just matching positive and
one
negative.
at a time, I guess.
But I imagine this also would be fast.
What would happen if you dragged a negative onto a positive? Would just like repel away, but then where would it go?
The repel would probably
a negative onto a negative or something on accident, or
I imagine it would go away. Like that would be a mistake.
Yeah.
But like, would them flying over here impact what's going on the train at all? Like, would it cause like, would it be in the way, or would it just like sort of like flash screen? I guess.
It depends. Like if this train's like flying past and you like throw up a piece onto this and it flies away, I imagine the pace of things depend. If it's all really slow, then yes. But if it's fast, then I would imagine the piece would go away as fast as you tried to attach it.
What if instead of a train moving forward, it's like a little like rotating guy in the middle, and you're trying to shoot magnets at it, and every time you hit one, it like maybe it spins a little faster, but then you're still trying to like match up the positive and negative, but it's not like a click and drag thing. You're like firing at it or something.
Oh, yeah.
Or maybe he's just like kind of a guy that's there and you're shooting magnets, but every time you attach a magnet to them, it applies a certain force or velocity that starts to like spin him around.
Yeah.
What if it's not like you're connecting to these outsides? What if like you're actually putting pieces in between things as it's coming by? And this could also be like a circular thing too.
I don't know if I'm understanding it properly, but at that point, the magnets might as well just be like puzzle pieces, right?
Yeah.
Well, the magnet part of it is the plus and the minus, right? Like you're not.
Right.
It's not just like any piece goes in wherever. Like the magnetism and the shape of the part and stuff would matter. But like slotting stuff in. I'm trying to think of like some kind of incentive action that has like a design to it, like this thing moving through is like an action thing that you can engage with. This thing spinning is like an action thing that you can engage with. Like is there a way to create more of like a playground where things are happening that magnets have like a thematic influence? I'm also thinking that the best idea I have in my brain right now is like train with magnets. I'm thinking like, okay, this like linear thing, because without this, all I have in my head is just like magnets connecting with each other. Like this one has like a design intent to it, and so does this one, you know? Like does that help influence maybe some new incentives?
Thank you.
Rain.
What a brain.
Oh shit! I wasn't on the right scene this whole time.
Raid.
Hello.
Oh my god, so many people coming.
Oh, Spacey Tobagus.
Alicia with the fancy rate effects.
Whoa, how does that work?
I think she paid bits for it.
What?
Yeah,
You
she
paid
paid
bits for
20
that?
bits.
You can pay
Thank
money for
you.
it. People put money in our stream.
Am I gonna see that money?
Yeah, where's my cut?
Do you want
I want my bits. I want my bits.
I want to get my bits on them bits.
Do you want like 7 cents? Because that's
Hell
how much
yeah.
you get if we split it.
I want like half a penny, baby.
It was bits. I'm sorry, Alicia. I don't know if I can refund that.
Oops.
Well, thank you.
Welcome to
Hi.
our brainstorming.
Hi.
We're thinking about magnets right now.
We're in the.
We're trying to not get
Thinking
too hung up on this because it's just down to jam. So we don't want to get too carried away.
Yeah, it's really not that serious. It's just down to jam.
It's not a big deal. It's just a bunch of friends kind of like casually hanging out. So it's not that big a deal.
So,
That's where my head is at with the magnets right now.
yeah.
Like it needs some design to it. It needs some incentive.
I just think the just connecting magnets to a linear thing is just too simple.
No, I agree. I
Yeah.
agree.
Can you maybe articulate again? I'm not sure I fully grasped the issues that you had with the first couple of ideas I had of just like navigating to a circle to cash in your things or connecting like 2 points together with some sort of amalgamous structure. Was there something about because I liked the simplicity of those goals. Like I don't want to overcomplicate this simple game about magnets with some sort of like convoluted sort of system or like moving thing that you have to like keep track of and stuff like that. I kind of want to keep it as simple as possible. Just like connecting these magnets, you become unwieldy when you get too big and you have to sort of like manage your size. But you did say that it wasn't like necessarily like grabbing you. And I'm wondering if we can maybe dissect that.
Okay. Yeah. Because right now the game is like with the controls. I assume like with this you're able to move your mass around. You have a nucleus of some sort, right?
Sure.
Like
Yeah.
a center magnet,
Mhm.
and you have the ability to rotate and stuff. Still, yes.
Yeah.
So the toy of the game is kind of just dragging these magnets around. And I assume, do the other magnets just exist in the worlds?
They could either just exist in the world, or they can be like slowly coming in from like the edges of the screen and start floating around and stuff.
Like an asteroid type of a deal.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
They were kind of like out
Yeah.
here. So like it just doesn't seem like much is happening. So like and like the fact that they're magnets doesn't seem of much consequence, considering I can just move and grab them no matter what. So if all I'm doing is moving my like, and it's also like it's dependent on the speed, but
well, we would
like,
also have,
I
would imagine, like obstacles that you can't touch that might be like static, or things that like shoot you and stuff like that you'll have to avoid. So it's not just like get big, go to hole sort of thing.
So that's what I'm struggling with now. Is it's just like it's like go here, pick this up, go here, drop it. You know.
Well, you'll want to keep getting bigger, because you'll get more points if you're a big boy once you get to that hole. So it's more so just like you become slowly more at risk of losing your stash if you like maybe can't navigate your way to that hole, or if you just get like shot by something, all of a sudden it's like boom, your thing explodes and you got to start back from square one, no points, boo-hoo sort of thing. Yes, that is a hot dog magnet, Spacey, right there.
If that was, you're curious about that, yeah.
Spacey, stop looking at it.
I sense a small and reasonable scope, well suited for a short, relaxed weekend. That's what we're trying to do.
We're trying to have a down to jam scope.
What do you, Spacey? What are you talking? It's the positive. It's the positive terminal.
Positive terminal.
Have you never seen a battery
before?
You're crazy.
Hole here.
Or the hole. I don't have an explanation for that one.
The other side, it's a different terminal, positive and negative.
Right.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't know batteries.
I'm not some like battery expert or something.
So back to this. Sorry, Andrew. Keep
So
talking.
So the problem with this is that it feels very slow and it feels very easy, and the only thing that makes it like a challenge to engage with is adding stuff on top of it. Like the basic thing is not fun, is what it sounds like. Like if we didn't have shooty boys and we didn't have, like, if it was just obstacles, then now it just means that like, now I just like go over here and grab this, and then like I'm getting big, so then I'm like, it's a very slow.
Sure.
It's a very slow thing for the reward to be like, now I've reached the end and I deposit and I do it again. Like it doesn't feel like it's creating momentum in like the gameplay. Okay. I think it's a little too simple.
And you feel the same way about like, instead of just going to a goal to cash things in, like you try to make some sort of amalgamation to connect 2 points, and then once you do, you'll get a score for that, and then 2 other points will spawn. You try and connect a bunch of magnets to connect.
Well, that one, yeah, that one feels a little bit too much like the Rube Goldberg, like those like physics sandbox, like math games. I don't know. That one also really strikes me as there's going to be like, we need good level design to make this worth it, right? Or are you still imagining it's the same kind of thing where like I'm a magnet moving around to pick up magnets?
You're a magnet moving around to pick up magnets, and then you just have to have inside it, like with your structure, just touch both of these points simultaneously to like quote unquote complete a circuit. And then once you do, it'll clear out those magnets. No, it's not going to be like a level-based thing. It's like these 2 dots will spawn like randomly in the world. You have to create some sort of structure to connect them, and then when you do, it'll cache in your magnets and it'll spawn 2 different points that you have to connect.
No, that one sounds super boring.
Okay.
Like because there's no other way. There's no other version of this besides like where the magnets start to pick them up, right? Sure. So like once you do it the first time, you've done the whole game. And that's the whole game loop, and it doesn't get any more fun than that. Right?
Even if we could add like more points to connect as the game sort of goes on. Or we could,
3 of them.
It's one of those things where, again, like this is something that starts to look like a puzzle now, and if it's not a good puzzle, it's a bad puzzle, and it's scrutiny that I don't think we'll stand up to. Right? Like this starts to feel like a puzzle game, and if it's not, I think that's where we're gonna get people not having fun with it, because they're gonna go into puzzle mode, and then it's like, well, this isn't much of a puzzle. I'm just picking up blocks at random, just get big enough to touch. Sure. If anything, I think between the 2 of these, like this is the better, more fun game.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I think that this one is still so simplistic. It's just got no personality to it of like gameplay. It's too it's not even really magnety. I feel like it's because even in games where you're picking stuff up, you don't consider yourself a magnet when you like cross over it to pick it up. This feels too much like the fact that I got near it, you know.
Sure.
Like I think if this had more like the forces were bigger, where like the magnetic repulsion and like attraction were like a much bigger role in this.
Mm-hmm.
So that it wasn't about just like go walk, because then this game could be the same game if you replace this with like just a player character walking around and he just goes over and he grabs this and he gets like
hands with another guy.
and he holds hands with another guy. You know, it's not very magnety, I guess.
Is it possible that the fact that we can both move around and rotate makes like it takes away a bunch of constraints and limitations that ultimately makes the experience boring? Is the fact that we can translate up, down, and left and right and kind of do whatever we want, does that maybe make for a less engaging experience? Or maybe like opens up so many doors that we would have to add some complex systems to on top of the magnet stuff to make it interesting? I wonder.
Well, yeah, because it's too similar to just being like a character controller,
right? Because remember, we started with that just like random, like rotating mass of magnets, which still does kind of feel interesting to me.
Yes.
Like, is it possible that adding like the up, down, left, and right translation to it, does that sort of like that suddenly becomes the focus, and now it sort of trivializes what was interesting about like sort of connecting these magnets in the first one? Maybe, I don't know.
That may be the case.
We might be overcomplicating it just by being able to move in four directions. You know.
I think you might be right. Why did we start pursuing the movement?
I think I just proposed it as just like a, hey, does this spawn any ideas if we can like move and rotate? And it seems like it does, but it would require like a bunch of additional systems on top of it to make the fact that we can move in four directions interesting, you know?
Yeah,
like because we basically kind of just like arbitrarily decided like, what if we can move in four directions?
Right. Okay.
So I don't know. Maybe we're getting too lost in the sauce on that aspect of it. Steven, did you draw this little picture next to the ones that Andrew was doing?
Oh, yeah.
Did you have a thought on this?
This would be... Oh, let me draw it. This will be a box inside it, so bear with me. But essentially, you're like shooting from here, and then this guy's like getting stuff attached to it. And as you like hit them, then it like rotates them around. But you're just sitting here firing magnets from different directions. Yeah. And then, I don't know what the goal is, but... Maybe the
goal is to like... get this, so this center magnet will slowly start growing, and what you want to do is eventually like it'll have this little tail thing here, and imagine like your little opponent guy is like right here. You want to get this center magnet to eventually touch this guy and kill him.
And so you're shooting magnets all over the place trying to rotate the big mass around.
Maybe.
I don't know. I think I kind of like the idea of just using the forces of the magnets as like the momentum or the movement rather than us really controlling them as much. But
you did not hear Big Bass, Pomo.
What?
Unless
we're making a fishing game.
Unless there was some music playing for it.
Magnet fishing.
No,
like those little kids carnival game things. Where like you have like the little magnet at the end of the lure, and those fish are like slowly opening their mouths up.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That and all the people who like fish with magnets in rivers and always find guns somehow, no matter which.
They planted those guns there.
No matter which body of water they're in, they're always finding guns.
There's always a gun.
How many people are throwing out guns? Guns are expensive.
Listen, I watch YouTube shorts as well, so I know exactly.
That's a $300 gun.
I do not know what sort of rabbit holes you guys go down in YouTube shorts. You guys and I have browsed very different internets.
But somehow we usually come back to Family Guy.
Fair enough. All roads lead back to Family Guy.
Oh my goodness.
This is what I was talking about.
Oh, much different.
Back.
Yeah. Although I don't think this one uses magnets, it looks like.
It
looks like it kind of just like chomps on them. Yeah.
Okay, of all of the magnety things that we're looking at, I also look back to the not moving around version, just the rotating. As like when I'm thinking of just like I'm picturing a game screen and then interacting with it and the stuff that's happening, and the only one that I can actually picture is this one right now.
Sure.
Now the incentive and stuff that we're doing, like I still can't get beyond what I was originally thinking, where they like are all like moving towards you in the center and you're just rotating to like appropriately grab them in the intentional spot, knowing that like positives and minuses like affect whether or not it will connect or repel or rotate or whatever. And then your goal has to then become, are you trying to make this thing bigger? Because I think then ultimately no matter what you do, like it's gonna get bigger.
Yeah.
So it's more about like and that's where like the death border comes in. Like you're trying to stay small, but you're obviously going to connect things. So like you want to create intentional kinds of relationships, and that's where the Tetris thing kind of came in.
Yeah.
Like you want to have certain kinds of conditions that will help you then wipe out the magnets that you're collecting. That's the closest thing I can see on here to like a game.
I think I don't know how you're feeling, Andrew, but now might actually be a good time to sort of like step away from this, get some food, and think about it. Not necessarily step away from magnets, but step away from this board real quick, mull it over on our own, get some food. Because my brain's starting to operate, like I'm not operating on fumes yet, but I'm feeling hungry, which might shape my ability to like come up with solutions and ideas and things. And generally when we step away like that and have some time to just like think on our own, sometimes we'll get like some inspirations and things. So you know what, I'm gonna zoom in on these little guys here. I'll leave that as
the
like
most important thing.
I mean, this is inspiration.
This is inspiration right here. Yeah, so I might step away, take some time, cook some food, and God, it's actually kind of upsetting how much of a difference this red makes. I don't like that.
You're the one who drew it.
I did.
It was just gonna be some nice white fluid, and
they were so friendly to each other. It was like a nice thing happening, and now
maybe I'll go somewhere else here.
Now there's only pain.
Now it hurt. We'll go up to the. I think there's a much better representation, like a representation of how magnets work. You know,
that's true. That is true. We're just gonna go to the nipple battery. Where it's safe.
I like to live there.
There we go. All right.
Okay, let's do. What do you want to do? Like, you're gonna do dinner right now. I might as well do dinner as well then.
Yeah.
So you want to do anywhere between 30 minutes and an hour? What do you feel?
I'll probably want an hour because I'm gonna be cooking the food that I'll be eating all weekend.
Oh, okay. You're meal prepping?
I'm meal prepping. Well, as far as meal prepping has always in my life just been, what can I cook today so I can eat it for the next 4 days? That's the only meal prep that I do.
It's chili.
No, this time it's just gonna be chicken.
Bibimbap? Oh, just a wad of
straight up seasoned chicken and broccoli.
Besides?
Broccoli. Classic.
Sounds miserable.
Hey,
it's fine.
You want to be happy?
No.
I never said that.
Okay, what do we want to walk away with to think about? What are the things that what are the things that we like right now? I think is important. What are the things that we're into right now?
The clicky clackety nature of the magnets.
We like the satisfaction.
The connection of it is going to be satisfying. Now we just got to figure out how to make that part matter.
How to make that part matter? More like what incentivizes the player to do that, and what are they striving to achieve? Like we need a goal and we need an incentive for the clicky clacks.
Yes.
And I guess as a bonus thing to think about, can repulsion play a role in that somehow?
Yeah. Well, I feel like if we're working with magnets, it should be. We have to use the positive and the negative.
Snake. We're doing snake. Well, we're doing magnet snake. So shut up. Fine.
I feel like a lot of teams will probably do a snake-like.
For sure. But how many of them are going to feature magnets?
Well, they'll probably just be like, why is it a magnet? They're just connecting anyway.
That's the thing that we need to think about.
That's what we're trying to get away from right now.
Yep.
Yeah.
So those are the things we want.
Okay.
We want an incentive.
I think I still feel good about magnets as long as y'all do as well.
I think I like the base connection of them. I'm just kind of grappling with. I haven't seen anything game wise that I'm excited about aside from that yet.
So
it's the problem.
That's what we'll
be thinking about
while we go eat.
Sounds good.
Guess I need to start over. You have pissing frogs, Spacey?
What?
How do you already have pissing frogs?
It surprises me zero that you have frogs in your game. I'll just say
that doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me at all. Actually, are they frags or frogs?
What kind of frags are we talking about?
Yeah, I need to know. It's important.
Can you show me?
Snail, are you gonna make a snail-based game?
No, that would be out of character.
That'd be crazy.
Brexit prom?
What?
Oh.
Wait, they're pissing?
Why are they pissing?
Which one are they?
It is prom.
What kind of
are they getting pregnant? Does it look something like our 1, 2, 3 sort of breakdown of the coupling? Is that what's happening at this frag prom? I can only assume. Yes.
Sort of explaining how trains work, but with visual aids.
Yeah, but you get real close and macro, micro with it. You just get real close in there.
A winky face over the nipple. There's nothing to question. This is just how bodies work.
Wait a minute, what's going on here?
Well, I'm not a frag expert, so a fragspert, if you will.
All right.
How you like your frags?
Try to fertilize. All right. I'm turning on Plinko, and I will see y'all in about an hour.
1 hour.
1 hour. It will be. Let's do an hour and 3 minutes, just so it's a nice round number.
Nice,
sure.
Clean. Yeah.
So I'll see.
You can set your timer, whatever.
Well, I'm gonna be back on the 27, so y'all do whatever you want.
I'm changing to the 30.
Wow.
Okay,
All right.
folks.
I guess I'll get to
see y'all in a bit.
Bye.
Bye. Alrighty. Y'all can enjoy the Plinko. I'll move food time over here-ish, so it doesn't clash too much. And the countdown can kind of just be whatever. Hey-ya. Alrighty. I'll catch you guys on the flip of the flip. Be back soon. Baba Booey. Hang on, quick check. Okay, cool. Baba Booey.
Yo. How was your chicken and broccoli?
Good shit. Actually, I'm mostly on that chicken and broccoli diet right now because I finally got to go to the doctors. And I have stage 2 hypertension.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to manage that a little bit more.
No, that's good.
By just not constantly eating just like hot dogs and red meat and having like chips and salsa for dinner sometimes because I'm lazy. I was eating like garbage.
Yeah.
So I'm just like, all right, I don't know a lot about cooking healthy foods, but I'm pretty sure I can heat up chicken and steam some broccoli. So I'm just gonna start doing that for a little bit.
Just start there, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I do still like season the hell out of it. I just like cake it in like poultry seasoning, cayenne pepper, salt, pepper, garlic. So who knows if that's not even gonna solve the issue, but at least it tastes better than just raw, like not raw, but like unseasoned chicken and just broccoli.
Chicken and broccoli.
Yes, sir.
What'd you season the broccoli with?
Just pepper. It was just
not even salt.
Sometimes I do salt. I'm trying to cut back on the salt.
Cut back on the salt. Just use MSG
my
instead.
My arteries are exploding, Andrew.
Oh,
according to the doctor.
I don't want to go to a doctor. Did you go to the doctor?
Yeah.
For the doctors.
Oh, and the doctor actually said you have
your boy got stage 2 hypertension, baby.
Oh, well, you're also a stressed out person. So
that's true.
I feel like
it's the same
for you, your blood pressure definitely is. I'm sure the diet affects it, but you're a high stress person, unfortunately.
But I have been just eating like absolute garbage. I was telling you.
Man,
so I'll try and change the one thing that I can control.
Right. I know if I went to a doctor, I would get probably the same as you or worse. Because my diet is not good. I try as much as I can to cook, but I'm just always, dude, I'm getting home late. I'm, on the weekend, I just want to sleep.
The absolute last thing that I ever want to do after a long day of work is any sort of chore, including cooking.
Shit, yeah.
Cooking
I never, if I cooked on a weekday, it's a fucking miracle. It has to happen on the weekends, or otherwise I just don't cook. Even back when I was in San Francisco, it was like, all right, I'm gonna cook a big meal with a bunch of leftovers on like Saturday or something. And then once those leftovers run out, I'm just gonna have what are called those like quick meals or easy meals, shit that I can just like throw into the oven and just heat up, like chicken fries or hot dogs or whatever. Stuff that doesn't require preparation. And then once the weekend hits around, it's like, all right, we'll cook one full meal again and then repeat. So I would always have like 2 to 3 days worth of leftovers, 3 to 4 days of like quick meals, and then rinse repeat. Ever since I have like moved out of the home.
Yep. Oh my goodness. I feel like I've been very similar. Cooking is rare. I just have my go-tos.
I'll definitely have weeks where I'm just like, I can't cook. I just can't do it.
I can't.
And then that's just when things just kind of fall apart. But most of the time, I mean, I'll eat a lot of like chicken most of the time, just chicken breast, but in different forms, like quesadillas.
Sure, yeah.
Just because I would get tired of chicken breast a lot.
I'm still in the process of finding different ways to cook chicken that doesn't also include like copious amounts of salt. Like I would normally use chicken for like chicken fajitas and things, and just that like seasoning is like.
Well, I mean, there's like spices and stuff you can do without salt that it still tastes pretty good.
Yeah. I'm still figuring it out.
If you use more like herb-based stuff, like, do you like cilantro, or are you one of those weird people?
No, I like cilantro. Yeah.
Yeah, like cilantro and some like cayenne pepper and some stuff like that.
I can make it decent.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then obviously a little bit of salt will help, but
yeah, I'm still I'll definitely like add salt at least a little bit. Welcome.
Steven should also be cutting back on salt.
I should also go see a doctor, but
Oh my goodness, you actually have a thing. Go to a doctor.
You might have a thing too, Andrew.
Yeah, Andrew.
But mine's not diagnosed. You two have diagnosed things.
So if it's not diagnosed, it's not real.
That's how I view it.
Makes sense to me.
I dare you. You don't even have to go to the doctor. I dare you to just like in the grocery store, go to the pharmacy and try out that blood pressure checker. Just to see.
Hell no.
Just to see.
I should have done it.
I actually own one of those. I have one.
Me too. I did as well because I need to track it for the next time that I go to the doctor because it changes so frequently that just like getting it done once or twice at the hospital is not going to give you an accurate read. You need like a week-long average.
The problem is, as soon as I try to check it, I know
it goes up. It goes up.
Yeah.
Well, it's also it was better when I started doing the take-home one because I was like I was at the doctor's office, but I knew when I was at the doctor, and it's not even like I'm like nervous. My blood pressure just goes up because I just don't like being there.
It's the same. It's the same thing with me and like airplanes, where like my mind generally, except for that one Japan flight, my mind is generally like cool as a cucumber, but my body, I'm like, my palms are just a swampy mess. Like my body can't take it, but my mind's like, it's a fucking plane, man. Like this is one of the safest ways to travel. You're totally good. These turbulence happen all the time. My body's like, we're gonna die.
Yeah. I had a shitty flight the other day, like leaving Vegas, like that. It was high winds, and dude, it was harrowing, like during takeoff.
No!
Because even on the runway, it's like you feel yourself like drifting around and like pulling up a little bit.
I'm probably the most nervous during takeoff and landing because that's generally when crashes happen. Yeah.
Oh my goodness! And
if an engine explodes while you're already at like 30,000 feet, congratulations, you're just a paper airplane now. Like just no propulsion, but you're still gliding just the same.
As long as the wings are there.
Yeah.
Inverted the bird. What is that from?
That's from Always Sunny when they're doing the Wade Boggs thing.
Yeah.
I don't believe that you're you don't believe I'm a pilot? I don't believe you're a doctor.
So it's looking like from everyone's drawings that we're all coming back with some ideas.
I have an idea. I also have like a certain idea, but it's most the other idea that I have. I'm not going to draw it out because it's from a fucking like TikTok video.
Whatever. Inspiration can come from wherever.
But I can walk you through this one first. This is my more like solid idea. I'm also thinking like we're trying too hard to have these squares with like polarity and like things like that.
Yeah.
I like the idea of magnetic beads. And it's just about the attraction and repulsion of it.
Okay. So like they're just like one single pole for like the beads.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Basically, like you have your bead in the middle is the green mode, and these things are flying at you. So you can rotate this around and collect them, so you can create little branches and stuff. And then you repel them, and then you try to get as many beads into the green section as possible, but you get deducted points for going to the red. So you're trying to like, and you can turn on and off the
force,
and stuff, the force and stuff like that. But you're trying to like collect these magnetic beads and then shoot more into the green space. The green space can kind of move around. After you fill it or whatever.
Or it can just be moving around constantly.
It could be moving around constantly to make it a little harder. Yeah, the whole thing is just you're trying to strategically stack up beads mostly on one side as much as possible.
And I'm assuming
they fire off in the opposite direction, then you lose points.
Yeah, and I'm assuming when you repel, does it just like repel all the beads that's connected to you in the direction that they're facing?
Yeah,
normal to the center.
Normal to where they are.
Normal to the center, or maybe normal to their connection point. Well, I don't know.
It would be kind of tricky. Like the ones that are connected. I don't know. We'd have to play around with it.
We'd have to find some way to figure out like what direction like.
Because I wouldn't want them all to detach. I'd like the chunks to be still like
the chunk like shoots off. So it's just
But it's hard. It would be hard if they wrap around and the whole thing is a chunk. So I don't know what to necessarily do about that.
Okay, I do like the idea of having like circular magnets that are like a single pole. I feel like you can just make a much. I think being able to make like an organic looking shape, you can make a much more organic looking shape by doing something like that. Which is kind of neat.
And then the other thing was I just searched magnet game.
Okay.
And it was a TikTok video where basically you have this like rope or whatever, and each person takes a turn placing a magnet in there, and you're trying to make it to where you're not connecting them.
I've seen this.
And then if they do connect, then you have to take those. And whoever has the most magnets.
It's kind of like a board game sort of thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Big Boy Games official. Holy shit! 46 people. We got an audience, boys.
Is that?
I'm not used to this level of scrutiny. Hey, it's going pretty good. We're trying to think of a game about magnets. Here's a magnet battery.
How far back do you want to go here? Because I'm a little scared of one of the other things that we had.
We'll leave it at that.
Let's read the audience. I don't know who's looking, so.
This is true. Hello, Koslowski, we're scrutinizing. No, Medusa T.
If you're gonna be scrutinous, be mild and scrutinous.
Be gentle.
Be gentle with us.
Be gentle with us.
Sometimes, if the more gentle you are, the less time it'll take for us to brainstorm, and we're not known for short brainstorming sessions.
No.
So
what was our record?
9 hours.
Well, that was for one sitting. I guess we'll have to. We might have to calculate how.
Oh, serial dater.
That's true. Serial dater might have been worse.
It wasn't a SWAT sticker,
worse.
Oxynom. We very carefully tried not to make swastika-looking things.
No, we were playing with the dominoes, and we very intentionally made sure we didn't make the shape. Although, no matter what, you kind of see it.
It's tough. Thank you for the follow, big boy.
That's on you. That's on you. Okay, for seeing that. That's not our fault.
Well, that picture with
like
the
your ink blot test right now.
The chicken foot picture because it's white on red also looks a bit Third Reich.
Says Jerry.
Well,
oh, Jerry.
Not to mention, there is like a Hitler mustache on that.
Oh,
it's true.
Just disregard all of that.
Let me just see.
If any lawyers were present, we'd start
well,
losing
I think he has
this
a
battle.
top hat, so it's more Charlie Chaplin.
Yeah, he's like, oh god, I shouldn't have zoomed in that far.
Oh wait, no, don't go over there.
You could have just added a vine boom to that, and it would have not been great. Thanks for the follow, Steve. Okay, Steven. So this one's kind of more like a turn-based board game sort of thing.
Yeah,
I feel like I've seen this game before. I'm just like, ooh, that's kind of fun.
This one had no idea behind it. It was more of like, I saw this thing that had to do with magnets. What do you think?
But the idea of it is kind of
trying
like
to avoid the magnetism,
trying to stay out of like the magnetic polarity of it.
It could be a thing where like you're maybe controlling a magnet and you're trying not to get too close, or maybe I don't know. Or Galaxy Quest when he's trailing mines.
Yeah, what you don't understand is that my ship is trailing mines.
So you got to get just close enough that you don't touch them, but they're magnetized to you and you lead them on.
Another interesting thing is if we also use your idea of like single poled balls or magnets or whatever, maybe you can choose not only where you place the magnet, but what polarity it is. So then you can maybe like push some magnets away to maybe like fuck up your opponent, like billiard style.
They're kind of like electrons. There's like positive or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, this almost could be like a multiplayer game, but
sure.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Kind of weird.
Could be neat.
How do we turn on like networking? That's pretty easy, right?
Yeah, that's super easy.
Switch it on.
Well, honestly, if it's a turn-based thing like this, it's gonna be a hell of a lot easier than Rover Under was.
I guess that's fair.
Like 1,000,000,000%. Okay, cool. So I think maybe let's get all of our ideas out there, and then we can kind of see what we gravitate towards.
Let's see what Andrew's got.
What do you got, Andrew?
This
better be good.
Go first. Fuck Andrew.
No.
Yeah,
Andrew's actually got some stuff drawn right now. I'll do mine.
Jared, get with it and draw something.
I can't do two things at once.
The rest of us
can
are
actually
drawing.
hold shift to draw straight lines in this, and I didn't realize that.
Oh, nice.
Oh, what?
A classic.
All the squares I'm drawing, that would be nice.
I know. So it worked for my little frames, but all the circles, I'm like, wow, this. I mean, and my tablet, I don't have any of my Wacom drivers or anything, so I have to go full mouse right now. Kind of sucks, but you know. It's
what? Seriously?
I mean,
I just need to go download them, and I don't remember which tablet I have because it's so fucking old.
Why can't I?
And you have to know your product, so whatever.
Oh damn!
It don't matter.
Is your tablet that old?
It's just like an old Intuos. I mean, I've had this since college. So
okay. I mean, mine's pretty old too. Yeah, I do have to go dig. I always forget what kind it is too.
Because I never remember. I'm gonna have to go like look it up or something, or hopefully they're generic enough that I can just do it. But I'm not.
Yeah. Oh, careful. Well, see, the problem
is.
Rook, don't.
Rook's discovered the Miro.
Oh yeah. For anyone in Twitch chat right now, if you can click that Miro link if you want to look around.
View at your own risk.
It's view only.
It's just very personal.
Don't look too closely at a couple things. Don't look at the coupling.
It is unfiltered.
I actually had an idea this week. A player would spawn randomly as either negative or positive, was brainstorming some atom interaction concepts with magnetics and nuclear gravity. I'll stop there. Magnets seem like they're ripe for some cool mechanics.
We just like the idea of magnets clicking, clacketing together.
Yeah.
Sounds fun.
Yeah, there's something satisfying about it.
All right, what you got, Andrew?
Okay, mine's sort of stemming off the original sort of like central radial like movement, where you're like a stable magnet in the center with a positive and a negative that you can rotate. So what I've been thinking is like, could you also then add like force control to that, so you can like pull things in? So you can, but it's actually increasing the force of both. So it would increase both like your attraction to things, but also repulsion.
Accidentally suck in something behind you as well.
Yeah. And I'm thinking that, you know, instead of having to like get a certain size or something like that, what you're actually trying to do is make certain forms and connections, and then those like create points. So, you know, like getting them to like sit like this, is like a certain kind of points. Getting them to like line up is a certain kind of points. Getting like a square out of, you know, multiple combinations would be points. So it's a little like match. Like, you know, like you're intentionally rotating this thing and attracting and repelling things to try and get certain forms, and then if maybe certain forms when they combine actually like explode.
Sure.
So like, and that's what keeps it down. Like you're not constantly building. Sometimes you're actually like getting rid of stuff too. There's also the possibility that I was thinking of that you intentionally release them, and that's when the points actually get tallied, is whenever you release.
Sure.
So, but then when I was thinking of that, then I thought maybe you could also intentionally if you have control of the force, you could like repel them all, and then they start to collide with things that are out in the world, and then you like bring it back in again, and within that you collect points that way. And the limit to this would obviously be like very Tetris-y, where like there's like a kill spot, like you've grown too big, right?
Sure.
So you want to eventually like get rid of your points, so like when you explode them, like that's how you gain points. You don't want to still have them on and then like collide with a box or a circle or whatever is binding things. And then beyond that, I was thinking like it might even be neat to have different kinds of magnets coming in, so that like you're intentionally like moving around your structure to like fit like a red with a red, or whatever like the special brick or magnet is.
Sure.
Green is good, I assume.
Obviously.
Hang on.
Yeah, so it's sort of like you're trying to balance, like you could go for the easier ones for the points and like get rid of them fast, or you could build up more to get the bigger points, but it's risky because you're accumulating more magnets at the same time, sort of deal.
Yeah,
so you might run the risk of hitting.
You might run the risk of hitting things if you're going to collect. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There's easy connections, and then
it's kind of like Tetris, where you can go for like a single line, or like you could go for a fucking like vertical pillar down a side and get like 4 points at once, and then they'll explode. It's like really satisfying.
Yeah, like if you were to get 4, that would be like obviously more difficult, so it's a bunch of points. But also like if those certain conditions either like they disappear on their own or something, like a match game, I think would be kind of neat. Like anytime you get certain points, like or certain
these would just disappear.
They would just disappear, and you get points for it.
I see.
I guess, would it be possible for there to be something like attached to this? Sorry, that's not supposed to be a banana shape. That was a very quick thing. But then when these disappear, what would happen with this?
Anything attached to that. Yeah,
would also explode, or would
it? I think it would probably go back into just a floaty state where it's either.
So you could still like capture, but it would just sort of be kind of there. Maybe it'd be like propulsed a little bit away or something.
If it was there, like then it would go back to like the same way it was when it was like being attracted before. Like
okay, so you can just like catch it again if you want.
You'd probably just catch it again. Yeah.
Gotcha. I have a question.
Okay.
Let's say this was worth 5 points, this was worth 10 points, and this is the structure the player currently has.
Yeah.
What would?
How do you tally points?
Yeah.
How do you tally points like that? Maybe it's crossword style, where like if an instance of it exists, like that's what creates it. So
I think as soon as like this happened, that would have been a point, and then
gotcha.
I think
so the points would cash in immediately, is what you're saying.
Yeah. So if you get it like side by side, that's kind of the risk, I guess. If you're trying to build out this long thing, you got to avoid.
Yeah. So we would maybe have to have each of these little point forms be something that's at least the starting formation of it is going to have to be distinct, right?
Right.
So maybe we would have to have something that's like, instead of this, it would be more like this.
Something a little
more difficult.
Something to not like accidentally. Yeah, something that requires like.
Yeah, this one is like ultra easy to have happen.
I mean, you'll get that every time when you start. Basically.
I see.
But there's also deciding, whether or not they disappear when you get certain formations, or if that's only like maybe special ones, or maybe it's only that we only leave it where like you tally points by the destruction of them.
They can disappear, or maybe they can like become like affixed, so like they're no longer counted at any points, but they're a part of the structure now. Yeah.
Okay. Solidify and just.
Right. So now, like this right here wouldn't be its own point thing. You'd have to build off of your new center.
Those are now separate.
Yeah, they're cached in, but they're still on the structure.
So this one would make it a lot easier, I think, to grow bigger because you're intentionally going to like add a lot more, right?
Mm-hmm.
So then like I think this is one where you would probably then want the kill plane more so, right? Because like to incentivize them like being more
compact.
Compact, with where they're trying to place things.
Mm-hmm.
And then I also kind of like the idea of like if we have a concept like this of having like different kinds, like matching like a red and a red or something, like those could be their own sets of points.
Yeah.
Very very match like a very like circular match game. And then this also I think presents like a very frequent sort of clicky thing happening.
I see, yeah. Okay.
And I also thought the force control would be kind of neat, especially when you're simulating it. That that condition where like it's off center and this is like a negative and a negative, that it like rotates this and stuff. Like if you can do tricks where like you rotate that and then you also rotate around or something, like you could do like things to like manipulate the shapes by the way you're interacting with them by force control and rotation.
Yeah,
that could maybe present some like skill to it.
And I'm assuming something like this wouldn't be possible, yeah?
Oh, that I don't know. I think it depends on, like if you make these like all like attachment points, because another question that I was gonna have is does this set up kind of like a grid like around your center block, so there's only certain there's like deliberate orientations that things can be. Like they'll attach like surface to surface, like we'll decide what is like a connective surface and like what that represents.
Yeah.
But then there's also like a grid telling it like how to sit, because that's another thing I was kind of concerned about with the stacking the magnets and physics and stuff, is like will they actually confidently lock into like an appropriate place?
I mean, I could have it so that they like snap once they're in a certain threshold.
Yeah. Like once it knows that it's going to like connect here, like if it's at this orientation, like how does it know? Like first of all, it knows to connect here because it's a positive and a negative.
Right.
But then it has to decide between being in one of these orientations.
Yeah, and it would probably be in this orientation just based on the orientation of the magnet when we made that decision that it's going to be snapping to this.
Yeah,
that's
like
probably what my logic would be.
Proximity, it would be like the angle or something compared to like the normal of this other magnet or something like that.
Yeah.
I think you got to be careful of like if it's going to be like coming in between these 2 points or something and it doesn't know where to go.
Yeah, well, it will be, unless it's like exactly like that.
Like on the line.
In which case we'll probably just like flip a coin. But more often than not, it'll be coming in like right here or something like that.
Right.
The computer will be able to do the math for it. Yeah, that's what we're looking forward to most, Medusa, is the snap.
Yeah, whatever we do, we just want it to be snappy. Now, I will say the weakest part of this is there's no train involved.
Sure.
But something to like try and get around that, I was thinking like, what if like one of the harder things to do like this is like make a longer,
and we'll just call it the railroad.
That's like that's like you call that a train, and like trains are the only ones that like disappear when you get them or something like that. Like you want to
Tetris.
You want to make a train because that'll make it go away. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, that's definitely something.
So end state is in this game is going too big, and then it would kill the game. Like
Gotcha.
You grew too big because there's also like a less, like you pointed out, at a certain size, like you're not actually understanding what's even coming. So
right. Okay.
All right. Now, what's your idea?
Caboose.
What's my idea? I have a couple. One is a complete out of left field. I'll save that one for later.
I prefer right field.
Okay, so let me see if I can picture. Okay, so we have a cycle.
Like,
And then we have the little
cycle.
magnet structure thing doing its thing. I'm gonna make a nice little cross here so it looks
Okay,
beautiful.
very appropriate. Just a nice.
yeah, but okay, now
No,
it's Jesus.
Yeah,
Cool.
and he had shoes.
And none of them has
Okay.
shoes.
Here's
For a
the-
second there, if he only had one shoe, then you could have been like,
No.
and he's waving hello.
Yeah.
But then
Oh man,
also-
can people make swastikas with this game?
Shit.
for almost definitely.
Oh, easily. Is that how many points is that worth?
It's the same way that people could draw dicks in Rover Under though.
Yeah,
that's
Or
true.
we shouldn't be held responsible. Now, you have a little ship boy
Ooh, shit.
that's shooting these magnets out and like trying to build up on this little thing here. And he can move all the way around this little circle area.
Yep.
And the goal is you want to build up this magnet structure, and every time you hit it, it'll have some momentum that'll swing
rotate.
It'll swing it left and right. And you want to avoid ever getting hit by anything once it gets too big. So you don't want to like just like
Right.
make a giant branch, and if this thing happens to swing over, then you got to be like, oh fuck, get over here, try and get it to swing the other way and shit like that.
Yeah.
That's basically about as far as I got in terms of like, what if you were a character shooting magnets and the thing that's actually magnetized is just like pinned to a point and spinning
Yeah.
around sort of thing.
And just containing it in this like safe window.
Right. Yeah. We could add maybe some sort of way to like manage the structure, maybe make it like smaller or something, break some parts off of it. I don't know, but the big thing was just having like a character going around in a circle and manipulating this little magnetic structure thing without blowing itself up.
Is
Can
this
you only shoot like normal to this position, or can you like have a little bit of angle based on like where you are?
I mean, maybe you could have a little bit of an angle. I was mostly just thinking shooting normal, and then
So
like
it's
you
one
could
point.
shoot like in this direction sort of thing. Like it'll always be straight out of the gun, maybe, but like the angle will change as you're going around the circle. Another thing that I was thinking is maybe like you'll have like almost like Tetris pieces of just like different types of magnets that are kind of like served into you, like to you on like a
Oh yeah,
cue.
you got your little like
Oh
holster
right.
of like
I was
Yeah.
gonna ask you like what kind of ammo
your
you
cartridge of ammo.
And you could even maybe we can get like really wacky with it and have something like, you know, different shapes and shit.
Shapes and stuff. Yeah.
So you have to contend with whatever magnet is being served up into your loading dock, and then find a place to sort of fire it off. So
have. The magnet ammo is kind of cool.
Mhm.
From a Magnum gun.
Yeah. See,
My
Steven
Magnum
gets it.
bullets from my Magnum gun.
So that way, like, we can still get like the clicky clack of getting these magnets together, but also it'll just like there's at least something to try to like. Obviously, I think you'll be rewarded based on how big you make it, or maybe we can set this thing to like auto fire every like 3 seconds or something. So you got to get into a good position before it fires it off, and you don't really have full precise control over where you shoot this thing. And then we could maybe add like your points could be more tied to like how long you lasted, because you can't just decide not to shoot a magnet and rack up time. There's a bunch of different ways that we can sort of.
I kind of like choosing which one to shoot. I don't know. I think the auto shoot would be kind of a bummer.
Sure.
But if there was
I
like
wanna be able
some
to spam it if I
time,
want.
time sensitive thing happening in here. Oh my goodness, that X was dangerous.
Holy shit! That's a Kai. That's a Kai symbol.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Stop doing that.
Wow, you tilted a lot harder.
Okay. Yeah. So I think
I'll draw the X for you.
Okay.
Wait, nope, it didn't work. Wait.
What your
there we
shifting
go.
work? Okay.
There we go.
Yeah, we could maybe do something like that, Rook, where you do try to make a specific shape while you're shooting these out, and if you make that shape, then it kind of like Tetris disappears, sort of thing. Is that going to get too blocked up from the launcher and stack building towards you? That's the point, is that this thing will be constantly rotating Medusa, and if at any point the stack does hit your character, that's game over.
Yeah, if it's like coming this way in this arm swing, and you gotta like move over here and shoot into this, so
if the shooting could be angled, that would make it more interesting if you had leverage to pull the magneticness. Yeah, that could be a thing too, is like you can either shoot magnets or like Maybe there's some way to like propel some sort of like
wanted.
magnetic field sort of thing. You know?
You can just like repel the thing.
You can maybe like push it or something. Because another thing that I kind of liked, or what sort of spawned this idea, was the fact that like you can have two magnets here that are theoretically attracted to each other, but they don't necessarily need to connect if they're both pinned down, right? Like they can be forced to like point in the same direction, but they don't necessarily need to connect if at least like one of them's restrained. So that could be an interesting idea of like, if this was like a negative terminal here and I emit like a positive magnetic force, I can get this thing to point straight up or wherever direction that I kind of want. And it'll kind of just like stay in that, like you could stabilize it if it's getting too like out of control. But that might get a little complicated, say if like this was a positive terminal here and then we have a negative terminal, so that might not be.
Oh, if those forces were internal to each other.
Yeah. Did you just curve the bullet around?
Like my favorite James McAvoy movie, Wanted.
I feel like you might get that free with the core mechanics. Yeah, maybe. Because that's another thing I'm interested in with these like magnet-based games is the emergent gameplay.
Curving bullets.
I'm emerging.
Curving bullets with magnet, like you're literally using magnet ammo and curving bullets, I think is fun. I think the least interesting thing about this is the spinning around of the magnet ammo and like different creating like having intentional, like you're aiming for specific things.
This was the part that area. Like I was the first part of the idea, and then I'm just like, okay, what can we do with that sort of thing? All right.
Yeah, like that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
And then like it's basically like, what are we aiming for and like what's the result of it? Having like specific targets that pop up and you just have certain ammo to deal with targets on an ever-changing landscape. It's like a magnetic landscape. It's kind of like Steven's idea of like you have zones or something like that, maybe.
Maybe you're trying to hit like a specific target and you have to navigate through like a maze of magnets or some shit.
That's kind of cool.
And maybe you get like a couple of shots. You get like 3 or 4 shots, and whenever you touch one of the magnets, similar to like what Steven's this thing here is.
Yeah.
When you touch a magnet, it might cause a chain reaction to get them like connect a bunch of magnets. Now your play field has changed, but you still have 2 or 3 shots to get to that goal. Maybe some of the levels require you to manipulate other magnets and get them out of the way so that you can get to that goal and shoot it in there.
Or you need to shoot
them up,
magnets.
and then you can get into the target.
Yeah.
Could be interesting.
So it doesn't necessarily have to be in this sort of circle thing. It could be like you're limited to like one of the edges of the screen, and for each level we can pick what edge that is. Magnet golf. Well, Andrew is famously not a fan of golf games.
Andrew loves golf games.
When did that become a thing?
Split decision.
Oh, right. Well, I mean,
warranted.
It was right.
Yeah, I was right.
What if like the point area is like also kind of tied to this, so you're always aiming across a landscape?
Oh yeah, so like the point area moves when you move as well. It's just always the exact opposite of where your ship is.
Yeah. So like it's always, I don't know how limiting this is, but like if it was trying to contain the circle thing again, and maybe these are actually like moving around or something like that, but I'm interested now in this like curve your bullet using magnets kind of thing, and it's kind of like a living space, and the magnets that you shoot can be different, like whether like it's a positive or a negative leading edge, or if it's like the strength of the magnet or the shape of the magnet, or maybe it's that's where we get into the like a time scope thing. But like ideally just like these two is like really like what you start with, but if we can think of a way to, because I like the zone thing, I think is kind of neat, of like where you want points to be. The magnet ammo is cool. Containing it into like this sort of like graphic arcadey area is neat. And then it's a question of, is it levels or is it just like a amount of magnets, like, or obstacles or magnetic things in the landscape that are coming through? Maybe they're not even magnets. Maybe it's just magnetic stuff.
Sure.
Or stuff that has force fields around it.
Yeah.
But that's kind of fun. Like
I mean, like what you can do is like instead of having like individual magnets, you can have. Hang on, let me change my color here. And then you have, I don't know, this fucking thing.
Bound shapes.
Yep. And this one is just negative. This one's positive. Like the whole thing.
Ah, I see. Yeah, like the things in here are not like two-sided necessarily. Like
right.
Maybe some could be, but they're not necessarily.
Right.
Like, okay. I think that's kind of neat.
Yeah. And that actually brings me to my out of left field idea.
I like it already.
Yeah.
You're gonna hate it. So,
Jared, you didn't hold shift.
I didn't.
Damn it.
Because this thing is on top of my keyboard.
Here we go.
There you go. That makes me feel better. And now this squiggly line is just like a cool like screen effect where it's like warped, like
yeah, like it's actually a square. But and then there's
just like just like some
really
distortion.
hate
It's just a platformer.
Not.
It's
kind of.
We're making Celeste.
It's a platformer.
No.
Celeste
So,
with magnets.
Here's your goal.
Yeah.
Here is your character. It's gonna be a one-button game where all you can do to move your character is change its polarity.
Change the polarity.
So right now, this is a positive ball. It's just stuck here. If you change it to negative, it starts rolling down, and then now it's sitting here at a negative charge. You change it to positive, and it goes oh, sort of thing. I don't think you'll be able to make it to here based on how I designed this, but but basically, you'll be able to like change your polarity to manipulate the different parts of this. Yeah, so you could have something like that. Sure, it would probably have to be like tilted or something, but not only like.
Why do we have it sticking if this is positive and this is also positive?
I'm sorry, I forgot.
Yeah. Positive and positive.
But also what you could do is maybe have like a channel of like negative, positive, and then you have a ball that goes like whoa, and try and get to the goal.
Sorry, when you said channel, I thought this was what you were drawing, and I'm like, wait, Jared,
no.
What are you doing?
So it would just be a dead simple mechanically of just like a one button change your polarity, and then it would be more of like a pop shove it kind of game where the interesting thing would come from the level design and the sort of ways that this ball interacts with the environment. So you could maybe even have like a positively charged conveyor belt that constantly goes around in a circle, and your ball can constantly just go around this thing until you decide to go negative and push yourself off a bit. Kind of stuff like this. Well, I don't like what you're implying with that little extra picture there, Steven.
Aren't those like twins?
Siblings, no less.
It's just an unrelated picture that I just found, just because it's like we're talking about positive and negative. It has nothing to do with anything next to it, so it's fine.
The positives of this is that like the core mechanic is stupid easy to do. The negative is that we would spend most of our time designing levels and thinking of ways to make interesting pieces of levels to take it. Oh my god. To take advantage of that. So like the conveyor belts, moving platforms, things that spin, stuff like that.
Right.
The other negative is that this doesn't have any like clicky clacky rectangles, which is why it's like a complete departure from everything that we've done out of left field. But this was just another magnet based idea that I thought of.
Yeah.
I like changing polarity. Can we kind of gear that into the gun thing? Where
I think so.
We're just like changing the polarity of. I think I like the non-two-sided things in general.
Oh yeah.
So,
also,
like,
there's no
you
train,
shoot,
but that's not a problem.
I mean,
for us.
whatever. Fuck it at this point. I think whatever you shoot should just be like, all right, this is the positive one, but I changed it to negative at the right time, and then positive at the right time, and then that's how you like sort of arc it through things. Could be interesting as well if we want to sort of marry that into this idea.
Sure.
Can we just make can the bullets be bullet trains, and it actually has like a little bit of a tail to it, and you're actually shooting trains on pads to their station. Now it's
magnet trains.
This could be like the
bullet train.
It could be a train, or it can be like a train of spaceships, and it's like the Southwest or the Spirit Airlines of space travel.
Oh,
so you just like shoot it out, Atagon, thank you for the raid.
Atagon.
So you kind of just like this cheap ass space travel company just literally fires their trains out of a cannon and just hopes that they'll successfully navigate through the thing in time.
Slingshotting things around planets that they do for like space stuff. Get the correct orbit. It could work. This is how they launch their trains to get to the fucking delivery point.
Yeah, they just take off in a certain way.
There's a bunch of just like space garbage that's in the way from like things that blew up or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You're trying to get around that to get to the space station.
I'll say like it would be kind of pretty. This is very Seaway right now, but I hate that I
shut up. Don't even speak that word to me.
But like if these were like landscapes, like high up views of a map, and you got like mountains and maybe there's like villages or houses or something
in space though.
In space. And then
or in the ocean.
And then
Magnet Ocean.
Then you have like the destination or something. But like when you shoot like if you shot like a train, if in the end it looked like this, like it was a train, like and it's
like drawing a trail.
Yeah.
Or no, it's like a continuous train.
Yeah, and then like when it reaches it, then it like concludes. This is a very like Steven like VFX thing.
Yeah,
but,
well, I mean, it could technically be just like a line render that just like sort of draws on, and then it just has a tail on the end of it, and then it's literally just like a train texture that's just on top of that.
Yeah,
but it would be like a tube-looking train texture, wouldn't it? Like, are you imagining like individual carts, Andrew, with like 3D?
I'm imagining it being kind of like segmented, so it feels like a train.
It could still be segmented. It's just the texture that I put.
Oh, you just have to have transparency, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like I think visually, I think this would be pretty. This is like it's not a funny thing, but it would be pretty. It would be pretty that like in the end, it looks like a train like navigating a landscape.
Yeah.
And you could do like really pretty colors and stuff like that.
Let's call it Manifest Destiny.
Yeah, yes. you just see the Louisiana Purchase over here and Thomas Jefferson on this side.
Where's Pocahontas?
She's in the water.
Where's Sacagawea?
Sacagawea.
Sacagawea.
Yoe!
Yeah, yo. Wait, did someone just yell away? Oh no, that's
I
us.
just
okay.
called Sacagawea.
So
right.
I long story short, I'm into the bullet, like the bullet curving. But I think aesthetically, I think this is really pretty. I think this would be really cool, cool to make, and would also see. It seems kind of fun to like send bullet trains through this landscape to your target, and you like sort of aim it around this landscape somehow. So there's like some creativity to it, but there's also the funny.
Is this still involve? What like are the quote unquote magnets are what turning this still, or are you are you like turning the train as it's going?
No. It's all magnet based. So like this would be whatever like your leading edges is like your magnet, I guess. But then these are like positive and negative spaces. So like you're launching it knowing that it's going to like either crash into stuff, which would be spectacular, or it will repel and get attracted by things through that space, and you're trying to like find the right way to aim it to that end.
Launching cargoes will pick back, otherwise just like falling over and skidding around.
Back.
So once the train is sort of launched, the only control that you're gonna have is like changing the polarity, right?
I imagine, yeah.
Okay.
And it should be
it's an aim, click, and then click to change polarity after that.
And I think the faster it is, the more bullet-like I think is kind of cool. And
it can move fast. They'll just have to at least have enough time, or they might be able to maybe plan ahead of time what their shot's going to look like and when they're going to change the polarity. So maybe we could launch it really fucking fast, and then they just have to execute what they have planned in their head.
Right. Yeah. Well, would you ever do bullet time for bullet train?
Maybe.
Make it too easy.
Maybe.
Might be too easy. Yeah. I like the like I generally know like where I want to aim, and maybe it's something you try a couple of times.
I think the speed is something that we could like tinker with to figure out like what feels good.
Yeah, you're right.
Because another thing that you could do is you could have it move slowly, but the magnetic force is really strong when it happens. So it could be something like it tries to, repel away from this thing, and then it ends up going like, you're just like, oh wait, no, hold on, oh no, bring it back, wait,
yeah,
oh no, bring it back, too close. Like if it moves slow and the player can sort of react to how things happen, but the magnetic force whenever they reverse polarity is like strong, then it's like they're slowly struggling to get up here, sort of thing. And maybe they can get in terms of scoring, maybe they'll probably get rewarded for taking the shortest path there, I would imagine.
I would think that the shortest path is like, it's kind of like an aloft thing, like you get more points for being more efficient.
In which case then, like, this is theoretically the shortest path, but it would be difficult to stay there unless, like, we just have to make it so if like they just like mash, like if it's spacebar or whatever to reverse polarity, they can't do something like this, you know. Maybe maybe we would either actually have to add like a,
it would probably slow you down quite a bit, right?
It would probably slow you down. Yes. So maybe.
Yeah,
so
or like increase the force. So like if you do that too close to an edge, like you're gonna die. Like if you try to be near an edge and like I'm going to like cheese this a little bit, your input won't be fast enough to like go back and forth to like ride an edge. You could do that to like bounce a little bit further away maybe, but
sure.
Just dial up the risk of doing something like that.
Yeah, but I do also like the idea of kind of what Steven said of like launching things into orbit or whatever. Maybe if we had other obstacles and stuff, one of the ways to like get to this one would be to launch yourself here and then use a polarity push to like really careen you over this way to get it or something like that. So you're sometimes trying to just use polarity to avoid hitting obstacles, and other times you're using it to like slingshot yourself.
Yeah, no, I think that, I mean, that's, to me, that's like how you're navigating.
That's another interesting thing that you just said, Steven. Collectibles. What if you had a star right here, but this is still the end point, and that's the shortest way. But if you get these and take the long way,
it's better.
You'll get
you can finish the level without it. But if you want those points,
or if we don't even want to have a score to this and just be like, you know, those like old mobile games. So it's like a star rating. So you collect.
A star rating.
You get like a 1, 2, 3 star or a 0 star completion of the level, sort of thing.
Yeah.
That'd be kind of neat.
Yeah, I think from a replayability perspective, obviously high scores are in. But if we don't want to design like a scoring system, just having like stars here, some sort of incentive to like try different areas or different paths could be neat.
Well, the incentive to try harder things is gonna be a high score.
Yes, essentially. But I think if we at least add these little collectibles here, that adds a wider variety of high scores that there could be. Because once somebody finds like the optimal path, it's just going to be like min-maxing, like frame perfecting that path.
Right? Yeah, that's what I was wondering. If like, what's the extent of the skill? Like, what's the skill ceiling for this, and how quickly can you find it?
Is it harder to travel for longer? So we go for like length of your train essentially plus collectibles or something.
I think it would be harder to travel longer. What we could do instead of like saying like, oh, the shortest route, if this is meant to be your train traveling across these things, then it would follow that the more train cars that you have, the more cargo you're transporting. So the longer your train, the more you're delivering, or something like that.
Maybe every time you collect a thing, it adds more cars to your train, sort of deal.
Oh, yes. Which is like, it's like a point.
It also makes it harder to control a little bit, but it's worth it if you can get them.
What would that look like if it added cars to your train? Like, where would those cars get added?
The back,
to the end.
Yeah, but aren't cars like populating from the back already?
Yeah, it would have to be.
Well, it depends on if we're like starting off with like a defined segment length, like is this thing 1 or 2 cars long and you're adding on in the level, or is it like over levels, like they get harder so you get a longer train, which is why more points are involved?
I think being able to have like an arbitrarily long train is probably better, because then we won't have to like
the basic gameplay is like a longer train.
And then another thing that we'll have to do to make sure that nobody like really cheeses the score is we can't have like, you can't go over where your train's been. I would say snake rules. Yeah,
snake rules.
Because otherwise they could probably find an open spot and just like circle around for 5 minutes.
Right.
That's the like similar to like the other obstacles. That's like a collision.
Yes. Yeah. Snake rules.
Snake rules.
Snake rules.
Okay. I am kind of liking this. It is probably going to require about the same amount of level design as something like a loft, which I don't think is insurmountable.
I wonder. Yeah, I'm trying to think like if this is level design or if it's. I wonder if there's any way to make it random and still beatable.
If it's random, that'll be RNG and it'll be scam. So. Yeah, but in all seriousness, no. If we are meant to have a leaderboard on this, then we generally want to minimize that amount of randomness.
Okay, I see. Okay, so
welcome, tricky lady.
It depends on then I think how complex level design even is. I think if we keep it 2D, it's not crazy, right?
Yeah, we should definitely keep it. We'll keep it like a 2D perspective, but we can have like 3D obstacles.
Yeah, then it's just placement of them, and it's not difficult because they're just floating on their own. So it's not like, oh, this thing has to be all like attached to all this other shit. It can be just like a hodgepodge of just things.
Yeah. But yeah, there probably will need to be like a ramp and difficulty and things like that through the levels.
Yeah, that's always the harder part.
That's the hard part, yeah.
There can be like a ramp in difficulty with like the level design, or if we want, as the levels progress, the train's base speed gets faster and faster as well.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so you just have less time to change the polarity.
Yeah.
You gotta be on it.
Yeah. That's something that we can easily tweak and try out and figure out even if we like it, and then I just change a number back.
Right.
So that'd be an option for us. Yeah, I'm basically, as far as like level complexity goes, I think we can keep it generally simple, and as long as there's like at least like more than one interesting path to take in like outside of like the tutorial levels to teach you how to play, as long as there's like at least 2 different paths with some stars here and there to grab, that would probably be sufficient enough to be like interesting. You know, we probably won't be able to make like 50 levels out of it without like some serious like design considerations, but I think if the levels are about as complicated as like the Aloft levels, we got plenty of mileage out of those.
Yeah, I think we just need kind of like, once we know how it plays, I think it'll be easier to understand. But then it just becomes a formula, and we know what's difficult and what's easy.
And that's actually perfect, because I don't foresee any sort of major issues with creating a system like this.
Right.
Yeah, I don't even think, even if we had like some oblong shaped things, as long as I can get a normal vector off of the mesh, like a mesh collider or the mesh render or whatever, we should be able to like have some pretty minute forces pushing on the train magnets and stuff like that. So we wouldn't even be limited to just like doing like boxes and things.
Oh,
to, like, push
like we could actually have
some
somewhat amorphous shapes.
Yeah, we can have curves in there, I think.
Okay.
I'll just have to. Yeah, I think I'll just be sending raycasts out from like the train's head, and then whatever raycast that hits, from that raycast hit info, I automatically get a collision normal. So I'll be able to like push in the opposite, or I guess push in that direction of that normal wherever the train's going. The only thing that I'll probably have to avoid is we're probably not going to want to have a force that like pushes the train backwards, right?
Right. Well, if it does, you just die.
Yeah, like
right, but you would die, but you would kind of like just explode, right? Like you can't.
Yeah. Oh, like if
the back of the train
itself.
just starts like just hits reverse, you know.
Yeah.
Well, I think what would happen. So if you had two like a train with like two cars, and you push the one in front straight back, like it's not necessarily going to just like close that gap between the cars and blow up, right? Like it would just like turn the head of the train.
Wait, what? Well, hang on. Let me draw this out. Here's the train. Here's another car.
That's a penis.
It's a penis. So
I mean that's
this is negative, right, and I hit this positive, and the train's going directly perpendicular towards it. What direction does it go now?
Can you have it so where there's no version of like a normal vector of force when it's pushed back, so it always has to favor one side or the other?
Yeah, we can definitely do that. It's just something that we're gonna have to like think about, you know.
Okay, I see.
It's also probably going to be very rare that you'll go like perfect 90 degrees to this. It's almost definitely kind of like I couldn't even draw a perfect 90-degree thing there. So even if it was coming in like this, then it would slowly go that way. It would slowly go this way. And these are the balls.
That helps you out because they were gonna say
it anyways.
So, emergent indeed, Medusa. So yeah, I guess that won't necessarily be a problem. But like the thing is that like the normal the normal approach for something like this is going to be kind of like that, right? Like that's kind of what the force direction is going to be. So what I might need to do is just like with these two dimensions of the vector, maybe I just ignore the vector or ignore any of the values that would push the train in a backwards direction. So the only force that would be applied to this, well, I don't know, would be.
Well, I mean, what's the worst case if it does get pushed straight back?
Get like a really sharp V shape.
It kind of just starts going backwards into the other train segments. Essentially, it starts overlapping it.
You die.
That would be the worst case scenario.
Could if those I don't know how we. Well, I guess because this is just like a.
It's just going to be a line renderer, so it can draw over itself, no problem.
That's what's happening. Okay.
Yeah. Can you? Is there a way to put collision on those? Or
yeah. Yep.
Okay.
I can drop like a tiny little sphere collider every X frames or whatever, and make like a sort of
line render.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because if that could you can always have like a force between them so that they're not like colliding with each other.
Oh, we don't need a force. I'll just make them stationary.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we just make it to where like I think ideally like if it goes straight at this wall, it turns and like we have like a certain amount that like these can bend, you know. Like there's there's a certain curve tightness that we can have, and ideally it just sort of like bends and like goes back this way.
Yeah, but I think the trickiest thing for me will be. Yeah, I think I can do that. Just calculating that sort of curve that it goes through without it ever going like actually backwards.
Yeah.
You know, I think it would be fine because like this is just the force that's being applied to it, but that force is essentially like, so the actual logic itself is like here's the train stuff, here's the point that we're working with. If I apply a force in this direction as I'm moving forward, like, oh my god, this is like a force diagram from high school physics. What's gonna happen is that it's just naturally, as a part of physics, gonna start doing this.
Yeah.
Right. Because it's gonna start accelerating in this direction, and this is still being applied, so it's gonna be a little bit before it actually starts changing direction. Then so that actually might be fine. Yeah, we'll see. I'll have to experiment around with it, but
okay.
That doesn't seem like that big of a deal, actually. Now that I think about it, I come into train penis with crossing it a crenus.
Crenus.
I think we got the name of our game, boys.
Crenus.
Presenting Crenus.
Crenus and Butthead.
That's what we call it. Bullet Train starring Brad Pitt.
Yeah.
Yeah, nobody has that trademarked, right?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Crenus or Bullet Train starring Brad Pitt?
Do you think we can get Brad Pitt to voice?
We can ask.
Thank you.
Is he on like
Call him.
Is he on like Fiverr or something?
Or what, Cameo?
I think
Cameo, yeah, that's what I'm thinking
I
of.
think I'd prefer Aquafina.
Would you though?
In Greek mythology, Crenus or Crenus was one of the 50 Nereids, sea nymph daughters of the old man of the sea, Nereus, in the Oceanid Doris.
So they're
Nerd.
Sea nymph daughters?
Greek mythology.
Nymph?
Yeah, you're using a lot of words here.
Oh, you looked that up at TNLIC.
I've known that for a while, so.
Yeah, I always knew about the sea nymphs. I also know that Achilles' mom was one.
I make it a point to know about all forms of nymph.
What's your favorite form of nymph? Go. Well, it's all at the same time.
Dryad.
The dryads. Sorry, I
like the tree women. I just can't help myself.
That's my favorite Asian gang, the dryads.
Okay.
Yakuza, Gesundheit.
Okay, so one of the things that we'll probably have to take into consideration if we want to make something like this is the obstacles. I shouldn't be drawing in black right now. The obstacles themselves have to be like visually distinct what polarity that they are. We can like these parts here, these little bits and bobs can probably be whatever color they want, but like the dominating color of each of these obstacles should be either blue or red.
But like an outline, like a big glowing outline.
Like a big I think
sure. And whatever is
I like
inside
that idea.
doesn't matter.
Sure.
Yeah, I like that idea. We can do like a little shimmery outline.
I think it would probably be best to maybe make those colors blue and red, not only because they're generally associated with magnets, but also that's a colorblind friendly color combination.
But Jared, you've already said this before, but like fuck the colorblind.
That is true. I am famous for saying that.
Yeah, that's like your catchphrase.
Right up there with oopsie poopsie.
I just remember all these streams in the past where we spent so many hours listening to Jared go on and on about colorblind people.
To be
Why
fair,
do they have rights?
Oopsie poopsie at least double digits worth of time, so that kind of makes it your catchphrase.
That is true.
It's kind of becoming your catchphrase.
I think it's just it just is.
You know what the problem is? Even I say it now at work as like a
oopsie poopsie.
I say it when things are going wrong, and now and it's like a involuntary response.
Yeah.
Maybe we need an oopsie poopsie emote.
Maybe.
I think we do.
But it's just like a picture of you with a diaper.
Oh my god.
And shrugging.
Have you ever seen one of our newest emotes?
What? Oh, that YouTuber emote.
Yes, sir. This was me pointing at Gardevoir's ass.
Hell yeah,
I just pulled that.
That's what that was.
I could use a Gardevoir's ass emote as well. But
that is true.
I could also use a life-size.
I don't know how many people would be able to understand what it is.
Most people who are watching the stream didn't even realize that it's on screen right now.
It's on screen always.
But now they know.
That's 50 people who just learned something.
How about that?
How about that?
Start eating.
Anyone else gonna buy the life-size Gardevoir plushie? Let me know.
Mine's on back order.
Dang, they canceled my order.
Fuck. They did a background check and like, you can't send it.
Yeah.
They looked up streamers like, not this one.
No, maybe
well,
we can't.
They looked at my search history and it was all just filled with Gardevoir and Hole, and it was just too much.
It was just easier to take away your computer.
Yo, ooh, this is just random aesthetic shit at this point. But wouldn't it be neat?
You're not allowed to talk about that.
Wouldn't it be neat if this like circular map had like a compass aesthetic to it?
Ooh, I do like that. I do like that.
And maybe like the base texture itself could have like longitude, latitude. Yeah.
Yeah, it's got like some mappy like features. So it looks like when this is drawn on, maybe it even looks like it's drawn like
much.
like it's drawing like train tracks or drawing a map a little bit.
Yeah.
I think that would be neat. I was actually kind of picturing some like old timey map looking aesthetics.
Yeah, that could be cool.
Okay, now my question is: would we still do this radial aiming? So you're always aiming into the center of this compass. And then if that's how you're aiming, like, how do we decide where the end that you're aiming for is?
Ooh, sure.
Ooh, is it this thing that Andrew had where you can start from anywhere around, but the point will always be on the other side?
That will make it.
Angle?
That would make it interesting. It would also make it trickier to design for. So
sure.
that would be the sort of trade-off. You would want to make sure that there's no like super easy way to do it. Yeah.
But that's how you solve the level. You find the best angle.
That does add a little bit higher skill ceiling though, because there's more than just like maybe the one route. There's maybe a lot more ways.
Yeah, you could look at the map in a bunch of different ways. To try and
like there will definitely be like probably an objectively easier path, but there's also a more variable set of opportunities.
What's the scope for you guys? Like game, obviously, but graphic fidelity, music, etc.
Well, music is going to be no scope. We're gonna 360 no scope it.
Yeah, we're just gonna wing it. That's the one thing that we can't do.
We don't have any audio ability except for that one time that Brainoid helped us out.
Yes.
Yeah, that was.
And then as far as games we're generally capable of making, you can check out our Ludum Dare page.
Whatever the fuck we want.
We've been doing this for quite a while. We'll probably have like a handful of levels, an online leaderboard. I know the Ruds are generally going to kill it in the art department.
Yeah.
Steven's a 3D artist. Andrew's a 2D artist.
Jared is handling all of the programming.
Jared does all
but the mechanics I'm seeing here don't seem all that complicated. It seems about as complicated as a loft was.
Yeah.
And that wasn't like that hard to nail down. So can go with the neon white in terms of level design. An intended route to let players figure out more optimal routes. That's true. Yeah. That is true.
Oh, an intended. Oh, like you actually put
score
in the
chaseable.
level.
It will be. Maybe. It will be probably.
Something like this would probably be score chaseable. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you guys are doing that.
I thought y'all abandoned it after the scandal.
One of the things.
Yeah. When Pomo showed a hole on stream. It was so scandalous.
What a day in Ludum history that was.
One of the things that we'll have to that we'll probably have to consider that'll make it. Oh, look at you.
Hedagon, are you doing this at the same time that you're doing? Are you participating?
This is his jam.
But is he updating the site while working on a game? Because that's crazy.
Sure, why not?
Yeah, I'm familiar with how Neon White did it for sure. It is pretty fucking dope. And the way that they sort of informed the players that there were more, like, you had the intended route, which was difficult enough to do if you weren't familiar with the mechanics, but the way that they sort of signaled that there were better routes to do was they had like what was it, like developer high scores or just high scores in general, or they would give you like a star rating of like, oh, you could have did this way faster. It's like, what do you mean way faster? I went through the entire level as fast as I could. Oh, but you could have used this ability to skip this entire segment, and it was incentivizing players to find like speed run routes.
Okay,
interesting.
That's kind of neat. Yeah, just the existence of higher scores when people thought it was at like its maximum.
Right.
It's a cool name. Never heard of it though.
Replicube.
Gold, Platinum, and Red Pass. Yeah. The Red Pass I think were the dev times. It was similar to like those developer ghosts in like the Mario Kart games and stuff.
Yeah. Okay. That I mean that's okay. Now Jared, ghosted.
Ghost Train.
Ghost Train.
Dude, that adds so much in terms of replayability. I would love to do something like that.
Well,
that would have to be a stretch goal. Yeah,
that's a stretch goal
for sure. A stretch goal. Okay.
Because I'd have to store that data somehow on a database, which means like tracking like player inputs and like replaying them.
Everything that the player does on their computer at all times.
No, it would just have to be like
store it,
timestamps and player inputs and things. But
yeah, but like even like they type in a password or something.
Oh, hell yeah! Yeah, maybe this game just like secretly installs a keylogger.
Or if they have, you know, like pictures in an album on their computer, and then like I can see it.
Yeah, and I can look at whatever.
When you download and open this game, it gives us root access to your entire PC.
Wow, what a jam!
Well, it's just
and then we run a train on their computer.
Oh my goodness!
Wow, it just keeps getting better and better.
See, it all connects.
Terrible. Just like trains. Okay, I like this idea.
Mm-hmm. So one of the things that's going to make it maybe a little bit more time-consuming to develop than Aloft is more on the art side, because Aloft everything was in silhouettes, right? We just needed black shapes. This will probably need some actual assets.
Well, the way I
make the assets in a way that they're easily like set next to each other, essentially.
I think Steven and I can come up with a good way
to come up with something.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure we, because we'll keep, like, especially because we're like zoomed out, so the detail is going to be low.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's also like we're just making like obstacles to move around and stuff, so they can kind of be whatever.
And the obstacles,
like, a lot was like trying to be confined inside this like space and everything, so it had to be much more like
tailored,
stacked on top of each other and different.
Mm-hmm. The obstacles are probably going to have to be some kind of 3D, so that I can like get a normal off of it.
Like I was definitely picturing 3D obstacles, like Steven would handle the train and the obstacles, and I can do like 2D under that.
I mean, assuming that we can get the line render like works, that it would just be like a 2D train essentially.
Sure.
Oh, okay. That's easy though.
Yeah, it's just basically making a bunch of like segments that like tile essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Could you line segment a 3D train car?
I mean, technically you could have a train car, but that requires like some like rigging stuff that I don't.
Okay, never mind. No. 2D's fine. That's like the top-down view is fine.
That's at least like the 2D version is just like the easiest way I could think to do this.
Yeah.
I think it'll be fine.
Yeah, so we'll probably have like one sprite for like the head of the train, and then some sort of looping sprite for the back.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, no, so it'd be like 2 line renders on top of each other essentially. Or whatever.
2 line.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. It'll be fine.
We'll figure it out.
Now, I will point out that this game doesn't have the clicky clacky.
It does not. And I think that's fine.
You can make a clicky clacky sound when you collect the collectibles. There you
go.
They'll have like a big fun burst that happens.
Unfortunately, it seems to me like the only like objectively appealing thing that we could all agree on with like the clicky clacky magnets was the clicky clackiness.
That was my issue with it.
And then nothing surrounding the game itself.
Magnets, and then everything else was just like, I don't like this.
Let's try and see if we can add some to it. Yeah, I like this.
This feels like an actual game rather than just like a clicky clacky simulator.
Right. All we really had before we left for dinner was like a specific like millisecond moment that happens in the game, and how cool we could make that moment feel.
Yeah, that's true. But luckily, I think the little bit was good. We all had some cool ideas. I think this is.
Boys.
Don't even say that. Don't say that.
Did y'all read Grim Fable's message here? Depending on the scope of how complex you guys want the music, I could probably help out if you wanted. No programming ability, but I can make the music itself.
See, we don't need anything but music.
My boy, that's the only skill that we don't have.
We have everything covered except that.
We would certainly appreciate that. Honestly, probably all we would want is like at minimum just a background track for the game. Like we could use that for like the main menu and everything else. If you wanted to, we could have like a main menu theme and a background track, but really all we would really need is like a background track. If you wanna really reach for the stars, some sound effects would be cool too, but we generally just pull those out of like some royalty.
Well, I'm happy to.
Usually just like
out.
Sunday afternoon, it's just like looking through the royalty-free list and me like half falling asleep and just be like, I hate this.
Yeah, go for it, Grim. Let's see what you got.
Yeah,
but really, anything that you have made will probably be literally be better than anything that we could make easily.
Kind of true.
Damn it! Are we just that hot today that we're getting glances from people? I love it.
Well, I think all of the EU people are going to bed, so they're just waiting the person who's.
No, I mean, like Grim wanting to help us.
Ah.
Like, we were showing more leg than usual, I guess.
I think that Grim was probably here when we were talking about the coupling or something, and he saw that. He's like, well,
that's what I'm thinking.
The plus and minus was probably, the indistinct plus and minus characters coupling. That's just the magnet, kind of.
It's just like a different way to show how
it's just an artistic representation of magnets. Don't worry about it.
Sorry, I'm listening to their music right now. Cool. They have a selection. Uh-oh. Oh shit, I'm so sorry. I had other music playing right now.
Damn it, Jared.
Ooh. They have a Silent Hill 3 song cover.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, that's okay. I just unmuted stream so I could hear it. Oh, wait, can you just share on Discord so I can hear it as you're playing it?
No, because I could never get the audio to work.
Oh, that's the one thing we couldn't get to work. Okay, I'll
load up Parsec just for this. No, just open it. I'll listen.
I mean,
I'm watching on like 2x speed, so it goes faster, so I can watch the whole thing quicker. That's fine.
I typically do VTuber VGMs and stuff, but I have pretty wide genre. Awesome. No, that's fine. Honestly, like, that kind of might be the kind of music that we're looking for in terms of something that can kind of just like calmly play in the background and won't be too like obtrusive or anything like that. We generally don't go too hard in the paint when it comes to like having dynamic music or anything like moment to moment sort of thing.
Well, so technically the ants and stuff.
Sandwich was the one exception, but we didn't even ask for that.
No,
that
Brain
was just that Brain was like.
Brain was going off the cuff.
Like,
we couldn't contain him.
Like that. No.
I mean,
water.
Yeah, this is good stuff.
Yeah.
I see a lot of variability, so it seems like you're open to some different styles as well.
For sure. Yeah, if you're willing to donate some time, we'd be happy to have some music composed for us, because we literally cannot do that.
We were close one jam to making our own music.
We were close to doing like an a cappella soundtrack, but we ran out of time because we tried to make a speech synthesizer in a weekend.
I think that would have turned into a disaster also.
But just think about the goofs.
I don't know. I think I still have it. Let me pull up the one demo track that
I have it. I have it on my phone. Sometimes I'll be listening to you just like my phone's audio, and it'll just come on. I'll be like, "What the fuck?" I forget every time.
That is unfortunate because it is an abrasive track.
It really is.
That'll really catch you off guard.
Oh man, I don't know where I put it.
It's okay if it disappeared.
It's not in my mementos anywhere. Damn it. Grim Fables, thank you.
You've heard this before, Roka, haven't you?
I swear he did. Let me see if I can. Maybe it's still
I feel like Roka
Discord.
would have heard this.
Steven, do you have it on your computer or something?
No. Well, it might be in my phone though. That I could just like post.
File, sound. Okay, sound alert stuff. Sure. Wait, no. Oh, there's only 22 results. Oh, here it is. Okay. Zero context says Andrew's message.
Is that what it's?
And it's called "In Your Mouth" featuring Rudd.
Yeah.
In your mouth,
chocolate gun. Inside your mouth. That doesn't sound bad, honestly.
We were ready to go.
Secret chocolate gun in there is so good.
We were deep in Perfection Schlag of Dead or Alive 2. So I mean,
it wasn't that was not a bad track. That was our vision for the entire soundtrack of Mouthfeel, Roka, but we didn't have time.
Yeah. No.
But that's okay because the rest of it was a banger anyways. So
the rest
people over, and honestly, I love that we had sort of the copyright.
The only problem was that you couldn't make YouTube videos out of it.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. But that's why you had to make like the stream friendly
free version. Yeah.
Listen, I liked the music, but it was
pretty good.
Unfortunate.
We didn't have time.
Oh, we got the Pooga.
Oh,
I might have to go back to that game and play it.
that was such a
great game.
That was one of my favorites to watch people play.
Oh my god, so good.
Also, 10 out of 10 storytelling.
The storytelling was fantastic.
That was Steven unshackled when it came to his writing.
Well,
oh my god, let me loose.
Steven is our writer, and he is at his best at like 8 a.m.
You gotta wait until I'm like dead tired and falling asleep, and then I'll just write the weirdest shit.
Deprive
and make me say it.
Well,
yes, and I think that's the real.
That's the only thing that gives him energy to write those lines.
My energy
is knowing that I have to record it.
I think I spent like a good 5 hours on Sunday writing that.
Yeah, it was a lot of lines, and yet you made a whole story out of it and everything. And then you made it too long.
Yeah, but it was awesome. Listen, we
had a whole
longer.
subplot about the president's dog. You have to forcibly keep him awake for 50 hours and then give him a pen. That's pretty much it. Yeah. Like, it's not a matter of like, oh, how much sleep did you get last night? It's like, how much sleep did you get in the last 48 hours?
Right.
Because he probably didn't get any sleep last night before he wrote this.
No.
And even before
we'll
then,
find something for Steven to write this time too, and make Jared
have to force it.
Anywhere that we can find an opportunity, we're gonna need to do some voice acting somewhere. Even if it's just all of it, like the Dude Ranch thing of all of us reading the title,
the name. Yeah.
Bullet Train.
I think if we can just record
Bullet Train.
Record some like screaming or comment from the passengers on the train or something like that.
Maybe they all scream and die when they explode. Like,
dude! Oh my goodness!
So
they get too close to something, and just everyone just starts screaming. Fuck!
So Grim, I'm not 100% sure what your sort of process is like. My thought is that I would let the Ruds sort of go to town trying to get like a general style of what the game's going to look like. I don't know if that's something that you would need in order to sort of determine what kind of track that you're going to be going for. But if we do it like that, what would be the best way to sort of get in contact with you? Would it just be like Twitch whispers? Do you have like a Discord or something?
Our Discord.
Oh, they joined our Discord? Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
Oh, so we'll just communicate through Discord.
Awesome. Yeah, you should be able to
you just DM with.
Yeah, you should be able to DM me, no problem.
My cabbages.
Jared has blocks on DMs from sexy people, so depending on if you get an answer or not, you'll have your answer.
You'll know what your rating is from 1 to 10 based on whether or not Jared.
Also, in case it's
Discord's rating, you don't have to take that personally or take it let it go to your head depending on.
He's got very unique standards.
In case it's not clear from the fact that we're streaming right now, but we operate on American time. So if you happen to be up late in the EU right now and it takes me a long time to respond, I might be unconscious. But so far, your ideas are giving me these kind of vibes. Oh no, Roka.
What's he digging up on YouTube?
Excited about this. This has got to be.
God damn it!
Did he get you again?
You son of a bitch! On my own YouTube channel.
What an asshole! What an asshole!
Oh.
Good. 15 views.
Oh,
wow.
You're such a bitch. This is Nick playing.
It is.
Just fucking crushing it.
Oh
the
my
world
goodness.
record never beaten.
Something visual, then give me a vibe in terms of how speed or tempo and how intense you want it to sound, or just medium tempo. Maybe some examples. Okay, perfect. Okay, so we'll settle on a style. We'll get. Gosh, fuck you, Roka. We'll
mad. Get your ass.
We'll settle on a style. I'm sure we'll collect some sort of references and things. There's plenty of nautical based sounds that I'm sure I would be able to look up. I've recently started playing Dredge, and that soundtrack fucking slaps in the most like calming way possible. Not like it's a banger of a soundtrack, but it's a nice.
Oh, maybe
calming.
You could use that if that sounds good. You could use it as like a reference for Grim for like.
Well,
the style
I won't give them references until you guys settle on an art style, because you guys can. This is where I usually like you guys to just kind of go ham while the funnel's at its widest, and then you just pick what your favorite
a Human
is.
Centipede game, Andrew.
Like this whole thing could be like like a brown 2D like map if you really want to go like.
It could go
like
full
Treasure Island on it.
Yeah.
Which is kind of ironic because one of the themes that I think didn't make it was cartography.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
This makes it seem like we already wanted a cartograph game. And
well,
And then we
if
just sort of
you go
shoehorned
through our
the
entire
train
brainstorming, wow, we really did just like draw a comet down this thing. If you go through our entire brainstorming, they'll know that we documented the fact that wasn't the case, because there is like 50% of this is bullshit about rectangular magnets.
Yeah.
And then somehow we magically ended up actually making a train game. And I can't even find there also we have Plusum and Minum making out.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I mean,
I think this was the initial spark that we needed. This little,
you know what?
It's gone full circle, guys.
I can't get over how these things just look like two sock puppets.
Like hands.
Yeah,
like two hands.
I can just like imagine like
a person.
Yeah, just like someone who's like single and not going to prom, just like, it's okay, I have you guys. I love you, Jeffrey. Oh my god. And now I kind of want these to like actually be socks. I could just shove my head into, or my foot into. What if we kissed using our sock puppets?
Oh my god.
Those are some nipply ass elbows.
God damn.
Just got some
the long weenus you got there.
The little weenus hands.
I can't wait to see what this face looks like.
He's very... Oh god, ew.
he's got a Kenneth Jr. sort of proportioned face.
Well, maybe he's got like founding father.
Oh yeah.
How are you single? Kenneth Jr. also had like really bright, I think it was like either white or blue eyelashes.
Oh, he did have.
Oh yeah, he had a very red, white, and blue aesthetic. It was pretty nice.
And then just the tiniest sliver of a bright red mouth. Just
yeah. Oh my goodness.
Or whatever you want to do.
Whatever, it's fine.
He doesn't seem very excited.
Here, go for it. And then just like, where the fuck is my? Oh, come on. You know where I want to be.
I actually love how sock puppety these things look.
Just a single.
Oh, just a little. Is that a tear?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh god, they're all raggedy and shit. Never been washed.
I never washed it once.
Why is he like touching his elbows together to get like the best?
Well, he's making.
Hey, Jared,
he's making.
I don't have giant tits, Steven. I can touch my elbows together.
Damn it! When are you gonna get those tits we've been asking about for so long?
I don't know. Ask the person making my VTuber model.
Dude, imagine if that was a real thing that was happening.
Oh my god, that's where all of the subscriber money's been going to. Yeah.
Slowly just.
I'm dropping 10K on the most elaborate ass VTuber model.
Yeah. Well, why do you need to get a new VTuber model? You already have that one that you.
Yeah.
We were gonna watch that at some point, weren't we?
Oh, that's why I'm here. Well, no, it's gonna be a punishment at some point because I am disgustingly embarrassed by my VTuber audition. That's why I'm here, securing my VTuber client. Well,
please take on Jared as a VTuber client. I will pay you. I want you to like fully do him up, make him a professional VTuber.
It sounds like I know exactly who I'm going to commission for my BGM though.
So,
exactly.
I just need to find someone who knows how to do the art part.
Yeah, if only I knew somebody who could do 3D art and modeling.
That'd be weird if he did know that.
Damn.
Although to be fair, I don't know how any of the fucking
actually most VTuber stuff is done in Live 2D, so it's all 2D sprites, 2D. And then they rig it in Live 2D. You can make like there are a bunch of like 3D models that people use.
Sounds heavy though for a stream.
How about
this, Jared? It absolutely is. Some people have like full body tracking for it too.
I'll give you the Red Family Christmas model that you can use.
Dude, that actually might be pretty awesome. Like if I had like a stream redeem that could turn on the VTuber model for a few minutes.
And then we would just have like a couple different textures for your mouth for like when you're talking and stuff.
Yeah. I mean, I'm already doing like an open O face. All we would need to do is just like close it.
Or just keep that mouth open all the time.
That would be fire, says Roka.
It exists.
Oh. Yeah, there's a lot of evolving tech in the VTuber space.
True.
Never underestimate
those mocap suits.
You want to give me $30,000 for one?
I hear they're quite.
Maybe $100.
You can link VTube Studio to activate the model based on Twitch Redeem. So the only thing that I would have to look into, Grim, is that like, because obviously VTube Studio probably uses your camera to track yourself, right? Generally, you can't have two programs accessing a camera at the same time. So I would probably be able to have a Twitch Redeem to like change models. I know a lot of VTubers do stuff like that, or even like impact the model, like change their hair, change like make them go chibi mode or whatever. But if I wanted to toggle between like Flesh Jared and VTuber Jared, I have
Flesh Jared.
That's what they call them, Flesh Tubers.
I don't like that though. That's uncomfortable.
Ew.
I would just have to experiment to see if I could toggle between that with both programs running at the same time, because I have flirted with that. Another thing that a lot of VTubers do is like in VTuber Studio, you can add 2D assets to like the character or whatever, wherever you want. Like it's just the program's just kind of like a green screen program, and like your VTuber in the middle, and the camera sort of tracks your VTuber stuff. You can put 2D assets wherever you want, and you can set like an anchor point compared to your model. So sometimes people like put sunglasses on their VTuber model or whatever, and whenever they move their head, those sunglasses will stay there. I'm curious if I can do that without having a VTuber model. So I can like put assets, like 2D assets on my Flesh Tuber face and have them like track around and stuff.
That would be interesting.
That would be. But I haven't had time to experiment with VTube Studio much at all. I'm still so upset seeing this YouTube link from Roka right now. Just sitting in the chat.
He caught us when we were vulnerable.
Actually,
you
know what?
You knew not to trust him.
I can fix this.
Oh shit.
Oh, easy. Yeah, there we go.
I think that's
that was a very reasonable reaction.
There we go.
And
now the slate is clean.
What's the count up?
That might work, but it'd be a mess of code. Well, fortunately for me, Grim,
12 and 13.
Messes of code are my trademark.
That's true. Ain't no clean code around here.
Mm-hmm.
Don't look. We don't wash our hands either.
Never.
All right, cool. So I definitely have enough to go on to like start prototyping and getting that just like core train movement polarity stuff.
Okay.
Around.
Do you just want to like go for it, or do you want to go through any like? Does it help to talk through game loop and any of that right now? I don't want to bog us down if you're good to go. Just Steven and I.
Not right now. I don't think I need to go through game loop because I know basically what the mechanic is that we're trying to capture, and I want to see if I can sort of knock that out at a reasonable pace. See if there's going to be any sort of major pain points as I'm implementing it. And then and then we can kind of see what we want to do from there. Although as far as controls go, I feel like this might be like could it all be done with the mouse? Like you move the mouse left and right to like
aim,
and then just
launch,
click. You click to
polarity.
launch, and then the same button to like reverse polarity. Or do we want a different control scheme?
It could be a one click. It could be a mouse with a one click thing. Yeah, like you launch, and then every time you click, it changes the polarity. Like, does that feel better? Well, like imagine, like, does that feel better? Like, or does just
what
like,
would be confusing? What would be confusing is like if you're on the South Pole and you want to go up to north. You have to like drag your mouse to the left. Would that feel natural?
I'm kind of thinking that like left hand on like WASD might feel better.
I think so
like,
too.
A and D for like clockwise, counterclockwise.
Yeah. That at least makes more sense. For some reason, that makes more sense to me than spacebar too. What would be really cool, and I might have time to do this, is map it to an analog stick for controllers.
Ooh, for the first time ever.
Yeah.
For the first time in forever.
Shut
the volume slider again?
But that
Grim will make it.
we would still have to. I think we would still have to add some sort of keyboard support just so that we don't limit people who don't have a controller for their PCs.
Have both.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So
but I kind of like that.
We'll probably want to design for keyboard first, just because that's the one thing that we can count on everyone having, and then
we'll have the functionality for a controller will be a stretch goal.
Yeah,
sure.
Because Unity's input system is actually pretty robust now, where you can assign multiple inputs to do the same thing. So like for my Celeste character controller, I have moving left and right maps to both the analog stick and A and D on the keyboard, and they both do the exact same logic or code.
Mm-hmm.
So
okay,
but the control scheme for this will be different because it'll be mapped to like an analog direction, like a continuous analog direction, rather than just like moving left and right. It'll be different, but I would love to try it if I have time. But we'll start with I'll just do A and D to like rotate the shooting points and the goal post. I do think that's actually going to be a huge game changer, is always having the goal post and the player character, or like the starting point, like opposite ends of each other.
Yeah,
I think that's gonna be pretty dope. We could also maybe be flexible and have it be like maybe some levels are like the goal post is like 90 degrees from your starting point or something like that. Like we can move it around,
like moving with you no matter
right,
where.
but it'll still always be 90 degrees from the player. Like maybe we can just it'll always be proportionally in the same spot, but where that spot is could be different. That's something that'll be super easy to be flexible.
It could be right next to you.
I think that's actually that's a cool way to handle like the end goal, is that it's always locked with you, and you can spin with it, but it can be anywhere.
Oh, you know what would be a cool level is if your end goal was right next to you.
Yeah,
but you had to go all the way around to get back.
Yeah, you got to do a big old fucking loop. Yeah, because you can't just go like,
yeah,
you can't just turn around right away. Well, because you're also bound to the forces that exist in that.
The only way that you can move is with magnets. So
yes. Okay, I like that.
How do they work?
I think
we got some
ways to ramp the level design and the difficulty.
And that's always a sign of like a promising idea to me, is that there's that little extra spice that can just like change up the gameplay immensely by with like just a tiny little tweak.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. I'm into that.
All right. Y'all doing maglev? Why does that sound familiar?
Sure.
Maglev.
Whatever that is, yes.
Yeah, basically. It's the technology that Bullet Train kind of uses. A transportation system that uses magnetic fields to levitate, guide, and propel vehicles, primarily trains. Yeah. Except we're going to be doing it on the fucking ocean.
Yeah. Oh
right.
my goodness.
Maybe.
Magnetic.
We'll see.
Because it's on top of ferrofluid. This is not Earth, guys. This is not Earth.
Let's be real.
Ferrofluid ocean, magnet train. Easy.
Mm-hmm. It's gonna be very Kojima if you're ready for it.
Metal continents and trees.
Oh, hell yeah! Everything is Ferris as shit.
Fuck yeah!
Oh, so Ferris.
And on a Ferris.
So Ferris for you.
Yeah, and it's like it's Bueller's Day Off.
On a Ferris wheel too.
And it's my favorite city in France.
Paris.
And then you go
Ferris
up to,
wheels?
and then you like you're jealous of a woman who's younger than you, so you just go mirror, mirror on the wall.
Oh my goodness!
Ferris. The ball.
I was waiting. It took me more than 3 seconds to catch on to what you were doing.
I'm glad Yoshi Replays decided that was that. You know what? I'll give these guys a follow. That was worth a follow.
Don't regret it.
Never regret it. Ferris wheels? Okay, I like it. Thanks, Funbase. That's good.
That's actually not bad. That's usually the one of the literal last things that we bring to the game is the name. Generally, we'll still need to think of a really shitty name for it, because generally we think of a really shitty name that we all hate first, and that'll motivate us to think of a better one during the weekend.
It's usually Jared's job is to be like,
here, guys, here's the king of bad names.
I don't think Ferris Wheels is shitty enough of a name to motivate us right now. Oh, Crenus. You know what?
That's pretty bad.
That's pretty good. I like Crenus.
I did write one down earlier when I was thinking of ideas, and I wrote down train reaction. And I thought
train reaction,
but it's also very bad pun, so that could be a good stand-in.
I get the feeling that if we were to submit that, we'd get the same thing that happens on like Ludum Dare URLs, where our URL will be called like LDJam /coleslaw. It's like train reaction -12 or something like that, because everyone thought of it.
Everyone thought of that. What train? Wait, that rhymes with chain.
Oh my god.
You know what people won't come up with? Crenus.
Crenus, indeed.
Nobody else will name their game Crenus. I promise you that.
If we were Crenus 2,
imagine. Jared would show his feet on camera.
No, he'd show us his Crenus.
Show me the Crenus.
Don't tempt me with a good time.
So I was saying that.
I knew. As I was saying
that's a pretty cursed print right there.
Yeah.
Okay, so Jared, you have enough to get cooking. Okay, then Steve and I, we also
we can start.
We're good to cook. Yeah.
Okie dokes.
Okay, so you want to split off here?
Yeah, I think that's
anything else. This is our last chance as usual before we split off. Any major concerns, like anything that we're uncertain about, before we like.
I've never been more sure of anything in my life.
We're gonna
golden material.
Something will happen, but don't worry about
we're gonna need, and you might hate this, Andrew, we're gonna need about as many UI assets as we did for a loft, because we're probably gonna have a level select and a title screen and any sort of like score elements and things.
If we pick out our art direction quick though, especially if Steven's doing like obstacle stuff, and all the effects and things like that, I feel like the level design, like the 2D stuff that I would do, is really simple. It's like a map. It's gonna be really like low detail, whatever.
Sure.
I think that frees up a lot of time for menus and UI stuff. I think it's okay.
Cool.
I think it's okay.
Yeah, because I don't anticipate
with like the 3D and like the VFX load.
I'll take that silence as a yes.
Yes.
My mind blanked out for a second. It seems fine.
Whatever.
I short-circuited a bit. I heard your question and I was like, sitting there. I'm like,
as long as you're good with the 3D stuff and the VFX load on your end, the work's probably going to be heaviest on yours, I think. Generally, when it comes to games with indirect controls like these, the programming for it is generally pretty simple. I don't think I spent all that much time coding like the movement for like a loft or pop shove it. It was more so everything else surrounding it, and this doesn't have a lot of other like moving parts that would mess with things. Oh my god, what if we had spinning obstacles?
Oh,
that's easy to do.
Would they have different polarities?
They all have like one single polarity though.
Right, but if they're weirdly shaped, the direction that you launch over could be different.
Your vectoring would be different.
Yeah, if you had like just like a crescent moon shaped thing, your vector would be different. Yeah.
Okay, that's cool.
Interesting. I kind of want to just like make a bunch of just random shapes just for testing.
Sure. Yeah, that would probably be a good idea.
That would be a lot of fun before we start to do like final artwork.
Maybe we could establish like all right, this is the max angle of curvature that you can have or something like that.
Yeah, we'll have to think of some just like simple shapes to like test and then kind of go from there.
Okay. Yeah, we'll keep that. Yeah, because it would be a shame if you made assets we either couldn't use or it turns out there was more interesting stuff we could have done.
Mm-hmm, right. Mm-hmm. I will, when I'm experimenting with the polarity stuff, I'll test with both like a box collider and a sphere collider to make sure that like we can handle like curves. But I don't think there are any primitives that have like a concave sort of collider. So we'll probably, if you wanted to just make like even just a white box crescent shaped moon,
I could make you a crescent moon at least, and then you could use that to test.
That would actually be pretty handy. So cool.
You'll get that on Sunday though.
Perfect.
Sunday evening.
And then that'll sort of inform like what we're going to be capable of.
Yeah, then we'll know what kind of game to make.
Yeah, or at least we'll know what our limitations are, so then we can start cranking out the 30 levels that we have planned for this game.
Yeah, and Steven's gonna send it Sunday night, but it'll get to the mail first thing Monday morning.
Yeah, I'm gonna mail you a flash drive.
All right, I will read it Monday. Well, hang on there. I'm sending it in the mail. You'll get it Wednesday.
That doesn't help me at all.
Okay, so we just won't have a game then. I guess we can just like wrap up here. We're good.
Yeah, so I think we're good.
I think we just submit this Miro board as our thing.
That's always an option,
they'll
right?
get it. Okay, who just made a giant dick out of our entire brainstorming?
It wasn't me.
Well, this is just. I was just drawing out like a bounding box, just be like, look how much bigger it got towards the end.
What's in this bounding box here?
Well, that's where we were gonna start. That we were intending.
Yeah, this is like where we should have gone before. So it's like, if we
it's showing a diverging path that we created. Yeah.
I see.
It's a different path. Have you ever seen a Venn diagram before?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then you also have there's a couple of these things just to kind of point you out to like different sections that we want to highlight. Like this, like we want to kind of like put some brackets around that as an idea. Like this, this is like a big idea over here.
I think it's important to point out where we're planning on going. It could be this way. It could be this way.
Right.
There's a lot of different options.
I think just if we start over here, it would have just kind of turned out a little weird if we did that. So
yeah, like those paths, we knew that they weren't going to go anywhere, so we stopped.
Yeah. Gotcha.
There's also another alternate path down there as well. It's a little smaller, but it's okay. It's natural.
That's fair. No, this is all starting to make sense to me now.
And this part is a cum.
No, you didn't have to add the cup. Wait, Jerry, can you fill that in real quick with whatever color you want?
You got it.
Whatever color you desire. Just the first color that
first color that comes to mind.
Oh, that's Shrek. What is this? Shrek 5?
Purple.
Ew.
Oh Jesus.
Ew. That's some Gerple.
Barney.
Gerple.
Gerple. My Gerple tunnel is acting up.
So
all right, now we're just wasting time, Jared.
Nobody has any thoughts as to what I put on the balls, eh?
What? Oh.
It took me a bit of digging to find it, but I found it.
It is right there, huh?
You're gonna have to resist the urge to draw on top of this.
Don't.
What you don't want to do is
just don't
add a little bit of extra cake.
What you don't want to do is you want to start to just
define some.
Don't do this. Don't do
that. This is a big no-no.
I see.
You don't want to do this.
This is the thing that you don't want to do.
What I'm doing right now, don't.
Yeah,
you really don't.
Really don't want. It's just gonna. It'll only lead to.
I see. Well, I'm glad you warned me. Because I probably, that's exactly what I was thinking of doing next. I'm scared.
Oh my God.
Oh my God! You captured her essence perfectly.
Wow, that looks just like her. It's crazy. Oh no!
Jerry says, "Please."
Jerry,
I'm too horny. God, you're giving her duck feet.
Oh yeah. God damn.
Guys, I think we should pivot our game.
Just remember, No.
No,
Oh,
don't do this.
Yeah.
And definitely don't.
That's kind of the
more.
main point.
Beautiful, beautiful. Well, we've successfully made Jerry come. I think mission accomplished. We can pack it in.
Yeah. Hey, now that's a successful jam, I would say.
Right next to, I just realized that we have on this brainstorming sheet, running a train on J.K. Rowling sex stuff.
Wow. Oh, how far we've come.
And also nipple mat. This is, I'm not gonna lie, this is one of our more heinous boards.
It is. And I entirely blame Andrew.
A bit rough to look at. The red didn't help.
The red.
I'll own that. That's on me.
Jared added. This was a very friendly, middle school.
Everyone was enjoying it until you added the red coloring.
Yeah, suddenly pain was involved.
Well, somebody added the little drooly bit.
Yeah, well, that was because sometimes
that was the lubricant.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You add oil to machinery and stuff, so it doesn't seize.
Seize up. It's happy sauce.
Hang on, I think I just need to just add one little detail here.
What are you doing?
Yeah, are you drawing on the kid?
Please stay away from the kid. Oh.
Walking funny with poop in your pants.
That's kids for you, baby.
That
say
sounds
the darndest things.
It sounds like a kid's Cards Against Humanity thing you would pull.
Yes, it does.
I mean, poop is a pretty funny thing. So.
Poop is funny.
Trainosaurus Rex.
Thomas the Pain Engine.
And then suddenly we just go off on a massive magnet tangent.
Magnet tangent.
And we got a little battery here
for our magnet game.
And then suddenly just a jump scare of Kenneth Jr. making out with sock puppets.
That is probably one of the more where did that come from images on here. The fact that it's also peeking out from behind
yes.
a very intentional game development image. It's integrated into the process.
And then finally there's
and then here's
2% of this entire brainstorming session actually contains what our final design is going to be.
Hey, but damn it, that's a good 2% right there.
Yes, it is. That's the pressed diamond right there. The rough.
A lot of purple down there. Okay. Let's get it.
Let's get it on.
Let's get it.
Alrighty.
We'll split off, and then Steven, we'll work on some things, and then just hit up Jared when we have a path. I think, do y'all want to have any goals for this evening? Or do you want to split away, and we'll come back and talk about that after? Because it's not too late for me, obviously.
Yeah, so we can probably split off, and I'll just see what my velocity kind of looks like. I'll definitely be able to get just the turning, the initial pre-shooting phase done in terms of the movement and constraining that to a circle. I'm all pre. And then we'll see how far I can get with the line renderer physics stuff in terms of I won't even have polarity change, even though polarity change will be super easy to do, but I'll just have a positive, I'll basically have to make a magnet system, right? Of just something that keeps track of the charge and what happens when those things get close to each other. That'll be the main bulk of it. But I don't think I'll want to probably take my time on that, so I won't rush to get it done today. If I ever start feeling drowsy or whatever, I'll probably call it an early night because I don't want to write that foundational code tired.
Oh,
that's the important thing that I want to make sure that I get right.
Yeah,
so
that's cool.
I don't anticipate going to bed too early, but if I ever do hit a sort of turning point with my current exhaustion level, I'll probably follow my body and then come back the next day to crank out the magnet stuff.
That's fine.
But basically, once the magnet stuff is done, the rest is going to be basically nothing. I don't know, detecting when they collide with the finish line and shit like that. It's gonna be fine.
That's when we'll get to maybe game loop stuff.
The game loop stuff, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So core functionality, I hope to have basically done by early-ish Saturday, like hopefully before lunch Saturday, or a little bit after lunch. And then the rest of it will be like game loop stuff, level selection, scores, leaderboards, and all that fun nonsense.
Yeah. Okay.
So.
And a volume slider.
And a volume slider, obviously.
Just put it in first, and then we don't have to worry about it.
Right. Let's stick to the most important things first.
To be fair, can't you just rip it out of?
I absolutely can, and I will.
Yeah.
Yeah. All we had to do was make it once, and by make it once, I mean have someone else do it.
Thanks, Brainoid, wherever you are.
Brain.
It'd be funny if we had that same approach with music, where like now that it's made, we just use the same tracks every single game now.
Because we own that.
We own it now. Brain sold it to us.
Because
we own it. It's ours, effectively ours.
What he didn't see was that as soon as he sent that to us, there was like a little
some fine print
notice.
A little waiver
that said like you have no ownership over this anymore.
Yeah, something to that effect.
So he needs it in perpetuity.
Mm-hmm. We own
every
you.
game will have it.
I think that was the actual language. We own you.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's right. Yeah.
You let some Americans borrow a thing that you like, so it's ours now.
Dangerous game.
It's the American way.
We shall split off.
Sounds good. I am going to hit the bathroom, and then I will be at my desk momentarily.
Well, don't worry. We'll jump scare you when we have something to share.
Perfect. I would love it if you did that.
All right, Steven, I will see you in the closet.
Sir.
Peace.
Bye.
Alrighty. Oh my god. Y'all have been hearing music this whole time, but it's been muted for me. Yay, I have it back. We'll actually turn that down just a little bit. Alright. I am going to hit the bathroom, and then we'll get right on into this. Enjoy your Plinko. Slutty, yay. Okie dokes. Perfect. Let me just check some things on the Discord. That is such a cursed ass print. This is good shit. Ah. So let's see here. First, let's just make a new scene that isn't just sample scene. Oh, we got a splash scene in there already. Well, that's nice. We'll just change this to Jared's scene. Okie doke. We don't need... We're not going to be using any sort of lighting, I'm sure. That's generally how we do things. Although we'll keep the directional light in for now, just so I can see all of the lit primitives that I'll probably be using. So, actually, I'm thinking we're probably going to want the yeah, even though this is going to be like a 2D map looking game, we're probably going to want the... Where is it? This part, this circular part here, to be a game object and not like a UI element. Yeah. And what we'll probably do, we could get away with having this little ring be a static sprite that doesn't move, and then we just rotate the origin point and the destination point around it. But I think it might be neat if it did rotate, so that Steven could maybe, or Steven or Andrew can put like some neat details on this ring and have it move around and stuff. We could even have like a background ring and then a foreground ring that can actually like rotate while the background stays static. I'll rotate it just because that seems like it'll be nice, but we're gonna need a quick and dirty asset for that first. So let's make one. We'll make this like, I don't know, 2048 by 2048. That seems fine. Nope. We want a circle. A thick circle. A thick-ish circle. That should be fine. Let's just make it some other color here. Something that'll be interesting to look at. So, boats. Are you jamming? You jamming as well? Wonder if I can stylize. Nah. Is there any sort of like easy pattern I can do with this thing? Maybe a gradient or something. Oh, gradient mapping. Look at that. Ew. Never mind. Let's just keep it simple. What jam? Yeah, I am. Oh, that's right. You are teamed with FBA. Nice. Do you guys have an... I'm assuming y'all have an idea, because we're usually the last ones to actually come up with an idea. How's your stuff going? Of course, you landed on it pretty quick. I am jealous of y'all. We always agonize over our ideas for way too long. So we'll have a placeholder ring, and then let's have something else. That's just gonna be the, actually, you know what? I'll just find a freaking ship or something. Okay, excellent. I think I found something. Wait. Oh, there's so many good options. I think I like this one the best, though. Here's going to be our placeholder origin point where we'll be firing trains. Who's this guy? It's just that. I always like to pick things that I know the Reds will hate and want to replace immediately. That should be fine. Beautiful. I know. Thank you. Thank you. I knew you would at least get it. Actually, you know what I should have done? Shit. Well, actually, no. It doesn't have the transparency on it. That'll be annoying. I don't know if I think it's that funny that I would want to not have transparency on it. And I'm not sure I can confidently... Yeah, I can't quite just like... I'm not going to spend that much time on it. All right, we'll go with something significantly less funny. There he is. Great, cool. Just as a little placeholder thing. Do that, 0. Make it nice and square. And then for a finish line, let's see. Hang on, I think I can make this one work. Oh yeah, I can make it work. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. All right, there's our target. How come everything is kind of sepia? Oh, you can see that, can't you? It's because I have flux on. Is that better for you, Funbase? The bee exudes something for sure. Absolutely. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. All right, so now we just got to import these. Oh, they're already here. Sick. Okay, so let's make a quick prefab here. So we'll want a game ring, but I think we'll want to separate each of these. Hang on, maybe we'll just do like launch field, and then this will be called ring, and then parented to the ring will be launcher and target. Oh, I mean their eyes. I didn't mind. Actually assumed you were doing a bit. I didn't understand. Nah. Yeah, no, I should be good. I'm fine. It's just kind of annoying that that pops up in OBS as well. Okay. So let's drag this into prefabs and edit it from here. So launch field is going to be like the parent object, and then the ring is going to have a sprite renderer. Boink. There's that. But we're going to, this is going to be on the larger side. We'll probably... What up, Nerdsoul? You down to jam? You jamming this weekend? Alright. How do we want to do this? Maybe we'll just make these bigger. Okay. And then we'll want this to be, well, I guess the main camera. Get that out of here. That's looking pretty decent in terms of just like raw size. There is going to be a lot of empty space. Maybe we'll be able to take advantage of like the left and right dimensions, or the left and right sides of this for like some UI stuff, or this could potentially be a 4x3 game. That would be kind of neat. All right, that seems like a decent size for now. And then you... Wait a minute. There we go. This is going to be a lot smaller. Not like that. Meow. Meow. Something like that. Oh, I'm so down. I just woke up. Only starting to think of some ideas. Well, good luck. Best of luck. It better involve giraffes. Okay, and then the target's going to be similar. Just a sprite renderer. This. Hang on. How do I want to do this? Wait, where'd he go? Oh, I got rid of the sprite. I think... I can do this some other way where I can keep it just like on the ring. Oh, you're not Kepster. I'm so sorry. You guys' names are hard to keep track of. I know too many of you now. But best of luck with what you make, Nerdsoul. It's reached that hour where like I've spent so much time like thinking about things that like some of the most simple shit that I generally remember are just like falling out of my brain right now. Okay. I don't think I want to do it like this because this is going to make it difficult to edit. So if we wanted to change where this target was, I don't want Steven to have to like hand place it somewhere. I want it to just be able to rotate to wherever it needs to go. That might require an editor tool, I guess. Because I can't just, well, you know what I could do? Instead of doing it like this. So we have the ring here, but the launcher, okay, here's what we're going to do. Launcher, parent. And we're going to throw the launcher in there. Oops. Throw the launcher in there. So the launcher parent's going to be at 0, 0, 0. And then this launcher is going to be right here. So now it'll be at like negative 0.5 or something. Sure, that's fine. So now if he wants to change where the launcher goes, he just goes to the rotation here and changes the Z rotation. Perfect. So it'll always be at the same radius. And he can just change where he wants like the launcher's position to start with. Generally, the launcher is always going to start at the bottom, but if we do the same for the targets, now Steven will be able to easily manipulate where the target is going to be without 0.5, that's fine. without having to like manually move it. It'll just always stay there. And it rotates properly. See, it's all perfect now. Okay. Yeah, that's definitely how we want to organize that. Okay. Okay. And then if we were to rotate the ring. Cool. That's looking pretty neat. I wonder. Panels in general. Where's the inputs menu? 2022 has, yeah, 2022 definitely has the inputs and things. There you are. That's not what I want. Why did I always forget how to do this?
Hello everyone, my name is...
Shut up, just show me the thing to click. Yep. Oh, it's a package thing. Whoopsie doodles. Which one is it called? Just input system. Perfect. Boink. Install. Project uses new input system, but the native platform backends for the new input system are not enabled. The player settings, this means that no input from the native devices will come through. Do you want to enable the backends? Yes, sure, why not? Restart the editor. It's fine. Save. Yeah, please save, actually. Oof. My favorite part about game development, the waiting. Now we should have an inputs window, correct? Visual scripting, no. Sequencing, rendering, general. Why did I close that YouTube video? Creating an input map. Input actions. Okay. Just make a new map. Player map. New action. We will do keyboard. Keyboard, please. Wow, what a finicky menu here. What's going on? Oh my god. Why isn't it letting me click these? Hey. Oh, I had to right click it. Interesting. Yada yada yada. Okay. Yep. On learning things. It's fine. Oh, hang on a sec. No, we don't need a button for that. It's just that. Okay. New action. Okay. And then a map script of some sort. Generate C++ class. This is fine. Apply. There we go. Save the asset. And I think we're good from there to actually like use this thing. Okie dokes. Okie dokes. I'm gonna need a refresher on how input system stuff works. Where is it? There you are. Okay. So we'll use we need the other one here too. Player character. Cool. Oh wait, no, it's not get component. We want to just make a new one here. And then just enable it here is fine. Enable. And then I guess just in case, we'll do it on enable and disable. A little safer. So we'll create it once on awake, and then every time we enable it, we enable the controls. It disable when we disable the controls. Cool. And then from there, we just have a selection of inputs here. So let's see here. We'll rotate clockwise and counterclockwise. I wonder, do I need to have... Okay, so when it's performed, we do that. Wait, I think there's another thing that we need for this. Can we do like this? Player controls. It was something like in progress. That's what we want. So if it's true, oh, I see. So we don't want that here. But every time that when it's being held, we want it to rotate one way or rotate the other way. As far as the speed is concerned, rotation speed. This will just be, I don't know, 10 degrees per second. So it would take, oh god, that's really slow. It would take like 18 seconds to get to the other side there. I think I would want it to rotate like... Let's just do 25 for now. We'll figure it out later. So it'll rotate 25 degrees per second. That'll be fine. We can tweak it to an exact value later. I'll move Twitch chat down to my tablet here. There we go. And this will just be on, we'll want it on update because we're reading inputs. Player controls, let's, oh, fuck, did I already forget how to do this? Right, we want the map. Player map dots left in progress is equal to true. So if you hit left, I think I want it to go clockwise, and when you hit right, I want it to go counterclockwise. So the problem here is that we're calling this in updates, which is going to be frame rate dependent. So we need to decouple that. How do we want to do that? I don't want to just set some random flags, because we definitely need to read the mean, I guess we can just multiply it by time.delta time. That should fix it, right? I think so. We don't necessarily need to process it in fixed update. We just need to make sure that we multiply it by the correct time scale. I think. My brain's a bit mushy right now. All right. Right. First, we need a reference to the actual game object itself. Maybe not necessarily like the game object, but the transform of it. Ring transform. Okay. Ugh. Changing rotations is... There's some annoying thing that I have to do with it, right? No, not really. Wait, hang on. I can do this. Ring transform dot rotation. I think we want local rotation. It's going to be equal to quaternion. Wait. New quaternion. Wait, right? No. Quaternion, Euler. And then we want it to be, I think we're rotating the z-axis, so it'll just be 0, 0, and then this dot ring transform, local rotation, dot Euler angles, dot z, plus, is it plus? Rotation speed times time dot delta time. I think that's right. If we rotate this in the positive direction, nope, that goes clockwise. So we want to subtract it. Okay. All right, so that should theoretically do what we wanted to do. Let's take a peek. I'll just equip this. Rotation speed is 25 degrees per second. We got the ring transform. I think there's something else that we need to have in the scene in order to do input stuff. Shit, let me just open up my character controller thing here, see what I might have missed. I've only set this up like 3 times. Gotcha. Okay, so we need a this thing. Maybe we'll just do it here. Player inputs. Just a player input, right? We don't need a manager or anything. Doesn't look like it. And then the input action asset is going to be player controls, player map, yada, 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 yada. That all looks good. Okay. Let's see what happens. All right, that's incredibly slow, but it works. So now if I were to change this to say like 90 degrees a second, that honestly still kind of feels a little bit slow. So maybe, I don't know, 100 degrees, no, 150 degrees a second. That feels pretty responsive. We don't need it to be like super tactile and precise, At least that's not what I'm thinking. Like, I don't think there should be any major like difference between launching here versus launching like here. Like, these sort of minute little differences shouldn't like matter in the long run. So I think what's maybe more important is that like these things rotate at a speed that feels responsive enough for somebody to quickly get to what they want to do. I don't want them to have to be like, all right, I want to get this rocket. I want to shoot from the top here, from the top of this ring. Because you technically have more control like on a minute scale if you like tap these things, but that's not going to be as important as being able to do something like, all right, I want to shoot from the bottom. All right, cool. It shouldn't take them more than like 2 seconds. Yeah, they can basically get to anywhere that they want to go in maximum 2 seconds, which honestly still might be a little bit slow. Who knows? 200 feels a little fast. And now, if I were to change the target somewhere, like if I were to put it like right here, set it to like 90 degrees. Oh, it works exactly like how we would want. All right, sick. All right, so I'm thinking maybe like, let's change it to like 175. That seems like a good number. And let's make a little GIF of this to show the Rudd boys. Great number. Thank you. A nice middle ground between 150 and 200. Okay. Let's just... We'll hit play on this. This will just be a 15 frames per second thing here. So we got record. And then we'll change the target parent to like... And stop. Save. Ring. Where'd that boy at? Ring. Only 1.19 megs. What a teeny tiny thing. Alrighty. Why don't we just commit that like a good little programmer? There you are. Ring and stuff. Always be committing. You goddamn right. It's less important since I'm like the only developer or like software engineer on this team, but even then it's always nice to commit so that like you can revert back to whenever things were previously working. No, I don't want to install things right now. Boo. We'll snooze it. Maybe I'll do it overnight. That might be risky in the middle of a jam, but we'll see. Okay. Hang on a second. Send a message to the Reds here. Okay, so now what we're going to want to do is try to implement the, well, what do we want to do first? Do we want to do magnet polarity stuff or line renderer stuff? Let's do line renderer stuff first, because then we'll just have an easy way to deploy a moving object. Like, even if it just shoots straight from launcher to target, that'll at least be like an automated movement thing that's happening per frame. And then I can start adding things to manipulate. I can add on like the magnet stuff, add some obstacles, and see how it reacts just to running into those magnets. So the movement will probably be more useful to start with now, because it'll make things easier to test with. Okay, so we're probably going to want a new prefab for that. Line renderer, as in, what's that mean? So a line renderer, I'll show you, actually. Train. We'll just call it a train. And then we will create another empty thing. Line renderer. Do I have a... Oh, you know what? I actually have an example that I can show you right now in one of our older games called Wayward. So this was a game where you kind of just like explore around an area and sort of like look for hidden things and stuff. This was one of the things that we did for a game jam a long time ago. But basically, this thing following behind us is a line renderer. We're going to be using this. We're going to be giving it like a train-looking texture. God, that's pretty loud. We're going to be giving that line renderer a sort of like train texture to it, so that it looks like a train is constantly sort of like growing out of the launcher. So what it's basically doing is it's just setting an X, Y, and Z position at a specific spot. And then the line renderer, which is built into Unity, is it's basically, it runs its own logic to connect each sort of vertex position that we give it, so that it stays as like one contiguous line. So what I'm going to basically be doing is what this is doing right now, where the, let's grab that real quick, where the object's just going to move forward on its own, and it's going to leave a trail of vertices to draw that line renderer. And that's what kind of our train is going to look like, except it's not just going to look like this little blue blobby line. Steven is, or Andrew, whoever wants to do the 2D art for it, is going to make a train texture that can tile, and it'll look like a train that's constantly like growing in size. Clean, yeah, clean indeed. Yeah, it's pretty lightweight too. Boink. So right now it just has two positions here, which is just like 0, 0, 0, and then 0, 0, 1, and you can't really see that all that well. I always forget what's the default 2D stuff here. It's, wait a minute. I'm pretty sure it's X and Y. Okay, yeah, it is. All right. No, is it Y and Z, really? No, it's X and Y, thank God. Okay, yeah. So now if I have what this is saying is that like the first index is at 0, 0, 0. And then the second index, let's say it's just at like x equals 5, y equals 0. So this is 5 meters away, and that's just a line. And you can change like the width of this thing. You can even have it like, you can add a little, how do I do this again? You can add an extra keyframe and have it like change its width along the line depending on how long it is as well. And I think this 0 to 1 is like a percentage. So if I were to add like another point here, let's say this goes to like 10. So now in the middle of it, I can add another keyframe and then kind of make it like just be, kind of divoted in the middle. And you can really customize what this line kind of looks like, both from a thickness perspective, and you can apply a material to it, which will let you put any sort of like arbitrary texture you want on it. It's a really flexible little thing. I like it. It has always served me well. Let's just reset this. Sweet. Yeah, that was it's a nice little tool to keep in your back pocket, and it really can kind of simplify things. You can even use these sort of line renderer things to like periodically track your mouse position. And with that, you can do a really easy sort of like painting effect with it, right? Like just you click, it starts adding indices to the line renderer based on your mouse's position, and you can just like use it to color things in and stuff. It's a really versatile little thing. Okay. So what we're going to want to do is this line render is just going to start at the starting position of the launch thing, and then it's slowly going to add vertices every frame or so in like a straight direct. So we're going to launch an object, just like an invisible object of some sort, and then that is going to be where we track the position of where we add the next vertices. So we'll basically be drawing a line that moves straight up. How do I want to handle the head of this train? It might need to be its own. It's definitely going to need to be its own object, because like we're going to have a looping texture for like the train body itself. But the first car in that train is going to look like an actual, head of a train. It can't be part of like the looping texture. Okay. Perfect. I know exactly what we're using as a placeholder for the head of the train. Color transparent. This'll do, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my god, that's horrific. Maybe we'll use this one. Oh, excellent. Excellent. We can isolate it. Perfect. Perfection. Absolute perfection. Doopy-doopy-doo. And then... yeah, we'll just use the pink line renderer for now. Let's drag this into prefabs. Do. Oh, whoops, we gotta make this what it's supposed to be, a sprite. And I believe, what was it, 1,000 by 1,000 I made it? Okay, cool. Boom, 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 boom. Wow, horrific looking. I love it. We'll probably make this just on the whole a little bit smaller. That seems about some fine. 0.5, fine. So we're going to be spawning this, so it doesn't really matter where its initial position is. That all seems fine. I think that has everything that it needs. And then if I were to rotate this thing, yeah. So that might be the trickiest thing, is with the physics of the magnet and it like pushing it and stuff. I need to know what direction that the train is gonna turn. I wonder if I just set it to like, no, I can't set it to like a specific velocity. Well, no. If I have the direction of the velocity, then I have a direction to point with the movement. We'll figure out rotation later. We'll just do straight on movement for now. Although it's always going to want some sort of forward velocity. And then the magnets will be applying a constant force in a different direction. So, okay. Okay. We'll just give it a a forward velocity that we'll be applying to it. Well, do we want it to be a velocity or a force? Maybe we want it to be a force, so that way when we apply other forces to it, the velocity itself will just be auto-calculated. We don't want to hard set the velocity because the magnets are gonna mess around with that velocity. Or at least that's what they should be doing. Okay. So this will be a little bit odd. Train. Maybe we can just call it train. That doesn't seem like it's a keyword. All right. So also this thing is going to need a rigid body. This rigid body is not going to use gravity and its constraints. It's not going to move in the Z direction. And I think the rotation, the only rotation we want is in the Z direction. So we'll lock the other two. And that should be fine. It's going to move in the X and the Y directions, but not in the Z direction, forward and back. Okay. See if the reds have said anything. Nope, they're good. Do. Okay, so this is going to have excuse me, body, cool. So now we want to constantly apply a force to this thing, which should happen in fixed update so that it's not frame rate dependent. Engine force. How do we want to do this here? I think a force should always be applied to the train's current facing direction, and the train's current facing direction is going to be based on the direction of its velocity, and those are going to be two different things. Okay. Engine force, that'll just be, I don't know, we'll just set it to 1 for now just to see what that's going to be like, because we're just going to be applying a constant force to this thing. Add force. Oh, I forget what these are. Relative force. Adds a force to the rigid body relative to its coordinate system. I don't think that's important. I think we just add force. And then we want to do... I think... What's its forward again? Wait, we're also going to need... Hang on. No. Oh, we can get the transform from that. Normalized vector representing the blue axis of the transformed world space. And the blue axis is what, please? It's the Z. Okay. I think what we want instead is the direction of the Y vector. Yes, because even if we rotate the Z, that'll be the direction of the Y vector. So we'll just want its up vector. Yep, okay. Transform dot up times this dot engine force. And then this will be force mode. What is it? Acceleration? Velocity change? I think it's just force. Adds a continuous force to the rigid body using its mass. Yep, I think it's just that. We don't want it to be an impulse. An instant impulse to the rigid body. Continuous acceleration of the rigid body ignoring its mass. Huh. It's not going to be a velocity change because we don't want to instantly change the velocity. I think it's just going to be a force. This is probably going to be ridiculously slow at first. So let's just see, I don't know, let's just see how fast this moves, if it does at all. Oh, okay. Wow, okay. That's all right. It is going to have, like, quite a velocity to it. Like, I think it's... Okay, I don't think it's actually accelerating too much. Let me see the... We can see the velocity, right? In this thing? Maybe not. I thought we could see it in, like, debug mode. Fuck it, let's just see... Let's just do a classic little print here. I mean, we'll probably add some sort of, like, max cap to its velocity. Because obviously, if we're just doing, like, we're applying force once a frame, or adding 1 force a frame. Okay. Yeah, so it's slowly going up. We'll probably want to have, like, some sort of max velocity. That's fine. We'll just add that here. Hmm. $10 seems like a lot. Maybe let's do like 7. If this that rigid body dot velocity magnitude is greater than max velocity, then we'll just set it to max velocity. This dot rigid body velocity is going to be equal to the velocity normalized times max velocity. I think that's right? Oh wait, velocity. Can I set like the magnitude? No, the magnitude. No, this will be fine because it'll get the normalized direction and then turn it into the max velocity if it ever exceeds it. I think that's right. Let's just check and see. Debug, log error, velocity, rigid body, velocity, magnitude. All right. Let's see how high it gets. It'll take a little bit of time. I'm adding a little bit of extra wiggle room to the max velocity in case it gets like propelled by a magnet or something. All right. And once it hits 7, it should stay at 7. And there you go. Okay, cool. Awesome. So we got the velocity there. And now what we're going to want is to draw the line renderer. Do I want that in its own separate file? Nah, I think we'll put it in here. It's fine. Get component in children. Oh wait, sorry, I didn't read this. Just jumping back into game dev after a long hiatus of here and there years. Picking up Godot at the moment. Nice. I've been meaning to learn Godot. That seems like a fun engine to learn. Boy, I totally understand the whole hiatus thing though. Sometimes just get a little bit too burnt out. I've been there. I don't know if that's your situation, if you just got busy with other shit, but for me, sometimes I just push myself a little bit too hard. Fortunately, this game seems like it'll be something that's nice and easy to manage. Okay, so I think drawing or adding a vertice every frame isn't going to be that big of a deal. You know what we'll do, actually? In order to not have, like... Maybe we can just have, like, a super bendy-looking train if they... Here's what we'll do. We will have a, private float time between vertices. And we'll set it to just like the standard fixed update rate for now. Net enumerator line render drawer. Update line renderer. We'll just call it that. Nope, shit. This will run concurrently with fixed update, and it'll basically run like a second fixed update loop, but we'll be able to change the time between the vertices that we draw so that we can either have like a super curvy, high fidelity line, or we can have it be a little bit like chunky, so that way it kind of looks like train cars. I don't know how chunky they're going to want it. So we'll see. What we could also do, instead of basing it on time, is we can base it on like distance from the last point. Would that be better? if we want this to look more like a train, it would basically be the same thing. We would kind of just have to determine, no, would it? Ah, fuck it. We'll just do it like this for now. I don't know if we want it to be while true. We'll keep it as while true for now. Did I hear something? No, I didn't. Okay. Set position. Oh, I see. Okay. We're going to need a position counter. This, that transform, not position. Correct position index, increments. And then that should be it, I think. Okay. Yeah, I think that should be it. Let's just set this line renderer real quick to be like -2 or something, and then we can set the max width of this thing to be like, sure, it'll be something like that. So now when this thing loads up, this dot line renderer clear. Reset. Nope. Positions. Set positions. Sets the positions of all vertices in the line. I think that's fine. Oh no, we need a hang on. Can I not just like, no, I can't. I can't just set them all to one thing. I have to iterate through all of them. All right. Set position 0 to vector 3.0. This that's line render, and we'll do the same thing for the second position here. Okay. So now I'll be able to like modify this if I want, but then it'll reset those once the game starts. So let's bring this thing down to like here. And watch it move. And then theoretically, if I rotate this thing, it should probably update as well. Oh, we're getting this dreaded thing. What's going on here? I don't like to change those settings. That makes this easier because usually that fucks with like some static stuff. Unity, what is you doing? This literally only ever happens while I'm streaming. It's never an issue any other time for any of my other projects. What the hell, man? I'm just gonna kill this. Shit's hanging for some reason. just like that. It's paused. Why is it paused? Wait, it's not paused. Yes, it is. Why is it paused? Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! I didn't. Oopsie! I did an infinite loop somewhere. Uh-oh! What did I do? I didn't yield. I didn't yield in the coroutine. No. Shit! Rookie mistake. That would explain a lot. All right, let's try this again. There's our boy. All right, set position, index out of bounds. I see. I think I need to create a new position, right? I haven't done this in a while. Oh, position count. I just need to increment that. Actually, if it's just be like if this current position index is greater than line render position count, then we increment. I think it's -1 though. So if it's 0, you don't do anything. If it's 1, you don't do anything. But if it's 2, you would add 1. Okay. There he goes. All right, now let's see what happens if I like do this. Oh, I can impact it. Okay, let's first of all, let's make this modifiable and we'll set it to like 0.5f. Sick indeed. Okay, so now we'll play it and then I'll just manually rotate the train's head. Okay. See if I can make it turn around. Oh, no, it's just, I rotated it too fast. Go this way. And then... What? Okay, it doesn't quite look the way that I would want it to. Maybe just because it takes a while to accelerate in that specific sort of position. Oh, wait, hang on. Nope, rotate it back this way. No, train, where are you going? Oh, God. I'm losing control. Okay, so maybe if I do set it to like, I don't know, the engine force to like 5 or something, 10 times what it was, maybe then it'll be a little bit more responsive when I do the rotation stuff. No, not really. Oh, there it goes. Yeah, it still seems to have a lag to it. It's probably just because we're using forces instead of Maybe I do want to to set the velocity on the train and then like add to it. I just need to make sure that I always set the velocity, like the initial velocity of the train first, and then check to see if there's any magnets nearby to modify that. Let me see what happens if I just hard set the velocity here. Let's just, it won't accelerate at all, which I'll get to that in a sec, but I just want to see what like the maximum velocity kind of looks like. And just see how that looks when I rotate. All right, there goes that. That looks more like what I kind of want in terms of like, because there's a bit of a lag. If I hang on, this will be easier to sort of demonstrate if I lower the max velocity to like 1. Never mind. That's still really fucking fast. Let's set it to like 0.2, 0.1. Alright, now that's too slow. 0.5, alright. How about that? How about that? Okay. So when I rotate the head on this thing, you can see that it kind of moves immediately in whatever direction that I'm looking for because it's changing the velocity immediately. It's not applying a force to like try and impact that velocity and slowly accelerate it in the other direction. Whereas the difference, if I were to just apply a force instead, and let's say we'll set the max velocity to like 2 or something. You'll be able to see when I rotate the head, it takes a while for it to start moving in the direction of that head. Right, so I like rotate it this way. I'm trying to make it move down. And it's like technically physically accurate. You know, like you're applying a force and it has to like undo the, or like go against the current velocity of it and start accelerating in the next direction. But that's not how the front of a train technically works, right? It's going to be constantly moving in the direction that it's supposed to be moving. So if I were to change this back to modifying the velocity, change velocity to 0.75 or something so it moves a little faster. This makes more sense in terms of like how you would expect a train to move. Yeah, now it's always going to be moving in the direction of wherever its head is. It doesn't need to like decelerate and then start accelerating in another area. This is more how it should move. Now the dangerous thing here is that I'm hard setting the velocity, just completely overwriting it and ignoring any sort of acceleration. What I need to make sure is that I do this first before anything else. And then after I do this, I run logic to change it, right? So like apply a magnetic force to it to impact the velocity of this thing after it already has like this forward velocity to it. I don't know if that makes sense, but like I don't want to do a bunch of magnet calculations and determine the velocity of this thing, and then after I do all those magnet calculations, immediately overwrite it with, oh yeah, I'll just immediately change the velocity to the forward force. Because that's what I'm doing right now, is I'm changing the velocity to the forward force based on its current like facing direction. I don't want to do that after I calculate a bunch of magnetic shit. I want to do it before all of that and then apply the magnetic calculations to it afterwards. So that's where things are going to get a little bit dangerous, but it's going to be worth it because I think controlling or having the default forward momentum of the train be controlled by just like setting the velocity feels more natural than the deceleration thing that we were doing. This might have been a fine line between fluid and too easy and frustrating hard. Yes, it will probably have a fine line. The good thing is that we're not going to be controlling the actual train's facing direction. This is all going to be done dynamically through like magnetic poles and things like that, and things that it's going to be like moving towards automatically. The only control that the player is going to have when the train is in motion is changing its polarity from like positive to negative so that it reacts differently to whatever obstacle that it's going towards based on that polarity. So hopefully that'll lower or minimize the kind of cognitive load that the player has to keep track of when they're navigating this stuff. It'll basically be a one-button game at that point. But I'm just modifying things right now just to see if the train moves how I would expect it to, you know. So you need the front parts to be directed based on the traveling push force. Yeah. It's probably going to take some tinkering. Oh, am I done with the playlist? Why'd you stop? See this one. Yeah, I forgot we're predicting angles around magnets. Yeah. That'll be the fun part. So what I'm hoping to do, and I'll probably start this tomorrow because it's going to be like the core of the game, and I don't want to write it on like, I don't want to push myself to write it if I'm slightly tired. I want to come at it with a fresh mind to make sure that it does what it's supposed to, and it's stable enough for us to be able to count on it to work correctly every single time. That's going to like take some testing and thinking about some edge cases, which could be easy to forget about when you're drowsy and stuff like that. But once that mechanic is in there, that's basically the core gameplay right there. Then I would just need to add some logic to detect when it collides with the finish line. Do some simple, like super simple score calculation stuff. Nothing that has anything to do with physics or movement or anything like that. It's just math. And then from there, Steven can just make a bunch of levels, create a bunch of obstacles, just assign them a polarity, and go to town. The way that things kind of work here is that I'm the only developer on this team. Both Steven and Andrew are just artists. But Steven has a lot of experience, particularly in Unity, so he at least can do like some drag and drop stuff and modifying things in the inspector to set up levels and objects and things like that. He's also super experienced with shader graphs, so he can make like some really awesome like VFX and things like that. So what I tend to do, as I always think about when I'm making these scripts, I want to surface variables in a way that the RUDs will be able to just modify them themselves without needing to open up Visual Studio or anything like that. So if they want to, for instance, change how much force is applied to the engine, how fast the train moves, they can just change it right here. And they don't need me to go into a file to change it for them. So anything that I would want like a non-programmer to be able to tweak and fiddle around with, they can do. If they want to make a new level that has like the goalpost right next to the launcher and make a level where you have to try to go through the entire map and then come all the way back close to the starting point to finish the level, they can do that. They just click the target parent, rotate the Z-axis, boom. New level layout. Easy peasy. We don't have to set each one of these up individually and place them and stuff like that. They can just be like, all right, now I want a level that's configured like this, and I'll set it all up, and then they'll be good. I'm hoping that it'll be nice and easy for them to generate levels without my help, because I'll be working on stuff like creating the level select menu and making sure the volume slider and stuff works and all these other things. Whereas while I'm doing that, they can just pump out levels in parallel. Yeah, I kind of flinched when I said just artists as well. What I meant to say is that they don't have any like programming experience per se. Their skills are limited to being gods at creating art assets and making something that looks as stupid as this actually look good and appealing to players. Whereas I would say I'm just a programmer. I can't do art for shit. Clearly. I can just do programming. But yeah, sometimes that word just does a lot of devaluing of the work that people are capable of. My apologies, Funbase. I knew someone was going to call me out for it the moment I said just. I could feel I felt like calling myself out. Funbase, I hear you're collaborating with Boats this time around. How's that going? According to him, y'all got an idea pretty quickly. We got our idea relatively quickly. I want to say it took maybe 4 hours of brainstorming. We took an hour for dinner, but that was about it. So yeah, maybe 4 hours ish. Okay, so now I'm confident Boat's gonna code up something fun. TM. What about you, man? What do you normally do? I'm assuming some coding stuff as well, yeah? I'm just doing music. Wow. God bless you. That's literally like the one area of expertise that we never have covered. Although there was somebody in chat earlier that has volunteered to potentially compose some stuff for us. We'll be keeping in touch once we settle on an art style. I usually solo dev. Yeah, that's what I thought. So you're a jack of all trades then. You can just do it all. Not fair, but admirable. But save some talent for the rest of us. Okay. Now we're going to want some logic that spawns this train instead of just having it on the scene. And I also want to get rid of this engine force because we actually don't need it anymore. We're going to be doing private float initial engine velocity equals 1.0. Okay. So this is the train here. So in start, we'll just do this here. Velocity goes this, that's oh, wait, hang on. How do we want to do this? Maybe we'll do this here. Public void setup. And then from here, we'll have a what do we want here? None of it. Well, I beg to differ, Funbase. You put out some good stuff. So float Z rotation. I think that's all we need, right? Yeah, I think that's all we need. So this dot transform rotation. Do I want to do it like that? Can I also do this? Like, I don't think awake will. Let's maybe just do this, hey? Boink. All right. points. Set up the line render, and then this, that, transform. Rotation is going to be equal to the rotation. And then this rigid body velocity is going to be equal to it's up times the initial engine velocity. Okay. And we don't want this add force here yet. So we can get rid of this. All right, we're just going to need to think about when and how we apply a force to the train itself with magnets in a way that complements the initial train velocity, or the initial engine velocity. Base engine velocity. Maybe we, instead of setting it initially, we'll have like a composite variable that starts at the base velocity, and then we run the magnet logic to modify that base velocity, and at the very end of the frame, maybe in like late update or something, I'm not sure, we'll set the final composite velocity based on all the magnets that are at play. I think we can do that. Okay. All of these magnets should have like a field of effect as well. Or should it just be radiating from... Maybe it should just be radiating from the head of the train. And that way it can just look for magnets based on like a box cast or something. This is stuff that I'll probably sleep on and think about, because the magnets are going to be probably the most complicated part of this game. It's not going to be too complicated, but I just want to make sure I get it right. Okay. So this is launch field stuff, and now let's just make a separate script for the launcher itself, like this little rocket part. Do. Train fab. So we're going to want to add a new input here. No, not that. This one. Launch. I guess it'll be space. That's fine. Ooh, this could be a one-handed game. That would be handy. Okay. Save that. Actually, maybe we don't want a launcher class. I think I always forget if it's taboo to have multiple references to your player controls, like enabling and disabling them and stuff. That might be no bueno. Yeah, because we'd be making a new player controls. All right, let's just do it in this just to be safe. I don't want to do anything spooky. All right. So now we'll do... Maybe we'll do this as well. Current train instance. And then we'll do, I guess, on awake here. Launch. That's performed equals, or plus equals, and then we'll just have a function here. Launch train. What sort of thing are you expecting here? You're expecting some sort of, yeah, input action call back context. All right. There we go. If current train instance is equal to null, then we'll make one. Instantiates this dot train prefab, and we don't need it to be a parent of anything. I always forget the different ways that you can instantiate shit. I just want position, rotation, and I think that's it. Okay. This dot, oh shit. I guess we want a reference to the launcher object, don't we? See, now this is getting gross. I guess it's fine. And then the quaternion for this, we want it to be for this rotation, I think we're going to want it to be the rotation of the ring itself. Like this thing. Yeah, I think that's right. Do this dot ring transform rotation. That seems right. In which case, then, this train doesn't necessarily need a setup for this. Or at least it doesn't need to have this rotation thing here. Maybe we can just, like, launch it. We'll get rid of this. Move these back to awake. Okay. That should be fine. Actually, I kind of want to just, like, generate an infinite number of these just for the gif of it. Alright, so we can get rid of this in the scene. And then in launch field here, we will have the launcher transform. And the, oops, wrong spot. Launcher transform, ring transform, and then the train prefab. Alright. Let's see if this does what I think it's supposed to do. Pew. Whoa. Okay, it kind of does, but it's, alright, you know what? I need to... Cool. Now, it's just like the initial line render is kind of fucked up. Let's fix that. I mean, I guess I could just fix it with just doing this. Bam. Nope, it's still doing that. Why? Let's just set the positions to 0, actually. And then it'll make those positions as we go. Gotcha. Okay, fine. We'll set it to 1. Fine. Oh, wait. Oh, jump scare. We don't need this initial setup anymore. We're accidentally setting these vertices at the wrong spot. Okay, let's get rid of that. And now I think we can actually set the position size to 0. Is greater than that's okay. Yeah, I think we can set this to 0 now and it'll be fine. I was accidentally like hard setting the first 2 positions because they were there by default. Pew, 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 pew. All right, sick. Let's increase the initial velocity there. Let's set it to like 5, so it looks nice and snappy, or at least fast and interesting for a RUD GIF. That is incorrect. Oh, right. Whoops. I accidentally set the max velocity to be tiny. Let's set the max velocity to 10 just in case. We'll see. Now I think 5 is going to be way too fast for engine or the initial velocity, but let's see. You never know. Alright, let's grab a gift for that. Fuck it. It's an update. Fuck it. Let's go crazy and give him a 60 FPS GIF. Something flashed on my screen while I was recording it. Hopefully that didn't get captured. How big was that? Oh, it's only 3 megs. Perfect. Let's just bet it real quick. All right, cool. Oh, come on. Why are my eyes glazing over? Here we go. All right. I think the responsible thing for me to do right now is to go to bed. Or at least start getting ready for that. I'm sure I'll have a chat with the Reds before I go to bed, so it'll still be like another hour or so before I actually hit the pillow. So now's a good time to maybe start wrapping that up. But first, let's commit. Alright. Time to have our little chat with the Reds.
Going on out here.
Baba Booey.
Baba boy.
I'm gonna start wrapping things up for the night, but I figured I'd drop by for a little debrief.
Sure.
Yeah.
What up, Daddy?
Daddy.
How are things going on your end?
We're currently trying to figure out we have like an idea for a direction we like. We're just trying to figure out how we execute it in a way that feels good. Here, I'll share my screen.
I'm gonna have both of them open.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's two kind of paths that we like. One of them is very simple and straightforward, like we know exactly how we do it.
Yeah.
And one is a little bit more challenging. I'll let you guess which one is which. So obviously it would be very easy to make like a pretty train game.
Yeah.
Like it's very straightforward. Like Steve and I can easily come up with like how we want to execute that with like some 3D and some 2D. And the levels are just sort of like environment based. The other is going Soul Train. So it's a little bit more funky, a little bit more energetic, a little bit more pizzazz.
Yeah.
Like lean into the kind of quirkiness and the speed and like the pace that we're trying to do. So we like that this kind of fits, I think, the gameplay, that like the feeling that we want. That's sort of a little jazzy, kind of like there's some speed to it, but it's also not like overly serious, you know?
Yeah.
And you know, like golden guns and like wiggling things and just, you know, electric feelings. I think there's some good inspiration there that I think can lead to like back up the gameplay pretty well. The problem is like, okay, now there's not a lot of good 3D reference for like how to do this. Like what makes it funky, what makes good, and like how far is too far.
Sure.
Do we like keep things looking kind of illustrated? Do they get more 3D? And if we go 3D, do they get kind of Dr. Seussy, or is it like really more about the color palette? So it's really just like this is a more challenging direction because it's not very straightforward.
Yeah.
It's gonna take some figuring out for sure.
It'll take some figuring out, but I think it probably like of these two, I think it fits the the feeling we want more. Now I'll walk you through, like, in case it sparks anything. Like, we talked about a few directions. Also, this is our working title.
Shinkanbai. All right, good. I hate it.
So like the old map, like a sort of like quirky, fun aesthetic.
Yeah.
Pretty straightforward. A more digital Tron style, a little bit more actiony, poppy, like serious.
This text is barely readable, by the way, because I think you have your sharing optimized for video. Oh, actually, that's better. That's fine.
There you go. Complain about that now.
I bet you can read this, can't you?
Maybe.
So old map, more digital Tron style map. Like I think Steven put a reference in here.
Slid into Andrew's DMs.
Ooh, sexy.
Like Tron-y.
Oh, I see.
Style.
So like almost wireframey kind of thing.
Like you would have, like 3D stuff would have, you know, textures that show and like describe the form more so than like have like textures that represent like grass or whatever.
Yeah.
Space debris still an option. Like it can be a space train.
Sure.
Space train. There's nothing stopping us from making a space train.
Pretty. Worm digging through the earth. Human centipede, obviously.
Natural.
We can lean heavily into the train aesthetic. We can also lean heavily into the gun part and make this a Wild West Will Smith sort of aesthetic. And then there's all guns, gun train. Everything is guns.
That would be pretty funny.
And then we got to Soul Train, 70s disco funk, and then a bullet Soul Train made of bullets and guns, but mostly bullets.
Yeah.
So like we're into the Soul Train because it's like the funkiness. Feels fun. It doesn't disregard that like there's a gun involved. It kind of plays up that disco like seriousness, but it really is just down to execution and like how much you lean into it, what we think makes it funky, and then not leaning too far away from like I guess the train aspect of it so far, like that it's just abstracted.
Yeah.
Because what I don't want is it to just be like colors and shapes. I think it should have some more described personality.
Like some sort of
I wouldn't want to. Yeah, I wouldn't want to lose it. You know, like, and I think this is a good example here. It's just like doodling stuff.
Yeah, it almost looks like a cell, like a body cell.
Yeah. Like it's at risk of being like if you take and translate like these abstracted like Seuss-esque arts and put it here, it doesn't really work.
Yeah.
So it just needs more defined like environments that it's going through, and then is it more about color? And then if it's some of that, you know, this thing where you don't really have straight lines, it's all jazz, baby, that sort of thing. Then it means like, okay, we just need to work a little bit on like if we do execute like buildings or like mountains or like landscapes. If we did like mountains or hills or whatever, like. How does that translate into 3D and like feel funky? How does that feel like a funky environment?
Yeah. I do like just the imagery of the train coming out of a revolver. That is pretty evocative. I like that.
Yeah.
Hopefully the like initial velocity that the train comes out will feel like it's getting shot out of a gun.
Match that, and not just like a little.
Just be like a.
Well, so all of this I think comes down to polish, but. Yeah. I think what can really emphasize that, even if the speed is different, is like the first time you shoot, there's like a boom and then like slow as it comes out, and then it like takes off after.
Sure.
Like you just embellish and emphasize, even if it's not actually going like bullet speed, but like you show that contrast.
For sure, yeah. And you can also get up to some trickery with like just camera zooms and things like that.
Yeah, and I think that was a good point. Like, anytime we just like mess with the viewer's perspective on speed, I think we can amp it up or slow it down. So, what's your instinct on all of this? Like, what are you connecting with? And
I'm maybe not as high on like the Tron style stuff, just because I feel like that might be a bit too similar to like Split Decision. Where it might kind of look a little bit generic.
Yeah.
I think as far as personality goes, I like those two that you sort of displayed with like the pretty versus the the Soul Train funkiness of it.
Yeah.
I think if we went the pretty route, it would certainly be a crowd pleaser. Like, I have no doubt that y'all would be able to,
we can make
some
that pretty.
really, really awesome looking stuff with that. But also, I want you guys to sort of like be excited or feel passionate about what you're making, and if just making like generic pretty seascape isn't really doing it for you, then I do also kind of like the aesthetic of like Soul Train stuff, even if it is going to be more difficult. It's definitely going to have a lot more of a unique personality to it.
It'll be weird for sure.
I don't necessarily value one more than the other for like a game jam sort of thing, in terms of like, oh, completely unique, never been seen before, versus wow, this looks really nice and is really well done, sort of like more grounded, universally relatable sort of aspects. I think both have pretty equal value to them, so it'll probably come down to which one you guys are probably more interested in spending your weekends making, you know.
I will point out because I think this makes a difference too, is I think the gameplay will be affected by the choice that we make.
I think you're right. I think maybe like a pretty art style kind of implies like a much slower paced kind of game.
A little more chill.
And also,
I'm okay with it. I just want us to like if we were to go the pretty route, like I'm actually okay with, because we like the pretty style too. Like we're putting it because we think we can make it nice.
Yeah.
It's just the pretty style will be more. It's less about bullet train gun. You know, it's like
it's less about that, but it's also I think probably the critical thing is it's less about magnets. Like there's not going to be, it's going to be harder to make it like
to justify the weird,
to justify the magnetism part of it and make it look like it belongs in the world.
Yeah, whereas
funk
one, we do whatever the fuck we want.
The funk one, you absolutely can. That and like some sort of sci-fi theme, but again, sci-fi might be a bit too split decision-y, which isn't a bad art style, but like it'll look very split decision-y.
Especially if we have red and blue involved.
Oh yeah, exactly. It'll basically look like a part of like the split decision verse.
Which is why I would, if we were going to go funky, I would go more Soul Train.
Yeah, and anything that you can justify the objects in the scene to be like very distinct colors would probably be best.
I guess we should also be careful about the colors that we choose, because if we need to use color to communicate information, we don't want to obscure that.
Right. Like, you guys can sort of decide what you want, like positive charge and negative charge to kind of be like visually indicated. Red and blue.
One's gray and one's light gray.
Oh, perfect. We're also going to want to think about how we indicate the player's current polarity, right? Like we'll probably need a train head that can change colors, or we can apply a different effects to it to make it obvious.
Probably do an effect-based thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one to point out.
Yeah, so maybe going for something that lends itself to a more colorful environment might be the best way to go from like a gameplay readability perspective. And it also, I think you're right, emphasizes just like a more fast-paced sort of thing.
Yeah, if the lines are all kind of moving and like you don't have a lot of straight edges, no like calm corners, it'll just kind of indicate.
I think something like this funky theme might have another advantage over the sci-fi theme, because it seems like you can better justify like some weirdly shaped objects as well that are like curved and not necessarily like straight and rigid or jagged or whatever.
Yeah, instead of like these really heavily geometric shapes.
Yeah. Those are just like my initial thoughts. I'm sure you could find a way to make like blobby looking sci-fi shapes, but
you can.
It's yeah. So that's, I guess, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm probably leaning more towards like the Soul Train funk style. What other things were on that list?
There was also like space.
My favorite,
all guns, gun train.
Gun train.
The head of the train is just like a bullet.
Yeah,
exactly.
Like the bullet train is actually like just a bunch of bullets.
Magnetized bullets.
Ooh. Yeah, I don't think
the map like compass. I think is something that has come up before.
Yeah, I really do like the aesthetic of just like an old cartographer map thing, but again, it's gonna be really hard to justify or convey that like the magnet mechanic of it. You know,
compasses have magnets.
Sure, that's not what we're controlling though.
The compass.
Worm digging through Earth could be kind of neat. Or what we could do is like, instead of like the head of a train, it could literally just be like a beetle, and the line renderer behind it is like a darker eaten dirt sort of path thing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, just the head of it is exactly right.
Yeah.
Or a bunch of ant-based game.
Ant train.
We've never done that.
God. We just do an ant. We've never had an ant game before.
Wow.
We've had plenty of uncle games.
And there's this new funny meme rolling around. This have you seen this Hawk-Tuah girl? Like I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but
I swear to God, if you sneak a Hawk-Tuah reference into this game, I'll murder both of you.
You'll never find it.
I'm gonna go ahead and veto the human centipede theme.
What? But it fits so well.
Does it now?
It's got magnets and everything.
That's true, because you're magnetized by the next anus you got to put your mouth on.
Mm-hmm.
Polarize me, Dad.
Reverse my polarity right now.
What about the Will Smith idea?
Yeah,
that one. Well, I mean, I don't know if it's a joke or not, but that one could be neat if it's just like a cyberpunk-esque, like Western sort of thing. If I'm remembering what that movie is like.
It's kind of like steampunk.
You can certainly justify having some odd shapes as well as a magnetized train in this like futuristic Wild West sort of. I don't entirely hate that theme, even if it was proposed as a joke.
Steven, what do you think about we do this like disco-y like palette and stuff, but we make like the objects here are all like you make a single revolver. And we just bend it and stuff and do like and embed it in the ground and stuff to make it do interesting shapes, but it's all gun landscape.
The gunscape.
Gunscape. Disco gunscape.
I feel like even if you were to like modify that gun and like move its barrel around and stuff, it probably would still look fairly repetitive. Maybe. If it's all the same gun.
Yeah, it would be like
It would also maybe kind of like clutter the visuals as well, because I'm assuming that gun would be like relatively detailed so that you know it's a gun. Right? Whereas like we might want to stick to more like solid shapes, not necessarily like monocolored, but like minimal detail on them so that it doesn't like clutter up the sort of visual clarity of things.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Just picturing, like if it's this stuff's going under, so like you're not seeing the actual rest of the gun underneath, but like the actual shape that comes out is.
Oh, I see. So you have like a handle or a barrel. I see.
It's gonna always feel kind of unique because you're choosing a specific part to sort of poke out, or you just choose like you get most of the gun out.
Gun fossils.
It's just all gun fossils. So that's what remains is then like, okay, because we don't like here, like that the objects are going to be landscape based, like it's very straightforward on like what you would make. So here, because it's just slightly more abstracted, we just need to figure out what the environment is.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just pointing out that it's a little bit of time, but I think if we're into it and we like the kind of direction, like it's worth the extra time.
Yeah. Now that I've given some time to think about it, I am getting more and more into at least like the funky theme. Just based on its like energy and colors and things
I think
like that.
the energy, yeah, I think that's the focus, is the energy, the movement, the sort of avoiding static things, like making things just feel more energetic is kind of the goal.
For sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I like that.
So that's like, we'll spend some more time on that, Steven. And I don't know, you're probably also trying to call it soon since it's late.
Getting a little late.
So our goal is it's just going to take a little time, but I think we just need we can look for some reference. And I think I'm going to try to doodle some more tonight, like if y'all hop off, to just think about what the environment can be.
Sure.
I think once we figure that out, like once we have good art direction, I don't think we're going to pick anything that's hard for either Steven or I to make.
Nice.
It's just we need sort of a template. We need to know like what we're making is all.
Yeah.
So something that can wrap up this theme into like an image that we're confident we can then go and make stuff on.
Yeah. Meanwhile, on my end, I'm at a pretty good stopping point where we have the ring rotation, the launching of trains, and now basically the only other major mechanic that I have to work on is just the magnet stuff, which I say the only thing. It's going to be the biggest major thing. But it's the only thing that I have to focus on, other than like, I don't know, detecting collision with the finish line and, you know, simple like game loop shit of just like, don't let him launch more than one train. Stop the train from moving when it hits the finish line, show a UI thing, go back to like level select and all that, you know, tedious stuff. But as far as like core gameplay goes, it's just going to be the magnet movement, and then just testing the fuck out of that to make sure it works in any sort of like scenario that we want, make sure that the train moves the way that we want and stuff like that.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, that's something that I'm just gonna, you know, get a good night's rest on, so I have a fresh brain to architect it tomorrow. And I don't know if you noticed in that initial ring sort of GIF, but it's going to be very easy. Or I made the prefab for the ring very easy for you to just change where the position of the launcher or the goalpost is, and it'll just automatically go along the ring itself. So when you want to make a new level, you just change the rotation of the target, and now voila, you have a level where the target is 90 degrees separated from the launcher instead of on the opposite side and stuff like that.
Here's a question.
Yeah.
When you launch your train, does the target point get locked in place after that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because you're not. Yeah, that's another thing that I'm going to have to add. When you launch the train, I'm also just going to have to disable player controls, and now the launch button is the change polarity button.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Cool.
Otherwise, you could totally cheese this.
Oh, 100%. You can be like, all right, I win. Easy.
Yeah. That was always part of the plan, is to disable those controls. But I figured it was funny to just launch 50 trains at once with the high-res Thomas the Tank Engine face as the placeholder.
Oh, is that what that is?
That's what that is, yeah.
Oh.
It's hard to see because it's kind of tiny, but hang on.
Beautiful.
Let me, oh my god, this thing is horrific.
Holy shit.
Yeah, you saw it on stream.
I saw it. Oh my goodness. What the fuck?
So you better come up with a new art asset for that stat.
Uh-oh. Maybe Thomas will have to play a role in this. I mean, if we go into we could make it like
horrific.
This could be an influence of the style.
Oh god. Hang on, let me just delete this.
Like we could make
what you share with us.
A haunted train.
Another thing, hang on, I guess I can just show you this on Discord. Let me just real quick change this to like, I don't know. How about that? Okay. Discord. Share this screen. Yes. So another thing that's kind of already there, or at least part of the movement mechanic stuff, is gonna be boink. We have our little train thing here, and if I were to change its pointing direction, should move in that direction.
Oh, it's rotating.
Yeah, it's rotating. I forgot to add this one little thing here.
Oh my.
This rigid by velocity. Nope, come on now. Velocity is going to be equal to transform that up.
How about we call the game J-Kun Sen?
No.
Why not?
I'm not even. That doesn't deserve a response.
That was like a serious suggestion from me, and you're just shutting it down.
Yes.
I feel like my voice isn't being heard.
You would so creatively dismiss Steven.
And whenever it rotates, it's going to move in the direction of that rotation. Let's make that a little bit more interesting here. 2. So this is, we're not going to actually be changing or having any control over the train's rotation, but when the magnet pushes it in another direction, we're going to want to change the way it's facing as well. Look at me, I'm a little wormy thing.
He's a little wormy.
You just imagine it's just his neck and he's just coming, fucking coming for you. It's horrifying.
He's going to the target.
No! Fuck!
All the way down the tubes. Oh, Jesus.
Oh.
That's the second time I've jump scared myself with that.
Jesus. Why?
I'm gonna be seeing that when I blink. Why'd you do it, Jared?
You know me.
That's our incentive, though, to give you art assets.
Exactly.
I'm gonna wait until Sunday night.
It's more interesting for me to look at than simple circles and squares, and it's just terrible looking enough for you to fix it. That's why I picked these default assets as well. This fucking rocket ship and this dartboard face.
The rocket ship is great because it has nothing to do with anything.
It's launching a train.
That's true.
And then also, you can't tell, but this ring is also rotating. So if we wanted to add like some design to it, that design can also rotate.
Cool.
Or if we don't want that design to rotate, I can easily just disable that.
Just lock it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it might be cool. Like maybe there's like a game border to that or something.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah. We can also have like, if we want, we can just have like a background and then like a foreground ring. So like one of them will stay static and then the other one can like kind of move around.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we can do all sorts of stuff.
I think that gives some like options to like how we frame this.
Yeah.
I think I definitely have to think of how we use the excess space around.
Yeah. I don't think we're going to have too much like pertinent UI that's going to need to stay on the screen.
I don't think so either, right?
Because like we're not going to we don't really need a we can have this be similar to a locked where you just like see your score at the end, because the player my assumption is that this game is going to be moving fast enough to the point where like the player is not going to have any reason to look at like what their current score is or what their time is or whatever. They'll only ever care about it once they cross the finish line. So
no, yeah, I agree. I don't think they're going to be looking at that stuff.
So we can either like bring this aspect ratio into like a 4x3 thing to where like the game space just stays inside of the bounds, or we can maybe have it to be like you shoot the train out and then it zooms in on the train a little bit to where like the world space is just taking up more of it. But then that'll also limit like their ability to kind of like plan ahead if they can't see, depending on how far ahead they can see.
Much.
Yeah, it might even be possible to like lose track of where the fucking finish line was if you're zoomed in.
Horrifying.
Yeah, that would be bad.
Oh, right.
We'll have to I guess just figure out what we wanna do with it.
Yeah.
Another potential thing I was thinking about, Jared, was would you ever do this kind of like Steven said this was like golf, and I guess it kind of is. Would you click and hold or whatever before you launch the train, like depending on how long you hold would change the speed with which you release your train? Like would you be able to have like a faster or a slower, like if you just like tapped it? Like if you're good, or if you've done it multiple times, like you go faster because you know like the sequence of like when you're gonna hit like on that trajectory, like when you're gonna like change the polarities.
Maybe. Like, would you have like that sort of like golf shooting meter that goes like up and down, and then you?
I think I don't think it would need.
There'd be a max charge.
So you can charge it to like max, and then it'll stay at max, and then just release it. I see.
Yeah, because I don't want it to be a skill at like knowing when to click.
The timing of like, oh, I got hit now. It's just like I hold this for like 3 seconds, and that's like max charge, or I hold it for like 1 second, and it's smaller.
Yeah, if I want to go slow, I just click it. If I want to go fast, I hold it, and that's just then up to the player. More to engage like the impact of the release, I think, partly, and like that coupled with any effects we do on top of it. But that, and then also just when you want to go fast, like because it's a gun, like you can go bullet train fast,
right?
Bullet train mode.
Yeah, we would just have to make sure that bullet train mode doesn't make it like... I guess it would be fine if it made it like impossible to finish a level based on like the direction that you chose to shoot it from. Like if you chose to shoot the train out towards like in the direct path of like the central island or something like that. Which I guess you wouldn't be able to help because you're constantly pointing towards the center.
Yeah.
If there's a thing in the center, you're always going to be pointing at it.
Yeah.
Well, you can't just have like a straight path to the center. There needs to be things for you to be able to redirect before you get there.
Right. Yeah, maybe. I'll add that to the list of things to potentially add. But I'll do the magnet stuff first just to see how that sort of feels. And then we can fiddle around with the speeds, like the initial speed of the train and things like that, what its max speed can be when it starts to get pushed by a magnet and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then from there, maybe we can figure out if there's like 3 tiers of speeds that we can shoot it from or something like that, or
maybe
what the minimum
movement
speed
by just choosing a speed that feels good, and then the rest, maybe the other is just like polish extra stuff.
Sure, yeah, that is an interesting idea though. My brain's just going through like trying to think about what the ramifications of that might be, if there is any. So it's hard for me to say right now. It might be easier for me to make a call once I like start putting some magnetic things in here and see how the train sort of reacts and plays around.
Yeah, that's probably cool.
And then we can kind of see, because depending on how big we make that train, the space that we have to work with might also be limited. You know?
Yeah, we're gonna have to make the train pretty small, I think.
Yeah.
You would, because you're gonna want the train. I guess, like it wants to at some point be completely detached from the edges. Well, that's all polished stuff if we have like increased lengths or anything like that.
Yeah.
If there's variable lengths of train, it's extra. Okay, well, before y'all take off, this is like one other check before, like, so like if I'm up and I can think about this and we can think about it in the morning. Any other concerns that have come up as we've been working on this?
I mean, for me, it's all the effects and stuff are going to be easy. Okay. It's just figuring out what we want to do for the landscapes, but then executing it won't be difficult.
Like the actual implementing art's not going to be a problem.
I don't think so, unless there's like some crazy complicated things. But I mean, I doubt there will be.
Implementing level select screens are super tedious and boring for me, but I think it's super necessary for this game, so I'm willing to do it. I think if you wouldn't mind designing the level select UI elements to be very, very similar to like a loft and split decision. And
could literally just
I would love to be able to just port from another game to be able to use
literally
that.
Just texture swap them.
Yeah.
Making
intricate UI menus is especially under a time crunch. I fucking hate it.
No, I
It
agree. And
sucks.
it's also not the most fun part. We just don't. It just doesn't want to be a hindrance or a distraction. So as long as it works,
and we already have level select screens formats that work. So if we could just reuse those, I would be a happy clam.
Because all I would do is just give you new textures for
as long as your textures are the same size as the other ones, bam.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that seems pretty easy.
That's easy and doable.
Cool.
Then you still have to like type in all the information that's on them, but
that's fine. That's all fine.
You don't have to set up all of the like the anchors and shit or whatever again.
God, that's the worst. That's the fucking worst.
Yeah.
I literally spent hours doing that. I think for I want to say split decision, where I'm just like, I need to take a walk.
Did we not use the same? I guess we didn't use the same.
We kind of did, but there was a bunch of different kinds of information that we were showing on it, and also I think I still for some reason had to rebuild it from scratch a little bit.
Oh,
I forget why.
We will not do that again.
Yeah.
No matter what, even if it has information that isn't necessary on there, we're keeping it.
It was one of those things where I'm just like, I'm awake, but I'm in a bad mood. I'm gonna go take a walk so I can just crank this shit out.
I don't know if it's something that you can show me this jam, but maybe between now and the next one. But it's also something that I feel like I could probably do for you.
Yeah,
in Unity.
There's a couple of annoying little setup things. Yeah, I could maybe like someday do like a crash course for you in terms of like, here's what you need to make sure you do to make sure that it scales with different resolutions, and that's really all you need.
Like it could even be like if there's just a couple of like checkboxes and things, like you just set that up. But if it's the tedious parts, which is like moving the stuff around, that you can just pass that to me, so you don't have to sit and do that for hours.
Right. Yeah. I usually make like some skeleton UI menus that don't have any sort of organization to them, but they just properly grab and display all of the information. And then from there, you would be able to take over and just like move the text boxes to where you want them to be, replace the blank assets with like actual images and things. And then you wouldn't have to worry about any like the technical stuff. You would just need to worry about like the UI layout that you could modify.
Like just grabbing from the content and like placing it, changing things up. Okay. Well, I don't know if you want to be concerned with like showing me any of that this time, but it's something that we can do between now and next time. I can also just
next time's in like 2 weeks, Andrew.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. Like we can do some like things like we'll be in this mode for a little while now, so it can already be prepping for it.
Yeah, for sure.
Just a thing that I can save some headache from you if possible.
For sure.
Okay, so no like major concerns about the direction or anything right now.
Nah.
Not for me.
Nah,
I think it's just figuring out what we want the obstacles to look like, essentially.
Yeah, I'll just noodle on that, I guess.
Everything else I'm pretty confident on as far as like these like swirly, colorful effects. I know how to do that. Any of the like pulsing stuff or whatever like outline thing or whatever we want to end up doing for the polarity of the islands or obstacles, that'll be pretty easy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Any other sort of like particle bursts and things, whatever we want to do for the things that we're collecting. I mean, it could literally just be like balls of energy or something. But if you want to come up with some other funk related, they could be like records or some shit. I don't care. But
it should all be gun related. Maybe it's just other little baby trains.
A little baby train with the baby diaper on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
If you're picking up soul, need more soul.
I'm a soul man.
Alrighty, I think I'm gonna get out of here.
Yeah.
Steven, are you gonna take off too, or?
I could hang out for a bit.
Okay. We'll jam for a little bit. Jerry can go, and then you're free to kind of go whenever, because I'll just doodle on stuff, whatever we talk about.
You got it, Chief. I'll find someone to raid, and then I'll be out of here.
What time do you want to meet up tomorrow?
Blur.
You can just drop a time in here if you think about it after.
I'll see if I can get on. It'll be somewhere between like 9 and 10 Mountain Time, so it'll be like 8 and 9 your time.
Okay, no worries.
Yeah. Somewhere between there. Alrighty, cool. I will catch y'all on the flip of the flip.
Flip and flip. See ya.
Boy. Okie dokes. Let's see where we're going. Okay. I think I'm able to find... Oh, look at that. I'm on the front page of Down to Jam, probably because I'm the only one here. Can I see, like, the list of people? Or... Hang on. Let's see if I can just search the tag D2Jam. D2Jam. It's, I think it's just me. Wait, how about this guy? Does he have the D2Jam tag? Nope. Just English. That's the only thing that he has. Shit. Okay, well. Hang on. This guy working on some stuff. This guy's working on some stuff. I don't know if it's Down to Jam, but he's played our games before. He seems like a fun dude. We're going to Squidly. Ocean Man. Is that Love You, Miss You, Mean It in Korean, Jerry? I need to translate this right now. Te amo. Te extraño mucho. It translated to Spanish for some reason. I love you. I really miss you. Really. That's what Google says it says. Alright. We're gonna set the spoiler. I've the screen crazy amounts, which probably not like a screen. Okay, that's fine. You're fine, Squidly. That's where we going. Alrighty. So, we will be back tomorrow/today, because it's midnight for me, with some more Down to Jam stuff. We're gonna start making some magnets. That's going to be our main focus, and hopefully we'll have that done before or very soon after lunch. So, be ready for that. This is going to be our whole weekends. We're going to be streaming our entire process, or at least as much as we can, unless we get hit by an internet outage or something. But barring that, we will be back tomorrow. So, until then, love you, miss you, mean it. Later, Cabbage Patch. Adios, bye-bye. See you later.